Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 418. We're almost to 420. Oh, isn't that exciting? My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, it's good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
Good. Never, man, it feels like it's never a slow news week.
No,
man. It's always picking up.
Yeah,
always.
It's interesting times. Yeah, for sure. Good for business. Yeah. Good for our business.
Yeah.
I don't know how good it is for other businesses, but it's good for our business. And yeah, fun to talk about. It reminds me a little bit of what's going on with football too. Like this is usually a dead zone in football, and yet there's a lot of news right now too. It just seems like everything's kind of bubbling up to the surface, and we'll get to all that. But we'll go into it nice and slow.
Mm-hmm.
No need to rush. We're here and we're hanging out. It's a summer. It's early July. It is so fucking hot out that I can't. I have a sweatshirt on, which is funny because we've made it very cold in that.
Yeah.
It's 96 degrees, but it feels like I think Michael was saying it feels like it's 108. I went outside to bring the dogs out, and when I woke up and I just walked, you're walking like a wall of water, basically suspended in the air. It's
God
gross.
Damn.
How's life on your end there, Chris?
It's a nice 60 degrees.
Oh, that sounds nice. Yeah.
It's been so chill. I think the high was like 77 or something. It was around that temperature. It was like, everything's fine. And then I get calls from like my friends in New York or whatever. It's like it's impossibly hot. And I'm like, all right, good. You borrowed it from us for a little while,
right?
So it was crazy here for a little bit, and then it just kind of subsided, and now you guys have it. Now the East Coast has it.
Yeah, it's bad. It's only going to get worse apparently for the next couple of days. Apparently, let me see here. On 4th of July, we're recording this on the 2nd. I have to go to a party on the 4th of July, which is going to be, dubious at best, I think. Yeah, tomorrow, so 102 degrees Friday, 102 degrees Saturday, and that's just that's not what it feels like. That's the actual temperature. I just got an email from Patreon. It says, "You have one refund request to approve or decline." Let's click on it and see. This site doesn't secure a secure connection. All right. I'm clicking on it anyway. What is the request? I didn't mean to subscribe. I just wanted to look at the page.
What?
I didn't mean to subscribe. I just wanted to look at the page. But you have, see, this person's saying, I won't say his name, but it says he's a member of the Q&A threads tiers. That's $10, but his lifetime amount is $31.26. So what was the accident? Because you've been here. I'm gonna have to marinate on this. We don't get very many refund requests, and I do. The last one, it says here, the last one we got was in April, and I did do it. What was his request? I was signed in under the wrong ID and wanted to pledge under my Apple ID. I'm thinking about declining this one, but I'm going to sit on it for a minute.
Yeah, marinate on it. Think about it.
Let me marinate on it. I don't want to make any rash decisions. It says it expires in 75 days, so I have a little bit of time to figure this out.
You can string it along for a while.
So what else is going on in your life, Chris? Everything else good with you? It's good to see you as always. You're looking fit.
Yeah, I mean, everything's normal. I'm in the middle of like really doing a deep clean of my apartment. Like, because it's getting to that point where it's just like I've accumulated it. I don't really buy a lot of stuff, but I do accumulate things every now and again. It's like, oh, I got this thing, and I was like, what is this wire doing here? I've got a junk drawer full of stuff that I'm like, I should probably just empty this out. So I'm in the process of doing that. I did the I'm serious about it, man. I'm like, I moved the fridge out.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
Clean behind the fridge.
Satisfying.
Wipe the top of the fridge, all that stuff. And it's like, I'm serious. Now it's like, if you survive this cleaning session, like you're probably going to survive forever.
I like a good deep clean. I like a good deep clean myself. You got to keep things orderly in your normal life, but every once in a while, I was saying this just a couple weeks ago, you got to go crazy with it and get every square inch. I just did the top of the fridge myself a few weeks ago. I even did the top, like in our kitchen, very tall ceilings, and the cabinets actually end. And then there's like a space. You would never, ever, ever, it's like 12 feet off the ground or more. I like climb on a ladder and then get on the, like, and then I am up there and I'm dusting it. And I'm like, really, you don't need to be doing this. But also there are just a bunch of nails sticking out of it because of the way they put it in. So I'm like, this is like a fucking Sabbath. This is like a Kevin McAllister sort of situation up here. Like they would put some sort of treasure up there and then the wet bandits would get fucking stabbed in the wrist and die.
Yeah, it's just to kill clumsy rats.
Right.
Or mice as they try to make their escape.
Oh, man. Mice. We had a mouse living in our garage a few winters ago, and we didn't know until we moved things afterwards, and you can just kind of see the remnants of it. And I'm like, oh, good. Good.
Yeah, it's always fun.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. We were walking after dinner, like at night, at like 8 or 9 at night the other night, and there was a huge snake, and it reared up as like it was like on a person's lawn, and we were on the sidewalk. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
Those are probably harmless snakes, though, right? Around
that one was. We looked it up. My uncle, there are poisonous snakes here. Because Mike and I were talking, like where we're from, there are no poisonous snakes.
Yeah.
Like in New England and on Long Island.
Garter snakes.
Yeah, garter snakes and all. Yeah, right. But they are poisonous here. The other thing we saw the other night, because we go out like when the sun is going down. So like this is like this is the day-night transition for animals. And we saw a wolf spider for the first time. It was the biggest spider I had ever seen in my life, like with my own 2 eyes. Horrifying. We actually stopped and looked at it. And I know this is going to bother people, but I'm like, I feel the need to kill this thing.
Yeah.
But then I was like, it's too risky. I don't know what this thing's capable of. I don't know. And then we looked it up when we got home. So we left it alone. We looked at what we got home, and it can move 2 feet a second. I'm like, oh, good. So I would have like went to stomp it, and it would have already been up my pant leg.
Right.
Very.
Yeah.
Good.
No,
Dude,
you don't want to fuck with this.
Horrifying.
Dude, you know what's crazy? I don't know if this is true around you, but I only learned about this recently. Is that there are certain parts of the South where like there's a thing called spider shine. Are you familiar with this?
No.
So I don't know if it's specifically with the phone camera or if you need specific lights, but if you have your phone camera out and you have your flashlight out and you kind of like pan across your lawn at night, you can see like little glows in the grass. And a lot of people think it's dew, but it's actually like the reflection of the light out of the spider's eyes.
Oh, good.
And it's
I'm going to do that tonight. Scare Micah.
Yeah, hopefully you don't get too many glows because it's
we have a lot of spiders here, man.
There's so many spiders that there's so many more. It's amazing how many spiders there are around at any given moment, considering how little I see them.
Right, exactly.
They're masters of stealth in ways that I didn't anticipate. It kind of makes things like oh my god, what's that movie? Rick Moranis, How I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh, How I Shrunk the Kids. Yeah.
It makes like things like that like feel a little bit more like. I mean, aside from the science,
right?
Makes things like that feel a little bit more believable because I'm thinking in my mind like, where are these spiders really? I feel like I never see.
It's like a game of Grounded.
Yeah,
out there. I agree. Like you're always within proximity of a spider. Like, because when I go out there, I'm like, damn, dude, if you just look, there are just so many bugs and animals and things around here. Long Island's very natural, but it's just different. And like, Mike and I laugh about this all the time because I sit on my back porch and I smoke joints or whatever. You know, I was out there at like 3 a.m. smoking a joint last night before I went to bed, and like bugs just run into the house. Like they're so stupid. Like you just hear full speed ahead, like a beetle just like boom, like this siding noise, and then just fall to the ground and then like flutter and go. And I'm like, why are you guys are just? And there's a million different kinds of them, and they're all just. I don't mind them so much. I'm not so. Only spiders really creep me out. Or very exotic bugs. But I don't really give a shit. In fact, like I have a lot of pollinating, like my yard is like a pollinator yard in quotes, because we have so many fucking plants and flowers and stuff like that. So I like the bees and I like the butterflies and I like the dragonflies. But man, these other things, these mosquitoes and these horseflies and these spiders and devious creatures.
I just don't want them on me.
Right.
That's my only. If you can respect my autonomy and just like not land on me or not fly, like not whisper a slur in my ear real quick.
Right.
Like it feels like they do sometimes. It feels like really nefarious the way they.
Yeah, I hate that shit. And like, especially when they're persistent. So like you keep swatting and you just hear it. and you're like, why can't I get you?
Yeah. And also, why are you here for so long? Gnats do that sometimes. They'll hover around your ear for a while. And it's as if they're trying to tell you something.
I think they might be attracted to like the heat or something of your ear, maybe, or something like some hole, or I don't know. They're dumb. This comes up every few months on the show. Like they got to eradicate the mosquito. They can do it.
I'm not that concerned with the what's the word? Ecological.
Yeah, the ecological.
Not really concerned
downfall.
with the ecological blowback of getting rid of mosquitoes. One of my favorite things about mosquitoes, though, is that they have their own mosquitoes. You know this, right? Like how
we thought yes.
My favorite thing about him. It's like I love like what assholes. A karmic, what a like that's the most that's the best evidence I've ever seen that there is a God. Is that mosquitoes have to suffer the consequences of themselves as well. That is justice.
It's funny. Like I wonder if they realize how much we hate them. No, they just don't have they don't have the bandwidth to understand that. I was watching this interesting thing about bee intelligence and like how there was these studies done recently about how like these things are maybe smarter than we think.
Sure.
Like, but they really only have so much processing power at the same time. Can't anthropomorphize them too much.
There's different types of intelligence, I think. I think being able to, I mean, bees are incredibly smart, but like they're not gonna like, replace my catalytic converter with any real with any real significant prowess. But yeah, I don't know.
There's like 10,000 of them, and they're like lifting it out of the car. Or whatever.
I'm more convinced of like octopuses.
Oh yeah,
and things like that. You know, like that. I think there's something to it. Where I'm like,
yeah, like are you on the level? Is like the question. Yeah, like
if you were, because I think we know intrinsically, like if you gifted the gift of speech to like a dog, it wouldn't say anything of any real value. You know, it would ask for food probably. It would say like hungry.
Right. Hungry.
Play.
Food.
It wouldn't say it.
Right.
But I think an octopus might ask you something. You know what I mean? Like I feel like, which is a little distressing.
Might write the next great American novel.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't like animals. We talked about this recently with monkeys, where I'm like, I don't like animals that are on the level. Where I'm like, you're too much on the level. Like I feel like you understand too much, and it's weird for me to. Like, we can't communicate with each other really, but like you're definitely not as stupid as a dog or something. And I love dogs, but like the dogs are suspended at 3-year-olds, basically human 3-year-olds. We've talked about it before, is that dogs come out smarter than humans.
Right.
And like as a small dog, they're actually smarter than a small human. And then they just stop. Right. And then the humans start. Right, exactly. That like at 2.5 years old or whatever. And then it's like it's different for these monkeys. They cap out at like 10. You know? Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't know, dude. Like you have some sort of dolphins, the same thing. Like, what are you doing? What's going on in your life? I don't know. I don't like it.
Nobody knows. Yeah.
This is why we need to go to Mars, because there are no animals there. No bugs.
Until we find some worm.
Yeah, great.
Some godforsaken creature. Oh man.
Oh boy. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, everyone. It's good to be here with you guys today for episode 418. We're pleased to be sitting with you. It's usually 3 of us, but our producer and co-host Dustin is on paternity leave, and he'll be back whenever he wants to come back. But he's seeing all of your well wishes, and he appreciates you guys. And I'm basically just trying to leave him alone. I don't know. I just don't want to. When I don't like being, I'm Dustin's boss. It's like I don't really like that, but nonetheless, that is the reality, and you don't want to hear from that person. That's my opinion. You know,
right?
Like you don't want to hear from him right now.
Yeah, your boss.
Yeah, like I actually would feel more comfortable getting in touch with him if he was on the clock, but he's not. So just let him do his thing. Let him enjoy. You know, let him enjoy. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm like trying to keep it together every day of my life.
Oh, yeah.
But it's becoming more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
You can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia for early ad-free access to this show and all the shows in our network. Many shows. Defining Duke, the Xbox podcast, done by Cog and Maddie. We have Summon Sign, the gameplay podcast hosted by Brad. We have the Nintendo podcast co-hosted by Punching Up, co-hosted by Brad and Micah. And of course, Sacred Symbols Plus as well. Every week, the supplement to this show, only on Patreon, at least in the beginning, audio and video. We get deep into interviews and topics and discussions and game reviews and all the rest. So I recently had Reese Elliott on for a 2-hour conversation. He's from Alinea Analytics. We talked a lot about the game business, literally. I have this in here twice, I think, the end of Destiny. You're doing this, right? Or have you done it already?
Yeah, it's gonna be me and Cog. We're gonna try and do it, I think, in the next day.
Okay, cool. So that's I hope so. That's the next one. I have nothing prepared. if you I could probably pivot, but let me know when you can.
Yeah, I'll let you know by the end of today.
Pragmata review discussion went up recently. A bunch of Saros stuff, Saros review discussion and Spoilercast, and the interview with Saros's director, Gregory Loudon, and their brand director, Mikhail Haveri. So please look forward to that. And yeah, there's so many other things. I have a few things lined up for July, but I think there's just so much happening that I want to be a little more pliable too. I want to have Hogue back on to talk about some things. We're not covering it here. It's a little above our pay grade on this show, but like I want to get into the lawsuit that has been filed, I think in California against the RAM manufacturers. I don't know if you saw that they're a cabal and they're colluding with each other, or not a cabal, a cartel, and that they're colluding with each other. So I want to get into all that stuff. I think that'll be fun. So keep an eye out for that. Sacred Streaming continues as well. That's every Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern time. I've been going alone for a couple of weeks, and then I had Lockmort on last week. We're having a good time over there. So come join us. We'll get into some more gameplay and some other stuff as well. I'm kind of getting my sea legs because I don't really know what I'm doing. Although I'm getting better at setting it all up. It's not as the thing I keep reminding myself, Chris, when I stream is I'm like, I've said this on the stream, is like the stupidest motherfuckers you've ever met do this. I had to remind myself of this when I don't like driving, right? But when I was younger, and I don't drive really, but when I was younger and I had to get my dad bought me, I've told this like a Ford Ranger, and I learned how to drive and all the rest. That was what I told myself. Like, and I was like a high schooler. I'm like, you can do it. This dude has a 65 IQ and he's fucking hurtling down the Long Island Expressway. You can do it.
Yeah.
You know? So it's the same thing with the streaming setup where it was it is daunting. It's a lot of bullshit. It's way too complicated. But
yes.
But also we're not just going live with like, I can just go live on my phone. But like obviously we use OBS and have like an overlay and the ability to use. So I'm sure there's a lot to it. Nonetheless, it's getting better. It's getting better. And we had a good time with Lockmort. Thank you for everyone's kind words on that. Towers wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Crew. Glad to see Lockmort was able to attend Sacred Streaming on Monday, not Tuesday and Wednesday, or maybe Thursday. Who's the next guest? I'll hang up and listen while I purchase Naughty Bear before the PS3 storefront shuts down. You should buy Naughty Bear because it's a wonderful game. It's not a wonderful game. It's a ridiculous thing to say about Naughty Bear, but I liked it a lot. The next guest, I don't know. Oh, I did reach out to Jaffe because I thought it would be a really good time to have him on. And he's always available and he's always willing. You know, Jaffe and I have a really good friendship behind the scenes, very strong friendship. So he's always available for me and vice versa. But this time I was surprised because I just emailed him. I'm like, all right, that's what we'll do. We'll have Jaffe on. And then I kind of stopped. I forgot about it. And a few hours later, I got the email response and he's like, oh, I think he's traveling at that time. And I'm like, what?
Oh,
what do you mean?
Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. So that's out the door. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. I feel like I don't want to do it until Dustin comes back because it's a little too sophisticated, but I think we got to get the PS3 more involved, especially with recent news.
Oh, yeah.
And, do some other stuff. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. I have a lot on my mind right now. It's a busy time. Merch, laststandmedia.store. Brandon Stark wrote in and said, hello, Chris, Colin, and maybe welcome back, Dustin, for the physical media segment. Merch idea. You're getting a little presumptive, aren't you? Merch idea. Parody the Second Amendment crowd. We need a sticker or a shirt that reads, come and take it next to a picture of a game case. Hope everyone has a good weekend. Yeah, we could do that. I don't know. I love the come and take it flag, like the Texas Revolution flag. I think that flag's dope. And there's obviously the form of like the assault rifle on it as well. That's fairly famous. I don't know how we would represent a game case. It's monochrome, right? It's black and white. So you can't have like too much detail. You can't have so it can't be the CD because it won't look right. Right? I don't think. And then the case, it's just a rectangle. See, the come and take it flag is awesome because it's a cannon, right? Like you can tell what it is. I like the idea, but I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think it fits. I don't think it works. You could probably get some talented artists to figure it out, but like it's not us.
I had a comment I bought on Amazon years ago. I bought a come and take it shirt with like an assault rifle on it. I thought it was cool, but I thought it was just gonna be like over the breast, like a little thing, just some little mild thing.
Oh, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing.
Yeah. Then I got it. Yeah, and it's like it was like I think it was like that and then on the back it's the huge
version of it.
And I'm like an M4 or something. I'm like, all right, I don't think I can wear this to work.
That's awesome.
Let's get into some topics of discussion. Obviously, we have big topics in the games industry to get into, which we will. Yeah. Patience, please.
Relax.
Hiley and Andy wrote in and said, "Good day, gentlemen. Giving a shout out to all the LSM for keeping me distracted in recent weeks during a truly tumultuous time. My wife's water broke 9 weeks early, with my child being born just a few days later. Everyone is 100% healthy. That's good to hear. We will all be practically living out of the NICU for at least a few weeks. Please join me in welcoming baby girl Lily into the LSM family. Excuse me. Assuming all continues to go, it's not a good time to burp. You know, it wasn't a good time. My body. Yeah, it's not a good time.
That's good.
Assuming all continues to go well, my only hurdle will be protecting her from my wife's unhinged Genshin Impact habit. That is too bad. Lily, named after Lillymo, which in turn is named after Lily, a dog.
Right.
I see what you're doing.
Interesting.
Congratulations to you. That's wonderful.
Yeah, congrats. That's great.
9 weeks early is early. That's very early, but I'm glad everyone is healthy. Modern medicine is pretty remarkable. I know we're impatient because like there are things we like. Famous football player just got diagnosed with MLS, for instance, and it's like there are these things that just linger for generations, and we don't know what to do about it, and it's horrifying. And like you see them coming like slow moving freight trains, and you can't get off the track. But for all of those are horrible things, there are so many other things that we've like just sorted out, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Yeah,
it's cool. Yeah, it's crazy. That's really early though. That's wild. Glad everything's all right.
Still, the character creator wasn't done yet.
Yeah, it's like you accidentally skip to the end.
Yeah,
you're like, oh shit.
But at least everyone's okay. It's not like the baby came out looking like my Bloodborne character or something like that. Because then you might want to put it back.
Yeah, right. That would
go back. You're not done yet. You're not done yet.
You got to spend weeks living in a jar with like translucent skin.
The back to tank. Star Wars reference. I was always fascinated by that in Empire Strikes Back, like Luke in the back to tank after he gets attacked by the Wampa. Like it's so cool looking, like suspended with like the mask over them, the cool 2-1B droid dealing with them. Oh God, Empire. So I know they had it at that point. Man.
I know that from Dragon Ball Z. In Dragon Ball Z, they have like the basically that.
Yeah,
literally that.
And I think Weapon X or whatever is also the same, because I think they made a figure for that, like the Wolverine, whatever. I don't know though.
I
remember him coming in like a thing like that as well. The toy was really cool. I wouldn't mind having a back to tank. Like you have like people have like these like isolation chambers and these cold baths and all this. Like put me in get the 2-1B droid to put me in the back to tank for fucking 30 minutes. I need to recover a little bit.
Seeing just a normal fucking person in a back to tank. Just like, what are you recovering from? It's just like, I just read a lot of really annoying news.
Yeah. I'm a little hungover.
Right.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, the online solution to talk therapy that lowers all imaginable barriers to entry and getting the care you may need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols. It's hard for some of us to understand, but even here in the modern era, there still exists a reluctance among some people to seek out therapy, even if they feel they need it. BetterHelp's 2026 State of Stigma report surveyed 2,000 Americans and revealed that while 85% of them believe getting support is wise, 74% say society discourages them from doing so. In other words, there's a disconnect here that still needs to be bridged, and BetterHelp continues to pioneer a trail towards accessible therapy for all. Their technique is simple yet effective. By conducting their business entirely online, BetterHelp meets you where and when you are, With more than 30,000 licensed therapists available on their roster to assist you with all of life's mental ailments, from trouble with family, in a relationship, or at work, to listlessness or hopelessness or whatever other human condition happens to define you and your reality at any given time. And I can relate. I'm literally diagnosed depressed, and I've been going to therapy on and off for like 35 years now. So I speak from experience when I say that talking to someone really can help you, but only if you're honest with yourself and your therapist, keep an open mind, and take the first step towards getting better. Because that's what it's all about, right? Living, as the somewhat tired cliche goes, your best life. Conducted via audio, video, or just by text. Affordable for those without health insurance. Accessible to anyone without transportation or many gaps in their busy schedule. The only question is, what else BetterHelp could actually do to convince you to reach out? Not much else, I'd say. It's all on you. Don't let stigma stand in the way of support. Start therapy with BetterHelp. Sign up and get 10% off your first session at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for quality online therapy that can help you right now, head to betterhelp.com/symbols today. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Cash App, the ever-useful digital wallet with a suite of excellent features for those looking to spend, transfer, and save. Learn more now at cash.app or on the actual Cash App today. Scams are everywhere, and you obviously don't have to tell me that. After all, it was just like a month ago that my PSN account was boosted by scammers tricking hapless customer service agents, and in reality, everyone's susceptible to the internet's infinite chicanery. But when you get the Cash App card, not only do you get access to a ton of perks and benefits like exclusive early access to nationwide concert presales or discounts on popular brands, but you will also have extra security with the power to instantly lock or unlock your card right from your phone in just one tap. If a suspicious transaction pops up on your card, Cash App has your back by automatically declining the purchase and sending you a heads up to confirm if it's you or not. Behind the scenes, you can rest assured knowing your account balance is protected by 24/7 fraud monitoring. Spend with peace of mind today and order a Cash App card in the app or at cash.app/card. New Cash App customers can earn $10 if they use the code SECURE10, that's SECURE10, in their profile at signup and send $5 to a friend within 14 days. Terms apply. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Cash App Visa Debit Flex cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. And the Bancorp Bank N.A., pursuant to a license from Visa USA, Inc. See terms and conditions for the Sutton Prepaid Card, Sutton Debit Flex Card, and Bancorp Debit Flex Card. Discounts and promotions provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures. Andrew C. wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Gents. Slow news week, huh? My girlfriend and I recently got our own place. Congratulations. The apartment is awesome. We're elated to be in our own space without roommates, but there is one caveat. Our upstairs neighbors walk around in what I can only assume to be concrete shoes from 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. So that's a 20-hour little parcel of time. They don't sleep very much. It's like my dad. I've mentioned it to management, but at what point do I take matters into my own hands? Should I leave a QR code on their door that links to a video of people walking loudly, or should we just swallow it and wear headphones when sleeping? Have you ever dealt with noisy upstairs neighbors? If so, what did you do? Thanks in advance for the insight. I'll hang myself by my PS5 disc edition and listen." Can everyone stop hanging themselves? Like, I don't know why you want to do that. Like, it's not that bad.
It also seems like, quite frankly, like a really bad way to go.
Yeah, you don't want to hang yourself.
Like, I don't know if I'd want to experience that, really.
I mean, it is. There's no good way to do it, really. You know, like sure. But I'm saying, like, that's like the good part of it is like there's no easy switch. You know, like some people want to be gratuitous, some people want to be dramatic, right?
Right.
But there's no like easy way to do it, and that's good. Think twice.
Right.
And 3 times, thrice even, before you do anything stupid and permanent. You understand?
Out there? Those stories of the people who jump off the bridge and then, like, while they're falling, they're like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah. It's like, well, too late. Enjoy.
Well, those are the people that end up being fined somehow.
Yeah.
They break a bone or whatever.
Belly flop.
Oh, God.
Apparently, like, at some point, the tension of the water and the speed, like your terminal velocity, it's like hitting concrete.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
which is interesting.
I mean, you feel that even if you slap water.
Yeah.
Like if you're in a pool or something, it's like it's incredibly hard if you like hit it with enough force.
I always just thought, like, if like you're going really fast, it'd be hard to line it up. If you jumped out of an airplane over the ocean, let's say, right? and you didn't have a parachute, but you had a rock, let's say it was like a rock the size of like a tennis ball, right? And you're falling and you're falling and you're falling, and right before you hit, you throw the rock down under you. Seriously, it breaks the tension it breaks the surface tension of the water, and then you probably go right through.
Maybe.
I don't think
know. That sounds
I just don't think you can time it well.
No, let's test it out. Let's get Jamie Heineman and the Mythbusters to figure it out. It sounds because then you'd be flying into a rock, though, wouldn't you?
If you threw it down, I guess you would encounter it. Maybe you need someone on the ground to do it, like right before you land. Like just throw the rock in the water.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. That reminds me of like troll physics or something. From like just before a plane crash, just jump. And then you'll be fine.
Right. Like, yeah, just get out. Just, yeah, exactly. The problem is you're also going that speed when you jumped.
No, I know.
But if given enough time, if you were suspended in like low gravity and you jumped and the plane was still going, eventually you would hit the back of the plane if you were given enough time, because you're slowing down immediately. It's just that everything is going too fast. Anyway, don't kill yourself.
Yeah. As far as the noisy neighbors go, which is the spirit of the question.
Yes. I
don't know. I feel like I've probably been the noisy neighbor. The thing that always bothered me, though, is when management would be called on us, because we're not murderers. So, like, I just don't understand why you wouldn't just, like, if we're being loud, just knock on our door and ask us to, like, I don't care about that. Like, it's fine. And I've done that before also. And people are normal about it. Because most people don't know how loud they're being. They don't know they don't know. You can't, unless you're literally testing it out with like friends of yours in different apartments in your building, you don't know how much noise you're making and how much of it goes through a wall or whatever. Like, you don't know. So like most people are just like genuinely apologetic. They're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. And then they don't do it.
Yeah, just be more mindful. Yeah, it is putting you in a position, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, you got to go talk to them at least first. You got to give them an opportunity to self-correct.
Yeah,
it might go badly. They might be dickheads, but at least then you wouldn't care. Then you can be let loose.
At that point, you could do the manager stuff, but it always bothered me whenever like it would be like whenever management was like the first option. It's like, really, you're gonna tattle?
Yeah, right.
You're just gonna come to me like a fucking adult. Like,
it
just seemed insane. And when people did that, by the way, I had less of an inclination to care. And like whenever management would be called on us, I would be like, all right, let's install a sound system out of spite. It always bothered me.
I've had generally good neighbors, thankfully, in my experience. I lived in dorms when I was in college. Obviously, that's going to be loud and boisterous or whatever. And I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah.
There was a place in college so I always lived in the dorms, but I basically was dating a girl the entire time in college. So and she lived off campus. So I basically just lived with her. Like I was like one of the best roommates for the people I was living with.
Oh, right.
Because I was never there. And then, you would think I was annoying to the people she lived with, and maybe I was, I don't know, but I don't think so. And they used to, because I just stayed in her room basically and was quiet, but I would take out the garbage and do all this, these little things or whatever. And there was a situation where one of the places they lived one of the years, like the people upstairs were really loud. They walked around loud, and we had like conflict with them. And what I remember was like I just remember it so well with them being like, you don't even fucking live here, to me. I think it's so funny. And I'm like, I know I'm somehow involved in this though. And then later things like kind of cool. Like I thought they were kind of dickheads. Actually, they weren't like the nicest people to us generally. But then they like knew that we smoked weed, because you could probably smell it in the hallway or whatever. So they like asked us to get them weed a few times, and because they were dickheads to us, I would buy them weed, and then I would skim a little off the top.
Yeah, you might as
well. A little quid pro quo for your loudness.
Yeah.
I remember it sounded like they were on roller skates, like upstairs. It was like, It was insanity. But other than that, like as an adult, I've actually been kind of blessed with with pretty good situations. When I lived in the building where you and I met, that building's like a newer luxury building, and you can't hear shit in that place, right? Like, so, but like in the older places I lived, it was fine. When I lived in my place in San Francisco for most of the time I lived there, it was an old Chinese like widower. But now he, I do remember I didn't understand this. Like suddenly he had a dog, right? Like out of nowhere. And I'm like, Johnson has a dog? But then like, so what ended up, fast forward, it's like his son left his dog with him because they had a baby, and the baby and the dog, like the dog didn't like the baby, or like some weird shit. So
That's
like
crazy.
for a few years, like this dog just randomly lived with him, and he would lock him in the back room when he wasn't there. And it was like a yappy dog, and you just hear it, and it was right above my room. And that was one problem. But like I used to just take a broom and just boom, boom, and like and the dog would stop. Oh. And then when I realized I was leaving these little divots in the ceiling, and like when I moved out and everything was empty, I like looked up, and there were just like these like little, like not even like a millimeter, but like you could see where I was bashing on the ceiling.
That's crazy. That's crazy that a dog. I gotta be honest with you. Like if that happened, like if I had a kid and the dog hated it immediately, I'd be really concerned about that.
It's like Rosemary's Baby.
Right. Yeah. It's just like, you know how difficult it is to piss off a dog as like a completely docile stranger that's like half the size of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like there's something about that that's like, ooh, I don't know. We got to keep an eye on. Like that would actually unironically determine how strict I was with that kid. You know, like if the dog growls at the baby, it's just like, no Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, right. There's perhaps a sociopathic or psychopathic tendency within this child.
Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but like it's concerning. That's concerning.
Andrew, as Chris said, you have to it's unfortunate. It's one of the hallmarks of this show. You've been put in a situation, and I hate that shit.
Sure.
I hate it. I hate being in situations. I hate being put in situations. But nonetheless, you find yourself in a situation. I think you got to just put your shoulder into it and be like, we got to talk to these people and just let them know. Like you got to, and then you go from there. But that's where you begin the campaign. And it could just, and then at every choice you make from here, it could end like that. But like Chris said, it does go from the difference between tattling and reporting is giving the person the opportunity to self-correct first. And then at that point, you have to go to the powers that be.
Sure.
Same if you have a dispute with your neighbor or whatever. It's funny because I just had everyone over for Father's Day. And so people have now observed this like 3 seasons in a row. I live in like a neighborhood with like, you know, like kind of windy roads. So my backyard is actually like if you look out in the backyard, it's like a circle, kind of like an oval of properties that all like look into each other's yards. And so I border like 4 houses. Like my yard is like a weird parallelogram. I don't know what the fuck it is. And one of the guys like never mows his back lawn. It's just like dead, like long, like wild looking grass and dead. And every time someone like we have people are like, oh, it's like across a culvert. We both have fences. It doesn't bother me really. I don't give a shit. And people are like, oh, like what's this? And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? Like, it's not like, what do I care?
Right.
You know, I actually told them, and I'm dead up. I'm like, this just makes my yard look way better. You know,
right.
Like you're looking around, you're like, oh, nice yard. Welcome. Oh, not so nice yard. Nice. And then so on and so forth. I'm like, this is good. This actually works to my advantage in some way. But also you have to understand that. So like, it would be easy enough for me to go to the AHOA. This is the example I was going to bring up is like, but I would never do that to someone unless they were like preposterously dickheaded. And I actually know this person, and see, knowing a little bit, maybe you have to learn a little bit, Andrew, about the situation you find yourself in. Because I happen to know this person. He lives by himself. His name is Anthony. He was a long haul trucker, and he actually used to park his like truck, like his little cab in front of his house. And he's retired now, and his knees are shot, and he's all fucked up. So you got to just, so I'm like, what am I going to, like, who cares, man? This guy's got bigger fish to fry. Now, if he was like blasting music, or his house was like true disrepair, or maybe if I was selling my house and you didn't want like people to be like, what the fuck is this? You know, I could turn a buyer off or whatever. Maybe you get a little, but even then I'd go and be like, can I mow your back lawn? Like, that's what I would probably do, is like, I'll mow it.
Yeah.
It'll take 5 minutes. You know,
Right.
Andrew, good luck to you. It's a tough one, but
Yeah.
you'll persevere. I mean, I couldn't live in a situation like that. Like there would have to be a resolution to that. You can't just live like that.
Oh man.
You can't live in like a truly.
Yeah,
I
that
remember when I was a freshman at Northeastern, like my roommate, who was fine, but like he snored and it ruined. Like I was prepared for it. Like every night where I'm like, I have to deal with this again. You know, like
yeah.
it
There's
sucks.
some noise. There's some noise that I like noise, but like there's a type that is kind of indefensibly irritating.
City noise is good.
I grew up in the city, so like I'm used to it being loud. Like even like car horns and shit. Like it just reminded it. All it did was give me the calms. It was like calming in a way because I knew that the world was still there, which is like a weird way to frame it. But it's just like, oh, everything's fine. Life is still going on. Like I can relax knowing that there are cars going by and people arguing in the street and just loud conversations and whatever. But if everything is silent and then there's just like bashing footsteps above me, that's a different scenario.
Right. I like city noise, like random noise. My apartment in San Francisco was near Lincoln, which is a thoroughfare on the south end of Golden Gate Park. So a lot of traffic on there, and like, yeah, that didn't bother me at all. But I am having a situation now in my backyard. Like, so my the compressor in my pool pump broke, so they had to replace it. And the pool pump used to make like a white noise, loud, but like a white, consistent white background noise. Now it makes like a woo, 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 kind of like whirling noise, but it's low. Like you wouldn't even pay attention to it. But then I emailed the pool people because I'm like, listen, dude, I go into the pool and I space out. That's what I do. I just like look in the sky, or like drink a beer and like just look at the fucking clouds or something like that. And I'm like, it's distracting the shit out of me. Like it wasn't like this. It is now. Like, I'm sorry. I know this is a weird thing. You're probably rolling your eyes, but like someone's got to look at this. It's like, it can't stay like this. Like I needed to go back to the white noise.
Right. White noise is good.
Yeah. Yeah. Dagan has a white noise machine in his house, which I had never seen. People use something like usually something to make white noise. Like I have a fan that makes white noise, but there's like a white noise manufacturer, which is so strange.
That's people like that shit. Couldn't you just play that on your phone or something? Or like,
yeah, I mean, there's probably a fucking Spotify. Someone's probably making $1 million a month on Spotify.
Just white noise.
Yeah, just white noise. The track is 7 days long and people just play it.
Oh man.
All right. JP Morgan John Doe wrote in and said, afternoon, Colin and son. I write today to ask Colin what his succession plan is. Should tragedy befall you, will you let a woman, Mama Micah, inherit your throne? Your right-hand man, Dustin, mayhaps your brother. The wild card Jaffe? Are you serious? Will you divide the fiefdoms amongst your generals like Alexander, or will you name baby Leon and let a council of regents tend to your kingdom in the years before he reaches the majority? That's a good idea. Or will you simply cry havoc and let slip the dogs of God of War? Thank you, JP Morgan John Doe, for writing in. We've talked a little bit about this, I think, on Constellation back in the day, but I would assume Micah would take the company over.
Interesting.
I just don't really know. I'm the sole owner of it. So if we didn't have it in a will, otherwise she would just inherit the company along with everything else. So, but I think I would want everyone to do what they would want to do. Like, I think what would be important would be to like, for everyone to get together and say, like, do you want to continue? And if so, like, how does it go? Because I think that would be important, that like, we don't want to have prisoners. And then you would have to kind of reimagine what the company was. And maybe it becomes more of like a collective at that point. I don't really know.
Yeah. Yeah. The big question is to whether or not Micah, if she were to step into the role, whether or not the audience would assume she killed you.
Right. And that would be a safe assumption, by the way.
What does she know about any of this?
That would be, yeah. I mean,
there would be a million conspiracy theories.
Suicidal. I'm not suicidal.
Oh man.
I really don't know. Can we stop talking about me dying?
Yeah, it comes up a lot.
It's getting a little grisly at this point.
It comes up fairly often.
My friends, let's get into the news. Dylan Gibson wrote in and said, another slow news week, I bet.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we had almost 400 inquiries submitted this week, which I'm pretty sure is a record. When I saw it, I looked at it, I was like, oh, God. I mean, I got to be honest with you. That was the first thought in my mind. I'm like, oh, my God, I got to read all this fucking shit. Christ. But like the thread goes live at 3 p.m. on Wednesdays Eastern, and I went and I usually don't even look at it until like midnight. I put the show together that afternoon, and then I usually patch everything else in at that point, give people time. But I went and looked at it like 4:30 or 5 or something, and it already had like 150 comments, and I was like, oh Christ, I gotta like start tearing through this. So multiple times yesterday, I started going through and getting the threads together. So thank you guys so much for submitting. But on a slow news week, it is certainly not. Indeed, we'll get into the first topic now. And Jack Fining says, what an unfortunate news week to not have Dusty Boy in the house. Physical defenders rise up. Oh, you want Dustin? Okay. Dustin Furman, it's good to see you. Welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show. It's been a few weeks. You're not back permanently yet.
No.
But the bat signal, by the way, pretty good meme?
Pretty good. Very good.
Someone tweeted at me, said that took you 3 hours, didn't it? And I'm like, it took me like 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm saying that and being like, it took an exorbitant amount of time for me to make.
That is a very long time for what that image was.
I had, I'm using the magnetic lasso. I'm doing, I'm just not very good. Also now when I load Adobe products, it tells me that it doesn't no longer supports my operating system. I'm like, okay. So everything's going on really well there. But Dustin, it's good to see you. Pleasure to have you.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the baby?
The baby's downstairs. I believe he's satiated. He literally 30 minutes ago, Holly changed his diaper. Go to pick him up. My hands are just covered in piss.
Nice.
And that's the reality I've learned in the last 2 weeks is that it's just a lot of piss.
Not too different from your normal life.
No. He's I've been baptized a few times already. Just straight from the fountain. Like a man has pissed on me in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's rough.
But it's great. Everything is going fantastic.
That's wonderful.
Really,
That's
legitimately though, like he, I know things can change very quickly, but as of right now, he's not like colicky. He's very easy overall to deal with. He eats a ton, so that's like the hardest thing is just like staying consistent with the feeding. I mean, it's mainly Holly. Holly is being drained figuratively and literally.
Come on, man.
So what's wrong with a little breastfeeding?
I know.
I mean, come on.
I just that word drained is like, I don't know. There's something about that word.
I learned something.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Holly will be okay that I mentioned this. They say like, oh, when a mother, when they're breastfeeding, if the baby starts crying, they'll start leaking. It's absolutely true. I didn't know. It seems like something that wouldn't be true, but it actually is true that the baby will start crying and then something activates. It's actually pretty fascinating.
That does sound fake to me, but I also believe it.
Yeah. Now, one other baby thing, because as Colin said, I'm not actually back, but one thing I do want to bring up is Chris, before I left, you were talking about evolution and how much of having a kid is a debuff. And how did this even happen?
Right.
And I've been thinking about that on and off since he was born. It's amazing.
Right.
Like when you have a baby, when they're a fresh baby, you have to wake up every 2 to 3 hours for weeks. Yeah. And he, as you said, he cries. He can attract predators. The mother needs the baby needs constant attention, but the mom also needs help. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
So
it's nuts.
Yeah, things are very good.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Little Leon. All right, guys, there's a lot of news this week, and Dustin, we have you here for the first one only. I don't know if you're going to stay for the second one too. You can stay as long as you want, but this is the one everyone wanted you, and this is why I put the Dustin signal in the air.
Yeah.
It seemed like you simply had to come back. Although I told you, I'm like, no pressure. I mean, you can do what you want. But I felt like you probably wanted to. I felt like you probably felt it inside of you.
I felt it inside me, and before you said anything, there were many people in the audience that were like, "This is Dustin. This is your moment," and I'm here to answer the call.
Well, on the PlayStation blog, 2 different posts were posted, and we'll get into the first one first and the second one second, as the order usually goes. Both were written. I was thinking about this. Sid Schumann had to write both. They put Sid Schumann's name on both of these, which I think is hysterical. He is the comms guy. I mean, it is kind of his job.
Yeah.
Physical disc production ending in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. It is written. It says, quote, as consumer preferences in the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical discs to digital, physical game disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting January 2028. Following this date, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. This transition has no impact on games that already released or will be releasing prior to January 2028 in disc format. This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical discs. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play games today. We'll continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation in how players can access games. I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. And provide choices as to where players prefer to purchase new games, whether that's at retailers or on PlayStation Store. We remain committed to delivering a world-class gaming experience to our fans, and we thank you for your continued support. End quote. It is worth noting, I don't know how many people actually go to the PlayStation blog that listen to this show. I mean, it's like their official mouthpiece. It's an interesting place to be. You'll note that many posts have, dozens of hearts and maybe a few comments, a couple dozen comments at most, maybe 100 comments if it's big. This post has 6,856 comments on it. I've never, ever seen that. And
no,
that might be as many comments as every post over the last year on PlayStation blog has gotten combined. So, guys, this is huge news. It's all anyone wants to talk about. As we said earlier in the show, where Chris and I did, we had a record number of inquiries, almost 400. So I've been doing a lot of reading. Now, the thread or our document that you guys don't see out there is very long this week because I put a bunch of inquiries in here with different topics that we can touch. I don't think we'll get to all of them, but they're just a way for us to structure things. William Jackson wrote in and said, I'm personally glad that physical games are going away. It's well past time this call was made by someone with the grapefruits to do it. Bravo, Sony. Good riddance. Why would you ever want to share a game with a friend or family member? They're all POS casuals anyway, make them pay full price. Why would you ever want to walk into a retail store and see that physical disc garbage displayed? You don't need to feel the excitement of browsing for sales mixed with the nostalgia. Grow up. Why on any planet would you want to proudly display your dumbass collection to signal to the world you don't have sex? Why do some people still insist on preserving the spirit of video games? Nearly 90% of games are bought digitally. Get on the train, Grandpa. The time for spirit, community, identity, wonderment, and warmth passed you by long ago. Bravo, Sony. Good riddance. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
A little piece of sarcasm to begin things out. Dustin, let's hear from you first. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, this certainly came as a surprise. We all knew that someday this would happen. I just think that we expected it to be another generation before this happens. And so this news is also really interesting coming after the GTA 6 news that you guys, I'm sure, covered last week, being basically digital only with the code in box only, existing on at retail. So you'd have to imagine that Sony tipped Rockstar off about this and was like, yeah, it's not even like worth doing the disc for because we're kind of wrapping this up. But yeah, it's extremely disappointing news. Clearly there's thousands of people that, as you mentioned in the PlayStation blog and across Twitter and everywhere, and our own comments, as you said, that are deeply, deeply upset about this. And I think it makes sense, as I think the hardcore gaming base that is plugged in to these different outlets are going to be the most likely to have physical games and be the most vocal about this decision. So that's kind of my pie in the sky thoughts are, they're doing this because partially for the handheld, I think, because of course that's going to be digital only. Like, I don't think anyone expects any kind of like, they're not going to attach a disk drive to the handheld, right? So they're doing it for that. But I really do think the main reason for this is to have greater control over the marketplace and the sale of these games. Now, the PlayStation blog does point out that they do plan on having codes. I don't know whether it's going to be a box with a code in it or just a card like you see Nintendo and Xbox do that and what PlayStation used to do, being at retail. So it is as I had a tweet that went pretty big a few days ago that was apparently it was on Asmongold and Moist Critical over the last few days, which was crazy. Just pointing out some of the pricing discrepancy between a site like Amazon and the PlayStation Store. And we've pointed this out before in the past on this show. In fact, Colin, I believe it happened to you with the Kingdom Hearts collection that you bought for, what was it, $50, $60?
Yeah, $50 or something. Yeah.
$50 or something. So,
which is a good value. I feel like it is always going to annoy you when you see that kind of shit pop up later,
right.
Like, I don't mind. I think it's a bunch of games, but yeah, it sucks when that happens.
Yeah. So I guess the thing I'll conclude on for now, since I think we should get everyone on the record for this, is just that as I feel like this is it's such an interesting decision right before, as they're getting ready to talk about PlayStation 6 and with the rumors about PlayStation 6 and what the bill of materials is going to cost. And they're looking at ways to increase their profitability. And so they make more profit on digital games. Simply. I mean, there's no middleman. There's no shipping. There's all these different people that need a cut with a physical game. And so this is an option for them to make more profit, not only in the short term, but in the long term, with their ability to really set the prices on games.
Well, we had a satirical write-in. We'll have a more serious one now, and we'll pitch it to Chris after this. Paladin of Pain wrote in. And by the way, as I said, a shit ton of you wrote in. I tried to distribute as much as possible. Please be patient with me. Hey, CNC Podcast Factory, what do we think of Sony's decision to discontinue the production of physical game discs in the years to come? I feel that this can lead to less than desirable outcomes. Imagine getting banned on PSN. I don't have to imagine that. Or getting locked out of your account and losing all of your games. Also cutting out the secondhand and retail markets. Anyway, I'll pack your Amazon packages and listen. So Chris, let's get you on the record. What are your thoughts here? And by the way, I will say this at the top as we lead into what you're saying. So people are thinking that this is a very simple cut or dry thing, is like what is right or what is wrong. I think this is an exceptionally complicated situation with many, many layers. And I want to get in all of them. So Chris, stay 40,000 feet and see what you think.
Yeah, man, not good. Not good in my opinion. I think again, it's too early to do something like this. I think, and I understand it's like, oh, well, this is just the announcement. It's going to happen in 2028. 2028 also, I think, is just too early. Like, I feel like there needs to be more of a lead up to something like this. And it also just, there's a lot of arguments. I understand, like, they want to keep, there's the middleman, and they want to keep a really tight control over the marketplace in which people buy their games. But this coming so soon after the news about them revoking licenses to digital purchases from the TV side of things and from the movie side of things, like, it just doesn't look good. They don't do that with games, as far as I'm aware. Like, it's a games business, so they're better about it. But this is just another example, in my opinion, of just this war on the concept of ownership that is happening, that is broadly designed to keep you paying consistently for the same shit. And we've seen, and this is like a broad topic in general too, like the subscription model and like all of this stuff that's kind of eroded the concept of even just owning these things. I don't like the idea that our only option to own PlayStation games going forward will be just digital. I'm a digital customer primarily, but there's some games that I get physical if I can, like if I love them. If there's like, it's like it's the way that I treat platinums in some way, where it's just like, oh, I really love this game, I'll get it. I have a couple of discs, But even lately, it's just like the special editions of games are just coming with no game at all. And it's like, this is disappointing. And I just think this is this feels just nefarious. And I get the inclination as a business. I get the desire to cut out a middleman, believe me. But I don't know, man. I think as the prime distributor, I guess. PlayStation is the default console, right? Steam has been all digital forever. Xbox is long done away with physical games at this point. I feel like there's some level of responsibility that you have. I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it a moral responsibility necessarily, but like, I'm tired of everything being a profit motive purely. Like, I'm tired of everything just being like, we don't design buildings in an aesthetically pleasing way anymore because we need to make sure that we can resell a McDonald's to a bank if we need to. Like, it's all this other shit. It's like, can we just have something nice? Can we just invest in something nice for just the consumer base and just for people in general? I think investing in the broad, I guess, I don't know, emotional health of your consumer base, I think is a good investment, I think. And I don't know, I just don't like this, even as a digital customer myself. But that's my broad feelings on it. There's deeper things that we can get into, I'm sure. But
oh yeah, there's a million different threads to pull at. That's very well said. I mean, I totally agree with a lot of what you're saying. Is like, when we say it all the time for us too, is like, we as a small company, we don't have stockholders that we have to please or whatever. And that's maybe part of the problem, certainly a big part of the problem of runaway capitalism. But like, I don't maximize profit at all. Like, not even a little bit. I know that's kind of crazy to some people, but I'm like, no, like we're fine. Yeah. And like, things are good. And we don't want to like wring everyone dry. You have to worry about a lot of things outside of the immediacy of what you're doing. Like loyalty, goodwill, value. And I don't think there's any doubt that like Sony is fucking its reputation up, I think, in a way, with in ways that are not, they've been here before. It's not like it's unretrievable from the depths of hell, like where they've been right now. Like, think about the PS3 era, for instance, and like how bad that was. It was bad. Like, and I know we have a lot of younger people that listen or just weren't playing games that during that time. It was fucking bad. Like the PS3 in 2006, 2007, 2008 was fucking bad. It was in bad shape. It was getting walloped.
Right.
And there was a big question of if PlayStation was going to survive. Sony was much more diversified at that time too, so it was like a little less dangerous than it is now. Now, I want to preface everything I say with a few things that I think are important. Number one is similar to Chris, like it, and not similar to Chris, like even more extreme. Like, it doesn't affect me at all. I'm the gamer that is in the vast majority of people that play on PlayStation. Like, I represent actually the mean gamer from a distribution standpoint. There's just no doubt. My purchasing behavior is not normal. I play way more games and buy way more games, but people interact with PlayStation digitally, and I'm one of those people. And so this has zero effect on me at all. I haven't bought a physical game, and I haven't bought a physical PlayStation game. It's funny to say, actually, because Chris and I will talk about it later, but I'm playing Grand Theft Auto 5 right now. And I think that was the last time I bought a physical PlayStation game. Mm-hmm. So 2013. And, to me, the thing I'm confused about with it is that it goes into what Chris was saying about, all right, the profit says this and our margins are this, but like, at what cost do we sacrifice this to get the numbers to go up without all sorts of deleterious effects following us? In other words, is it really worth it? And that's my big surprise here. Is it's important to preface another thing in what I'm about to say with saying, like, Sony didn't just pull the pin on this. Like, they've known this for a long time. This indicates a lot about PlayStation 6, there's only two things about PlayStation 6 which could be true about this right now, right? Either they were going to have a disk drive and they removed it, right? which is hard to believe. There was never going to be a disk drive in the PS6 that came natively with it. That would be so, and a lot of people are saying like, oh, this is to remove the cost of get the cost down. I'm like, no, like it probably just never had one internally. The question is like, would you have some sort of external drive that would connect to it? And I think that's what we all assumed they would do. And it's hard for me to square the financial realities of that, where I'm like, well, you have this shrinking base. They have more data than anyone about the way people interact with their games. So they're being informed by the way people are acting. And it is important to note that if physical games were more, if there was a preponderance of physical game purchases in the space, they wouldn't do this. So it is important to note they do say something very true, right? Which is, quote, this is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical discs. That's true. If you read the Circana data on physical game sales, it peaks in 2009 and it's at an all-time low. It does seem like this year will actually be better for physical games than last year, which is interesting. I think it has to do more with like quality releases. Think of all the Capcom games, for instance, that are coming out. And like things like Crimson Desert, and just there's big games this year. But nonetheless, the trend is the trend. So I think as we're all incensed for this, and I think for different reasons, it's important to note that, to be fair, that like they are right in a way. Like this is what the consumer is doing. The question is, why wouldn't you just allow, now to back up one more space, it's like, the question really is, who's your hardcore audience? And there are probably some casual PlayStation players, probably a lot of them actually, that buy games physically, but they don't really buy games that much. They play FIFA or they play Call of Duty or whatever, and they like to go to the store and they buy those games. But really, the people that buy your physical games are like your core gamers. These are the people that are really important to engage immediately. It's actually kind of worth not making as much money on them per se by selling them physical discs to keep them engaged, because the vibrancy for PlayStation comes from people like that. And there's also no denying that, right? So I guess the big thing that I'm confused about is like they have all these financial excuses. They're not going to talk about any of it, but like there's a lot that goes in the physical games manufacturer that they can just get rid of. From the internal management, like people will get laid off at Sony, right? To like shutting down presumably the entire factory apparatus of making Blu-ray discs for PlayStation. All of those people are laid off. Like it's not a trivial thing. It's not to say you want these people to lose their jobs. Of course you don't, but it's like they're going to save a lot of money by doing this. The question is, why wouldn't you do the opposite? Which is to go to the audience. And this is why you have to give interviews. And you have to be media trained and you have to be able to talk about this in a sophisticated way. And they really have no one that can do it, I don't think. Is to say like, listen, here's the data for PlayStation. It's in our financials, but we want to outline this stuff for you. This is the digital sales of games. These are the physical sales of games. You can see the numbers are going down. It's becoming difficult for us as a company to justify the costs in doing this. We don't want to abandon you, though. It's important that you guys understand that a lot of you, millions of you, like physical games, and we don't want to abandon you, but we have to let you know that it's becoming difficult. We're raising the price of all of our physical games $10. If you want to buy the digital game, starting in 2028, you can even say, right? Starting on January 1st, 2028, physical versions of games that publishers choose to publish on our platform will be $10 more than they will be digitally at launch, right? Disk drives are going to go up in price $50. Like you could just pass along the cost. And it sucks, but that's kind of the way it is, because what they can say is like, we refuse to let the majority of our audience subsidize this anymore. And I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that's the way, like you could just position it like that. Yeah, you would obviously want to massage it, but like, yeah, you could just say like, this is untenable for us at this current time, but we don't want to abandon you. This is the deal. What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. Anything to maintain the option, I guess. I guess to me, it's like, I know like, oh, they're right that, physical is shrinking or whatever. And then digital is the prime way that people play. Like, and I agree. I am primarily digital, but it's important that like, I don't know, data can often, I think about how Xbox was right in 2013 when their data suggested, hey, most people use their Xboxes to stream Netflix.
Mm.
Let's have a showcase where we just focus on like, the media apps, because that's what most people are interested in. And it killed their entire brand. So I think it's important, like data is useful, and you can act on it. I think it's not even unwise to not act on it, but like what you were saying, it's like, that's a way to do it. Or you know what? Make physical games a more boutique thing that would deserve a higher, like make it so like, hey, we get the manuals back, but it costs more or whatever, right? And physical games become like a kind of collector's edition or something, right? Just something to maintain that access and maintain that option, because like just relying solely on the data and just like going like, all right, the data says this, let's do it. It's just like, you're not thinking about the splash damage of what you're suggesting and what you're doing. I mean, dude, like this is the worst press that PlayStation's had probably ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the worst press out. Yeah, I mean, certainly since the hack, but in 2011. Yeah. But and the internet's different now than it was then. They would have gotten roasted. For that sure, during that era now, but it just wasn't quite like this.
It would have been apocalyptic if PlayStation Network was down for 3.5 weeks. But I don't know. Again, data is important. It's valuable. It's worth looking at, and it's worth acting on. But like, you can act on data. You can act on the right data in ways that can fuck you entirely, as Xbox has shown us, as other companies have shown us too. But the Xbox is the most analogous and the most obvious in this instance, where like you just got to be careful. And I don't think this is careful.
Well, let me pull on a thread here too,
please,
for Chris, to kind of tie what both of you guys are saying together. Is that if I remember correctly, Colin, the Insomniac leak had data, which is now, of course, old data about their physical versus digital sales for PlayStation first party. And I remember that split for those games was not what we'll call industry average. Like, if I remember it correctly, PlayStation fans specifically buy first-party PlayStation games physically. Like, I feel like there were splits that were like 30-40% for certain games were buying them physically.
Yeah, I'm trying to find... Gemini is saying... Oh, yeah, the Insomniac leak shows some 70%... that some games sell up to 70% physically. And one game 53% physical in the US alone. The ratio is at that time for first party physical to digital was 35 physical, 65 digital, but it seemed like it spiked for games like Spider-Man. So yeah.
Spider-Man makes sense.
So that's one of those things where, Chris, you're talking about like the data has hidden information that you don't know. It's like, well, sure, it is trending that direction. But as Colin was saying, this is something that is clearly deeply important to your most hardcore of hardcore people. And those are the people that you do want to accommodate and compromise with to some degree. And we haven't even opened the can of worms that's like, okay, well, what about everyone who has PS4 and PS5 physical games for PlayStation 6?
Yeah,
like I go fuck myself.
I wonder. That's one of the things I was saying on Twitter. I was like, I always assumed that the disk drive would work on PS6. Like, well, I always assumed that there would be a disk drive for PS6. But
and there still may be.
That would be so fucking crazy, in my opinion, if they did something like that, where they're like, oh, we're not making the games, but if you want to play your old games, like, we'll make a disk drive for PS6. It's like, holy shit, really?
Well, I mean, is that really that uncommon? I mean, uncommon nowadays, but think about, like, it wasn't there for the Sega Genesis or something, like a master drive adapter.
Oh yeah, for the Master System. You're saying.
Yeah. So it's not unprecedented that you buy something to gain backwards.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it's just like kind of rubbing salt in the wound, where it's like, well, this is like this is almost the harder part, is making the drive, making discs, pressing discs. Been pressing discs since the early 80s, dude. Sony is like the master of pressing discs.
Yeah. Right. It's unquestionably more expensive to make a bespoke drive than it is to make
dude,
discs.
I hope they do something like that, because that would be fucking hysterical.
Well, I know Xbox is talking about like and who the fuck knows what the hell Xbox is even doing anymore, because they just it just seems like a
seems like they're kind of making it up.
I don't even know, but like I think they said something, or I heard something about them working on like maybe a way to digitize like a way to digitize physical games going forward or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that, which I don't understand how you would I don't understand how that works. Like
I don't know. I don't either, really, but
the only thing that I would think is like, is each disc printed with like a unique key on it, or like a code?
It has to be.
I don't know enough about discs. Yeah, it would have to be.
The only other option would be that you would have to burn like something onto the CD or something to like disable it or something, and that obviously can't be done with the laser, like what their hardware. So it's like there's got to be like you either have to disable the disc or you have to
right.
And I'm not saying disabling it from working like on your console. Maybe I don't know. It sounds ridiculous.
I think it's like you got to program the game to install it off the disc and then it laser scratch it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Like you have to do something with it.
I think that when I can't remember who posted that that rumor or leak or whatever. I was looking over and it was saying that it wouldn't work with Xbox One games, but it would work with Series X games, and that it would, so if you put it in and you convert it to digital, it will remain as a digital game, but if you put that game in someone else's console, it will revoke the digital status of the game.
That's interesting. That's a cool idea.
That would be an interesting compromise, because basically you'd have to have some kind of online DRM for that. That's be like, hey, we'll let you use this digitally, but you have to be online. And because there would be ways where it's like, okay, make it digital and then unplug your Ethernet forever, and then you can just use this game and give it to a friend or something. But it would at least be a compromise of like, okay, we'll let you use these games, but you have to be online in order to use them.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I guess my whole thing with this, guys, is, and I think we all agree on this, is like, I just don't understand why you would do this. I'm sure the math is compelling from a numerical standpoint. I'm sure they're like, we're going to make so much more money now. And I think that their strategy probably even withstands the fact that they're going to lose people because of this. The problem for the people that are leaving, and we'll talk about this a little later, is like, there's nowhere for you to go. I mean, like, the status quo that PlayStation will enter in 2028 has long been the status quo on other platforms. The only place you can go is Switch. You're going to go there?
Well,
come on.
Well, the issue isn't necessarily, I don't think it's necessarily that people are they're leaving to go find other places where it's physical. They're going to places where, like, all right, well, if I'm going to be on a platform that is all digital, I'm going to PC. Because why the fuck would I not do that? Like,
yeah, that is sensible.
I have access to everything. I theoretically can alter everything that I do have. I have cheaper access to the stuff that would otherwise be incredibly expensive. Like, if we really are entering a situation where, like, there's no physical games anywhere, then I'm gonna go to the most flexible platform that offers me the most to play with. Then, because then there's nothing really holding me to this. There's no doesn't.
And the other thing worth pointing out about PC, because everyone has their different things that they care about with this issue, and so if your issue is DRM related, a lot of people assume every game on Steam has like Steam DRM in it, and that's just not the case. Like, for example, I just looked up, I've been playing Dragon Quest 11 on Steam because I'm like have mods in it and stuff. And I just looked up you mod it so it looks better. It looks like the original version because the S version is the Switch version. We'll talk about it when I get back. The DRM that they had in it is removed. So I own that copy of Dragon Quest 11. I can play it. I can copy it to something. I can play it without the internet connection. I own that copy forever. Steam is the client that I play it through, but I don't have to anymore. I could remove Steam from my computer and I could click the EXE. I could copy it to a drive. I could put it on a fucking disk if I wanted to. So it's worth pointing out that there's people like, well, you're going to have the same problem on Steam. And it's like, well, yes and no.
Yeah, it's... You guys make a compelling point that, well, I don't think I would disagree that the best place to be in this digital ecosystem is Steam. If you have the rig to run, the games you want to play and all the rest. As I understand, even at the heightened prices for Pro, the Pro is still the cheapest way to play high-end games.
Right.
And will probably remain that way, but it's a matter of your own. We're going to discover this with the new consoles when they come out, period. But like your own, your own financial resistance towards these market forces and where you want to be. Like there's no doubt that this is invoking in people this idea that they need to kind of figure out where they're truly going to settle. And I think that there was an assumption that physical gamers would be able to settle kind of nicely, at least for the next 10 years, let's say, on as like their sales plummet and plummet and plummet, which they will, until it comes to a point where, all right, guys, like, but even then, right? You could imagine, first of all, who knows what PlayStation looks like in 2040? I mean, I have any idea what we're going to be doing at that point. But like, you could even imagine then there being OEM disc drives and like boutique disc manufacturers. In other words, this gets into the difficulty of, the complexity of what it goes into making a disc. The output of the disc is cheap, but there's a lot of work that goes into making it. And you have to certify it yourself, and you have in other words, like Sony has to Sony's responsible for all of it. And even if you like downsized it, they would still have to certify everything and whatever. You'd have to offload a lot of that. And that could just be too much for them to withstand. And it's like, we got to do it now. Now, I want to get a little bit into their strategy because Susan B. Anthony Bourdain wrote in and said, hey guys, irrespective of your thoughts about ending physical discs, how do you feel about Sony's strategy? Seems to me the broad options were ripping the Band-Aid off like this or ending with the whimper of rapid year-over-year reductions in physical pressings until the market was 98% digital, then ending it. I'm surprised they went in this direction. It's unusually bold, for better or worse. Thoughts? This, I think, is part of, like, there's multiple hearts. It's like some sort of beast in a video game. There are many hearts to the matter, but this is definitely one of them. Is both the strategy of what they're doing and why they're doing it and when they're executing it. I will say that for PlayStation 6, this is a good strategy. Let's assume let's put aside that the three of us don't agree that they should be doing this for various reasons, right? Like I don't think they should be doing this, but let's assume that it is what it is, right? Okay. So it is what it is. What's a good are we going to announce PlayStation 6 and tell everyone at that time? No. We're going to say it 6 months before we announce the PlayStation 6 so that when we start hyping everything up and everything, there will be no disappointment when there is no disk drive and no option for a disk drive and that it's an all digital platform. We have to do it now. And that's why I think that there's this idea like, will they reverse course, right? And I'm like, I think they could for PS5. And in fact, I might not be surprised if they do. Right? Like, so like, all right, we're going to shut PS4 down maybe. This is what they did when they tried to shut the PSN stores down in 2021. They tried to shut everything down. And they're like, all right, we'll keep the Vita and the PS3 open. We're shutting the PSP down. And that's what they did. Maybe they do a similar thing here where they're like, all right, we'll keep manufacturing for PS5 Blu-ray discs open, but not for PS4. But they're handcuffed now to this decision. Because if they reverse course now, they can't acknowledge PlayStation 6 yet. So when the PlayStation 6 stuff happens, people will be like, oh, maybe there'll be a disk drive. And it'll be like, dude, it's been decided 3 years ago this thing wasn't having a disk drive. We've known this thing wasn't having a disk drive. I think that the other option, which I don't know how quickly you can work in this regard, and maybe this existed and they decided to pull it, is like the external disk drive, which is what we always thought was going to exist for it. Right? Maybe at some point they were just like, we're not doing it. Or maybe it never existed at all. And that's a reasonable expectation when you think about it. Right? Because think about the strategy of they were already going to have a problem with the handheld. And what they're basically doing is tackling it from the other direction, which is to say, we're either going to have to describe to people that if you buy the physical version of the game on PS6, you can never play it on your handheld. That's one poison pill. Or we shut disc manufacture down for PS6 entirely because no one's really playing on disc comparable to digital, and we don't have to explain any of that. And then we can have true interoperability with our console and our handheld. And I think that seems to be this poison pill they took. Again, I don't know what the right strategy would have been, but I think it's probably better to just give people the disc option. And again, I think just removing it to a boutique level Like you guys were saying, like even saying like we're selling the games ourselves. Like if you want physical games, like you buy them from us. You know, like this is the way it's going to work. Like we're going to sell a disk drive. You're going to subsidize it. We're going to sell these games from us for $10 more. You're going to subsidize it. That's it. And I think like there are just so many more options that were dramatic, yet not so dramatic. And they didn't really explore any of them. And so I just feel like I'd like to be wrong because it would be an interesting story for them to turn things around. But I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're not going to walk away from this. Like, I think they can't set a precedent that every time people complain, like obviously you want to listen to your customer, right? But like you bitch enough and we will reverse course, even though it's against our entire strategy. I don't know how many times they can really do something like that before it becomes like who runs the company and who has the direction and who has the strategy. And I don't know. That's why I think that's why I'm fascinated by this, because I think it's truly complex.
Yeah. Well, I was listening to Tom, our buddy Tom from Moore's Law is Dead about it. And I kind of touched on some of this earlier, but a lot of his thoughts are like they're with the bill of sale of PlayStation 6 potentially being very high. And we are far from the era of subsidizing consoles. This is a way, I guess you could argue, that they can try to keep their profits higher while trying to keep the cost of the PlayStation 6 down, because they won't need, they'll still make money off it, but maybe they won't feel like they need to make as much because they can be certain that they're going to make 100%, or you know what I mean? They're going to be making the full split or 100% on all their digital sales. They don't have to worry about people sharing or letting someone borrow it or anything like that. They're like, we can feel confident going into PlayStation 6 that we are going to make as much as possible from each game sale as opposed to before.
Yeah, like I agree that could be part of the strategy, and I think they didn't just do this. I guess is what I'm saying. Like, to be fair to them, like they didn't just do it. It might blow up in their face. Like I said, it might be the wrong choice, but there's probably deep analysis into like how this all works and their war plan. And they must have known that this was going to be the response. Like, I wonder if like this is exactly what they expected as well. Like you'd be curious to be a fly on the wall with them. Yeah. I'm much more interested in the strategy behind it than like the execution, I guess is what I'm saying.
So here's one thought about the strategy that we touched on earlier that I just think is crazy that it wasn't acknowledged, because you're right that they're getting ahead of PlayStation 6 because they want PlayStation 6 however many months from now, everyone will have, simmered down.
Right. Well, Dustin, imagine PS6 being announced and then they said this. This is all, right. It would be like this. It would be horrible. It would be like the worst thing that ever happened.
It would be like Xbox One.
Yeah, it would be awful. So yeah. They're definitely nipping into the bud.
They're getting ahead of it, and I think that makes sense. But the thing that I just think is crazy is that when I look at this and they go through everything, it's like, okay, I'm reading between the lines. Everyone's reading between the lines about what this means for PlayStation 6. PlayStation 6 is not mentioned in this, but everyone knows what this means. And so for me, and I'm sure many other PlayStation consumers, it's like, okay, well, what about my collection of games? And what does that mean for me moving forward? Like, for PlayStation 6, am I just going to have to leave my entire PlayStation 5 library behind because I bought them in a way that they sold them to me? Am I not going to be able to play my PlayStation 5 disc games on PlayStation 6? It's introduced a huge question about the backwards compatibility that I think has, again, it's one element of many where it's like, okay, well, I guess I just don't know for months potentially about what the status of my library is. If there was it would require them to acknowledge that something's on the horizon, but a line like, we're investigating options for people to take their physical library with us into the future of PlayStation. Be like, okay, good. Yeah. I feel like my investment is taken care of. At the same time, to play devil's advocate with myself, it's like I'm buying a PlayStation 5 game to play on a PlayStation 5. So backwards compatibility is like a bonus in some ways, but it is become such the norm that we just expect it.
Yeah,
it has become
absolutely.
standard.
Yeah,
Well,
PS4,
Dustin,
PS5, and PS6 should be interoperable with each other. There's like no doubt about that in my mind.
Dustin, we already have we have a machine for people who want physical games called PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
I mean,
dude, I saw that going around. I was like, that's so man.
It's crazy. It's crazy. This is just like I don't really. I just wish I understood the full texture of the decision and all the different things that went into it, because it's like I don't really get it. I don't really. I understand the trend lines. I understand all of that. It's just that you couldn't find any off ramp along the way. Like I've already presented all of them. Like just jack prices up. Like do anything.
The thing is, there's a market. The thing is that there's a market for it. Like I can buy, and I said this on Twitter too. It's like I can buy vinyls from like my favorite modern bands still, and vinyls have been a dead format for nearly 40 years, like 30 years or something like that.
That's about right. Yeah, 40. I mean, definitely by the 90s.
So like if I can, it is crazy to me that I'm able to buy a vinyl for a new band in 2026, but like in 2 years I won't be able to buy a new PlayStation game physically. Like, that option won't be there. That's crazy. That I don't know. That just seems insane to me. Like it doesn't compute. Like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't square. And there's no reason why I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't look at that analogous kind of market and say like, well, we could make boutique physical games. Maybe we'll print fewer of them or something, right? But like we can have something for the physical collector that is clearly out there and clearly passionate and clearly engaged. And by the way, while you're at it, again, I know I said this before, but just like make physical games a little, because part of the reason why I stopped buying physical games is because like they stopped it became a bare minimum kind of thing. It's like, okay, here's a box, here's a cardboard here's a cardboard square in it that gives you like, I don't know, 3 days of Xbox Live Gold or something, no manual. And it's just like, here's the disc. You know what I mean? Yeah, like they just kind of stopped putting effort. There's you know what I mean? Like there was something special about physical games at a certain point where like it came with a nice stylized manual and all that stuff. So like you can imagine a scenario where like this is the shrinking market for physical games becomes a bit of an opportunity where it's just like, actually, okay, this market is shrinking, but maybe we can make this something. Maybe we can put a little bit more effort and bring some of the magic back. And yeah, maybe we charge more for it actually, because that makes sense. But at least acknowledge that it's there. The vinyl thing blows my mind, because music way beyond games is an infinitely more dead medium physically than anything else. I would imagine. Maybe TV.
There's no
maybe
doubt
TV
about that.
has it beat. Maybe TV has it beat.
Yeah, sure.
But or something like that because of streaming and all that. But like, I don't know. It just seems crazy to me.
The thing about vinyl, as much as I want to just agree with you, is that vinyl is on an upward trend, and I think an artist will make way more money selling a vinyl to you than, you know, however many listens they get. So there's like more of a financial incentive to sell someone a vinyl. I guess it's more like a better comparison might be like a Blu-ray movie or a 4K movie versus a stream, where it's like those are also way on the out. Like many retailers don't even sell them anymore. Target doesn't sell Blu-rays or 4Ks to my knowledge anymore. But they're still available. They're still very boutique. And there are these boutique manufacturers like Criterion Collection or something like that. And major movies still come out on disc. There's not as much money to be made there, but the people that do want them show up for them and are willing to spend the money on it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of what I mean. I think you can, again, if make this not, you don't have to. I guess what I'm suggesting is like you could take I understand what you're saying. Vinyls are growing, but like vinyls are growing specifically because like there's a lot of factors going into that, and it's I think a large part because for a long time they weren't. You know what I mean? Like they were stagnant for a while, and then streaming becomes this thing, and it becomes really oppressive. And I think there's a general trend. I don't know if it's like a majority, but like there is a general trend among younger generations where there is kind of this championing of physical media again. Like, I don't know if it's like this big thing for universally, but I think people are, even younger people are kind of looking around and realizing that like I don't really own anything. And this sucks.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to be said. Like, if you can be a company and you can take advantage of that and you can like really like service something like that. And like, again, you can make these physical copies of these games maybe a little bit more boutique. Yeah, you can charge more, and maybe if you make something more special, maybe you would see like somewhat of an upward trend. If you treated them seriously, if you had like these in-game manuals, like GTA 6 comes with like a map, you know what I mean? Or like, and I don't know, there's a number of things I think that you could do to bolster these things in a way that could also net you more money, and more goodwill, more importantly, because goodwill is like it's a hidden cost that I don't think a lot of people consider. A lot of businesses consider, I should say. But you're right. I think the Blu-ray comparison is probably more accurate. And maybe there's and you know, maybe there's even an argument to be made where like, look, there's not a lot of investment in disc technology. We haven't seen an improvement in disc technology. What we're going to need for PS6 is probably like, could we even fit? What of a PS6 game could we even fit on a disc? But like, none of this is communicated. There's no communication on any of this. And also, but what is communicated is this weird kind of tacit admission. Like, does this initiative or does this move of like saying it's like, okay, January 2028 is when it stops, does that kind of implicitly imply that like, okay, PS6 is coming out in November of that year?
Yeah.
Because why would you? Because if it came out in November of the previous year, you're gonna put effort into printing like 3 months of PlayStation 6 discs. If that exists.
Yeah, like that's an interesting. We have that quite. I think someone might have asked that later, like what it implies about the release of the PS6, and I think a lot of people are getting the implication that it's like spring 28 at the earliest. And I think some people are saying fall 28. I think that's an extraordinarily long time to hold on to the PS6, which will be manufactured next summer, it seems like. So,
sure.
I actually still think it could be 2027. It means basically nothing because I was thinking about that same thing, Chris, and I was like, well, it allows them to withstand that last fall of PS5 releases, like your sports releases, Call of Duty, that kind of shit. And it might mean really nothing for PS6's release because PS6 just simply won't have the option to have discs anyway, but you'll still get this for PS5. That's why I wonder if like the way that they ameliorate this ultimately is to say like, listen, the PS6 is a digital machine. The problem is they can't say that yet. Like they haven't ever acknowledged the machine. Like they kind of tacitly do, and we know it exists. I saw some people that are more out of the loop, and I don't blame you for being out of the loop. A few people responded, it's like, why do you talk about it? Like it's going to have a handheld and a console. I'm like, because it's going to have a handheld and a console, dude. Like this has been known by people that have had access to this information for a few years, but they could maybe be like, all right, we'll just keep making PS5 discs. And I think that if there is a compromise on that, that's what they're going to do. They just can't position it like that because they can't acknowledge PS6. So what they'll end up saying is something like, we're shutting the PS4 shit down. Again, the analog to the PSP, Vita, PS3 thing.
Right, yeah.
We're shutting the PS4 shit down. We'll keep the PS5 games alive. And then they will say nothing about PS6. And then they hope that they kind of did a little chip damage to the idea that when they announced the PS6 and, well, where do you put your discs? And you're like, you don't. We tried to tell you that. Maybe they can thread that needle, but that's probably not the PR ideal for them, I would assume at this point. Like, I think unfortunately for them, I think since they let this out of the genie out of the bottle, and since they can't they can't alter what their plans are with PS6. Like, yeah, what are they going to do?
It's a runaway train, I think, at this point.
I mean, they could make a disk drive for it. And I feel like you would have to imagine one was in development for it at some point. That I just know from my own conversations with people at Sony over the years, and even when I was at Sony HQ and I've talked about like the DualShock 4s with like offset sticks and all the things they were talking about there, like they probably R&D a lot of shit. Maybe one of them's on ice and you're just like, all right, like we got to go back and fix it. I mean, Dustin, they do have the opportunity to, if they wanted to eat shit, like release a Nishino video in Japanese, subtitled, 30 seconds. We've heard you. We made the wrong choice and we are working behind the scenes to do what we have to do. Little bow. End. I And I'm sure they're probably considering the possibility of that, but maybe they're not. Maybe they're like this. Maybe when they came up with the strategy a long time ago, they're like, this is going to be really hard and you better batten down the hatches. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
They could become the good guy again, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Speaking of the strategy, do you guys think that I think you're right that they were obviously planning this out for a while. Do you think the timing was specifically done? Like they were like, okay, we have really bad news, but we got to figure out when we're going to say it. Why don't we just wait till we can sandwich ourselves between other bad news? Or like, and if we can't, then this is the final day. It's like, is it possible they're like, man, Xbox has taken so much shit. If we can just slide this news in here before the Armageddon of Xbox Studios happens next week, then people will maybe move on a little quicker because there will be other stuff.
That's possible. I think that's totally within the realm of possibility should they be able to move that quickly. And certainly they've understood what we've all understood for a while now, where like this could have always been the plan, and unleashing it could have happened later. And they're like, and they had a few weeks to say like, what if we just did it now? You know, although I would say this, Dustin, to be fair,
yeah,
they announced this July 1st, the beginning of a new fiscal quarter.
Yeah.
This isn't their fiscal year because their years go March to March, I believe, but March to April. No, March to March, right. I guess it would be. And it's also, and this is important, is this might be one of the best times in the entire calendar to release bad news, especially in the United States. Although it doesn't really translate overseas, which is like the 4th of July is a dead zone for news. Like there's like shit buried around this time in politics and in sports and in all sorts of shit all the time. And it's happening right now with a few different things. So there could be that angle too, where it's like, this is just a good time to do it fiscally. And this is a good time to do it in terms of positioning with our biggest market, but I don't know.
Right. And I think that for me, that was more of like a fun idea of like, what if that could,
that shit happens, Dustin. It's not that outrageous. I mean, they definitely play off each other like that. There's no doubt.
And I think that I wonder, like, certainly it was timed with GTA, right? Because maybe a lot of people that maybe, or not a lot, the few like really truly diehard physical people were like, all right, fine, I'm going to pre-order GTA. I'll do a digital game, rip that Band-Aid off a little bit. And then also they made like $1 billion already in pre-orders. And they're like, look, see, we can feel confident about this because we just made so much money on GTA off exclusively digital.
Yeah, it's. I just hope they're smart enough to know that you can't learn lessons from Grand Theft Auto. We talked about this, so you weren't on the show, but we talked about this last week about like, because people were talking about like, what can you get away with pricing? What can you get? I'm like, you can't read anything into it. That they're unique. They're basically selling a $100 game, as Chris has pointed out, with an $80 gimped version of it.
You're not that guy.
You're not that guy.
You're not that guy.
Yeah, not that guy. Yeah,
you're not that guy.
It's a quintessential. You're not that guy.
Yeah,
like, it's like you can't. It's so. I'm excited to see that like the next person try that. You know what I mean? Like the next, I don't know, like a Ubisoft game comes out. It's like it's $80.
Beyond Good and
like,
Evil 2.
Right. Well, they would need that game to be $80 at this point. Like how much money they've been, how much time they've spent on it. But you're not that guy.
I want to get into this next inquiry because we have so much to talk about still. But it's like, and we're going to be here for a while, I think. But if that's all right, but there is this idea of like, well, all right, why are they? We've gotten a little bit into this, but like, why are they doing this? Right? Daniel's son wrote in and said, "Hey, CC without the D. Oh, ye little fate.
Why are you gay?
Ooh.
Why are you gay? I'll keep it simple. Why doesn't PlayStation just give us the option? I totally understand that I'm in the minority nowadays and that 80 to 90% of game sales are digital. I want to put an asterisk into that because I think we have to kind of double click on that. But I would bet that physical collectors are among the most hardcore engaged customers on every platform. I don't expect to be subsidized by the majority of customers, which is to say I am absolutely willing to spend extra money on a disc drive and physical editions of games. I think it's obvious that beyond practical reasons, Sony has financial incentives for the decision to end disc production on their platforms because it gives them complete control over their customers and they don't have to split revenue anymore. But still, as someone that spends money on games literally every month and that purchased hundreds of games on PlayStation in the last decade, I'm 44. I have to say I feel a little bit left behind by Sony, and it feels frustrating because they just have to give us the option in all capital letters. Now, I wanted to say and we brought this up already, but he said 80 to 90% of game sales are digital. It is fair to reiterate and to say that this is heavily skewed by most games not being available physically. And so if you bought a Silk Song, it's like, well, what are you going to do? You bought Vampire Crawlers. You bought these are only available digitally, and obviously these numbers skew heavily. But it's also worth noting that we even know publisher level numbers of Take-Two says that only 3% of their revenue is derived from physical sales. So when you take everything into account, like shark cards and shit like that, it's like, it is what it is. It is what it is. But just to be fair, I'm sorry, you're going to say something, Chris?
No, I just wanted to. That's a good point to make too. Is that just the availability of digital games and the cheapness of them? By the way, a lot of indie games are that it's a Steam game, so it doesn't count. But there's a lot of games like this on all platforms where it's like Mecha Chameleon is $5 and it's a huge game, right? But it's $5,
right?
Yeah, of course,
right.
But yeah, I just wanted to reiterate.
So I want to get. I think we all understand that this is being done as companies do, for monetary reasons. I do think that there probably are a few other reasons to do this that have nothing to do with money, but could have major complications. And I tweeted this out yesterday, and I don't think a lot of people understood it, but I just tweeted out that there are all these different, reasons, like consumer habits and cost savings and all the rest, that Sony would be doing this. But then I was like, what about this? And I tweeted out a picture of the PS4 version of Star Wars Racer Revenge. I think most people didn't understand it, and it is a little bit of a niche joke, but that's the game that you need physically to jailbreak the PS5. And without it, you can't do it. And I wonder if part of the calculus, maybe not an important part of it, but a part of it is Sony said, we can just shut this entire vector down. PS5 was literally fine until someone split it open with that fucking physical copy of that game, and that's a big problem for us moving forward on our all digital platform. And I think that's got it. I don't know, Dustin, you're much more technical than me. Certainly that probably played somewhat into it, right? Is to say we don't even have to worry about that anymore. That was a freak thing. And we just because if we had a vulnerability like that, the vulnerability is on the digital version, I think too, but they just patch it. And then you can never download the original version again. You have no access to it. You would have to keep your PS5 offline forever to not download the patch. So do you think that might have played that's an extraneous role, but a role nonetheless?
Yeah. Well, I think Sony got lucky too that it was that game.
Right. And not some mass market FC24 or something.
Right. Yeah. I would imagine that's certainly part of it. I'll be honest that I'm not super aware about what the PlayStation 5 jailbreak scene even is. I usually just see Bloodborne running on PS5 at 60 FPS, 4K, videos like Digital Foundry has done a bunch like that, and people are running Linux on PS5 now. But certainly, yeah, Sony of all people would know the pain of having jailbroken consoles. I mean, just look at the PSP, how easy that thing was to hack, how much money they probably lost because people were just downloading games. I was a teenager. I was one of them that was hacking my PSP.
I had a hacked PSP
and downloading ISOs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I to be fair, I didn't know what to do with it. My someone at IGN did it for me, and I only had an NES and an SNES emulator on it. But
right.
But what I remember was you couldn't play anything on it. If you either had to have the PSP dedicated to that, or you had it dedicated to playing new games, because the new games started coming with the UMD updates, the firmware updates on them.
Yeah.
And
so you just basically made it a digital only and piracy only PSP. So yeah, that's certainly, I think, a factor. I touched on this earlier. I think it's a good time for me to point out. I mentioned my tweet earlier, and I wanted to address 2 points about it because there are so many replies about it.
This isn't the first time you've addressed the tweet, I feel like.
No, there's no nuance in Twitter.
Yeah, right.
So I think it's worth putting some nuance on something. Number one is that on Amazon, a lot of people are like, well, those games are you're comparing an on sale game to a not on sale game. And it's like, dude, those games, while it shows 20% off on Amazon, that 20% off is showing what their standard MSRP is. Go look at the price history of those games on Amazon. Those haven't been MSRP for months or even years. It's not like a Amazon Prime Day sale. Those are pretty close to just what the relative. I mean, they do fluctuate a little bit if you look at the price history on Amazon, but that's, they're not really like what we consider a sale. The second thing, and this was a mistake on my part, but I think the point still stands. Right now on PlayStation, some of those games I listed, like I believe God of War and Gran Turismo, their special editions are on sale right now on PlayStation. And they are the same price as the physical version on Amazon, maybe even slightly cheaper. So that's something I just didn't realize. Like, it's weird to me that PlayStation would put God of War Digital Deluxe Edition or God of War Ragnarok Digital Deluxe Edition on sale, but the standard version is not on sale. So I just didn't even realize that when I was making the tweet. But the point still stands because right now, when I happen to make those screenshots, it's the summer sale that they're trying to compete with Steam Summer Sale. So as soon as that sale's gone, the point still stands.
No, I agree with you. Like there definitely is a price control angle here, though I think it is more sophisticated and complicated than people are letting it on to be. Like because Amazon is buying these games en masse. I'm pretty sure they can just then, I don't think Sony's the one telling them to charge less for them. I think they're willing to do that, right? Like, and there, we can put our game on sale whenever we want on PSN. So like a lot of the stuff is up to 99.99% of the games on PSN are not PlayStation's games. And so people can really, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is it's kind of passing the buck for publishers because, and this is, I think, a big part of it, Dustin, is that big entities don't want discs. Small entities do want discs. So think about we just saw with Take-Two, but like the general reality, I saw Reese Elliott actually tweet out about this, and it's true, is like making a game, you have to have a master of a game. The idea of going gold is from the idea, you guys know this, but for the audience that doesn't know this, like when we say games go gold, that's terminology because you used to have the gold master of a disc, an actual physical disc to send to the manufacturer. That's where it comes from. And that's a thing you have to do. You have to commit to a build and you have to do it early. And big entities are like, we don't want to do this anymore. This is annoying. We literally can deploy a preload like they're doing with Grand Theft Auto a week before the game comes out, not 3 months before the game comes out. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so, and they're like, and we'll make more money selling digital games too. We all, like if you're EA or Take-Two, we're like, we also benefit from getting rid of the middleman. What's really interesting is it fucks the cottage industry shit bad. And I noted this on Twitter yesterday. It was like, to be a fly on the wall limited run games right now, man. Like, oh yeah, you're in a lot of trouble. You know, I'm in danger. You know, like, it's they're a little more diversified than some of these companies, and I know I'm really good friends with the guys at East Asia Soft, and I'm not so worried for them because they are truly like in digital distribution and have been forever. And limited run has started to do that, like the Rugrats collection that just came out. Like they publish that digitally. So they're getting to where they need to be, but that's going to destroy the retail side of their business. And I don't think there's any respite for companies like that because Nintendo, the worst kept secret about all this is Nintendo's just sitting back and like kind of smiling because they want out too. Like they've already showed you that with the keycard stuff. And they don't give a fuck. And they'll make like the normal cartridges for big games and they'll do all that sort of stuff, but they don't want to do this shit either. So like, but like the thing that they benefit from is just being the last man standing. And the fact that their hardware that just came out is accepting, they'll be physical Switch games for years, but that's not enough to withstand the damage that's going to be done to these niche boutique publishers. And I can speak from my perspective too, is it kind of sucks for us. I mean, we make pretty good money on the physical games for Lillymo that we sell through Last Stand. And so it's funny, like the smaller the company is that somehow is attached to these different things, the more they're going to be injured, while the bigger companies, I wonder even, Dustin, like when they knew. Because I'm like, they couldn't have been told right then. But I wonder if they were just told like last week or something, because that shit would have leaked, you would assume at that point. And that would be bad news for Sony if that leaked. They need to control the messaging on that. But I would imagine they probably told them, and the EA is like, okay. I mean,
yeah,
That's fine with us. We don't have to we don't have to fucking get time at your fucking Indiana factories and manufacture discs in Austria and all this random shit, and then hear people bitching about how there's no instruction manual and all that. I'm not saying any of that's right, but like from their perspective, they're like, cool. And you saw that again. Take-Two is the proof in the pudding, and I think you're right about that. Is like, it's not going in the opposite direction. The biggest game, though you can't learn much from it, the biggest game was like, all right, well, we'll do it. And I think that at least sets a predicate for thinking about it moving forward. But I feel for those little companies because that this is like an extinction level event for them.
Do you think that GTA did that because they knew this was happening?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Dustin was saying that earlier, and I feel like
for sure.
But I wonder though, Dustin, it's like they can kind of play this both ways because they can be like, oh, next fall we'll have a disc. And it'll be a much more robust version of it, and we'll just sell it to you again. And better get it now, kind of shit. I almost think like you're kind of just like sitting, rubbing your hands together, being like, this is like the black guy behind the tree peeking out meme. I love that in his suit. I love that.
Yeah,
meme.
that guy.
Love that meme. And so I think they're gonna get away with it, and then they'll make it work for them later.
Right.
I think people are vastly overestimating why Take-Two did that, though. Like, I really do think a lot of it has to do with the security of the game, and I think people are mistake. They're not saving any money by manufacturing cases and shipping them, and then just not printing a disc and putting it in. Like, this is like pennies on the dollar, dude.
Yeah.
They're doing it because they don't want the game to leak. So anyway, different story entirely. All right. So yeah, I wanted to point those things out. Like it's obviously monetary, and this gets a little more into it. Cracklin' Bones says, "You boys, did not Sony co-invent the Blu-ray and get a licensing fee for every Blu-ray produced?" I love the way you wrote that. Why would they ever want to kill disc production? If, like Colin had said, producing them is dirt cheap. They are. I have said that, and they are. I'll go into a little bit of that. Wouldn't you want that little passive income forever, not just from games, but from movies? So I'll tell you right now that like I can get the lowest run of PlayStation games you can do is 1,000. I've talked about this. It's actually like 1,015. And you can be the smallest developer and you can get those games, 1,000 of those games manufactured in a disc or in a case, disc in case, cover sheet all wrapped around, sealed in cases, shipped to your house for under $10 a unit. Okay, so that's if you're buying 1,000 of them. What do you think that number looks like if you're buying 500,000 of them? What do you think that number looks like if you're buying 2 million of them? I mean, so yeah, it is. There's no question that it's cheap. They just don't want to. I'm not even sure it's the manufacturing that's the problem. I don't think they want to ship them, and I don't think they want to split the money with the retailers. They don't need to anymore. And that's a big part too, guys, is remember, we've talked about this. I remember judging and balancing this many years ago during my journalistic career. Is like, there was always this idea, Vita was the first crack actually in it, which was like, we got to play nice. We can't fuck the retailers over. We rely on them too much still. And I remember the first crack in the armor was Vita, when Vita started differentiating prices between digital and physical games, which is why it wouldn't be that unprecedented for them to do that again. This is a sign that they're like, yeah, we can actually kind of just drop a bomb on these guys now. We don't really need them. And that's another sign that physical sales are waning. And even the way you get physical games are waning, and that most people probably get their physical games from non-game stores. The biggest game seller has to be Amazon, you would assume. I would assume the second biggest game seller is Walmart. I know for decades the biggest music seller in the country was Walmart. Which is crazy because I don't think they carry explicit content, by the way. So you're always getting the clean version when you bought it there. But I don't know, man. It's a deep economic question. But yeah, Sony did co-invent the Blu-ray, and they do get money. Like, they are a licensor of it. Dustin, doesn't that just go to show you though that like they're like, yeah, it's not worth it? What does this mean for Blu-ray movies? By the way, probably nothing.
Yeah,
but
I would say probably nothing.
But because that would be kind of unimaginable as well. Although that's again a vanishingly small group of people too. So I don't know. Interesting question though.
Yeah, I would imagine that their licensing fee from a disc is pretty minuscule compared to the amount they have to get from a retailer, as you were saying, Colin. I think the Blu-ray, like as far as movies, it's like a totally different business, where because so many movies are streamed from a service like Netflix or Amazon or something like that. And I'm not talking about like a one-time rental or something. I'm saying it's on their subscription service. They will gladly sell you a Blu-ray because they will make so much more off that individual purchase than you watching it one time on Netflix.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And it goes also into what you were saying earlier about gaming is kind of a unique place where like there's multiple ways for a game to make money, but it's all in the game. Like there's no externality to it for them. Like the process of CD, tour, whatever kind of thing, merch. Obviously merch exists and all that, but it's these are edge cases. PAX was really good for that for a long time. Not so much anymore, where like developers would go there and make a lot of money just selling random shit. But there really is no externality for them. They have to make the money through or in the game. And so there's like fewer places for them to go and escape these increase in pricing. And by the way, those small licensing fees do add up. I mean, the scuttlebutt about Wii was that Nintendo didn't want to pay the DVD licensing fee, which is why there was no DVD player in it.
Right. Yeah.
So,
well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Xbox played DVDs, but you needed to buy the remote
in
order to use the DVD feature of the Xbox, because that's where that licensing fee, that's how they were able to pay for it.
That's right.
Jonathan Sherlin wrote in, said, "Hey guys, just read the news that Sony is going to end physical disc production on all games on their platforms. Was wondering, do you think that this means the price of physical games is about to shoot up? Because aren't they essentially saying that all PlayStation physical media is going to go out of print on January 1st, 2028? Or do you think that if publishers still wanted to print discs for their games on PS4 and PS5, they would still be able to do that after the date? How does that work? And what does that mean for companies like limited run games? Personally, I just bought 4 games from my Amazon wishlist that I've been on the fence about just in case. So I wanted to bring this up because there are a few clarifications that are probably going to be needed. I would imagine game prices will stay stagnant until this is done. Maybe they'll jack up the last run of them. I think that would be pretty shitty of them to do. And I don't really know that has much play here. I also think that like he brings up the PS4 and PS5 thing. This is kind of where I'm a little confused about. This is where I think they can get out of this, if they were choosing to get out of it, which is to say like, all right, we'll continue to make these older games. And there simply will be no physical games on PS6, and you'll have to decide if you want to opt in or not at that time. But they still have to run and certify those things. It's like it's a dangerous kind of thing from a quality standpoint to like offload that. And I think that they realize that you just have, there's a lot of trust implicit in something like that. And I just don't think they really want to do it. But I do believe, so to answer the question more succinctly, it's like once Sony stops certifying those discs, it's over. You can't make them anymore. And so there are a few things we're considering. Like, I haven't even talked to the guys at Lillymo about this because I've been thinking about it. Is like, one thing I'm really disappointed we didn't do is print a Vita game and then just hold it. Like we've published Vita games, but like that we didn't, like when we knew we were running out of time, it's like just publish the Vita game and don't even sell it. And then like in 5 years, sell it. And I think I want to do that for some of our games. Is like just get reprints of them and then just sit on them. Because I think it would be kind of cool to, and not like charge a fortune for them in the future. That's not the idea at all. It's like, in other words, have like this really cool thing that, like, if you're just patient, like planting the seed and watching the tree grow, are you patient enough to sit in its shade? Like, yeah, like I think doing cool things like that would be cool. And I imagine a lot of companies will be smarter about that this time around. To be like one of the last Vita or one of the last, or like Vita games. We were one of the last Vita games sold, but I think we were like 4th or something, like 4th to last. We knew back in the day. I don't remember, but
here's so mentioning companies like Limited Run and also what we do, an option that makes me wonder if Limited Run will be totally okay. Maybe not totally okay, but they will survive. Is that a lot of people that buy limited run games, either first of all, they keep them sealed. And also if they want to play the game, the physical version of it takes so incredibly long for it to show up that they have already bought it digitally. I wonder if some of these companies can survive by making video gameless special editions. Like, for example, like Colin, when we do, Saint Slayer, I think we'll be able to do it before.
Oh yeah, way before. We'll get more than Saint Slayer done. Yeah. We have a year and a half.
But after that, so a Lillymo game far in the future, would people be interested in us selling a special edition that has a manual? It has the sticker, like all of our stuff. It just doesn't have the game in it, and we charge less for it.
Yeah.
But it's like, here's something, a physical product to celebrate the release of it. And like Limited Run, they do like figures and all kinds of garbage that you don't need.
Yeah, you're right, and I've thought about that too. And I think what will determine that is like who are buying these games. Is it people that want the physical version of the game, or is it people that want the collected? Like, I know that I feel like I'm kind of an edge case where I, like with the Castlevania special editions, for instance, like I could give a fuck about those games on disc. I own them on digitally. Well, own them in quotes on digitally. I wanted the accoutrements, but I don't know that most people are like that. I think they get the accoutrements, they want them, but they want the game. And I don't know. I would be, if I were at these companies, these small niche publishers, I'd be liaising with Sony as quickly as possible to see like what can we do? I mean, I don't know. I think you're right that there's a way out, but like these companies will have much smaller effect moving forward. If you don't control the actual product, and you just have like your fan gamer, that website, which is good, and they do some physical run stuff too. But like you're really more about like the pins and the posters and this. It's like that. There's money to be made there, but the margins in physical games. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like, ironically, the margins for physical games comparable to what a third party published digital indie game would get are way higher. You want to sell physical, in other words, when you're an indie, while it goes in the other direction, because of different cost constraints and all the rest. So let's see. This is an important one. Declan wrote in and said, hey boys, with PS6 reportedly going digital only, does Sony have any plans to actually improve the storefront before pushing us off physical media? No alternative to the PS Store, poor discovery, weak sales compared to competitors, painful refunds, and still no way to gift or share games like Switch 2's virtual keycards. Backwards compat is then too, with PS3, PSP, and Vita purchases already stranded. And after Sony pulled purchased movies and shows from people's accounts, why should we trust that licenses are any safer? Dustin Furman, if you can hear us, please save us.
Save us.
So this is and this gets in, I think, the nitty gritty of the things that if this is going to be the status quo, then there are things that need to happen. And this is one of them. And I would imagine that they know this, and I would imagine that the PS6's storefront will probably be different in some meaningful ways. You already kind of see evidence of it rolled out. Like there's ways to leave like text reviews on PlayStation, in some different ways now on like the website, like all these things that I think they'll integrate later. But yeah, Chris, let's go. We haven't heard you from you in a while. I mean, the PlayStation Store is not great, and they are improving things. I want to give them credit. Like the shovelware purge has been awesome. I love that. But they have big problems. Before we even get into the technical stuff, is like it's just not a great storefront compared to Steam, and they need to do something about it if they're going to go into this all digital future.
Yeah, I mean they definitely should. I think it's actually kind of up in the air as to whether or not it would be a different store. I think it's up. I think it's up in the air as to whether or not the PS6's UI will really be any different. It wouldn't be. There is a precedent with Sony specifically going from PSP to PS3 where they've just taken the UI and just kind of ported it over. And given the console's position as it stands now, this is a very unique time and a very unique market and a very unique environment and audience that it's releasing into, where, and we talked about this last week, where it's just like the appetite for this machine doesn't really seem to be there. So the strategy around it feels like let's put it this way. We already know that PS4 stuck around for a very, very long time. we know for a fact at this point PS5 is going to be around for for a while. Arguably, PS5 may be just the baseline for how things are going to go. I think it's up in the air as to whether or not we even get a true PS6 exclusive, honestly. But like truly, like only runs on PS6. Like I don't know if it's as clear cut or obvious as we might assume. So if this next machine is really going to be looked at as like, I think there's an argument to be made that this may be like a PS5 Pro type situation where like the big gimmick or the big change will be the handheld element. The fact that like, yes, it's a stronger machine. Yes, it's more capable. But the main thing about this is that you can take it on the go or something like that. And that'll be the thing that differentiates it. And that'll be the main draw. And so because that's the main draw and it's not like this whole new machine and ecosystem, they can probably price it in a way that's a little bit more boutique and then, you know, make more money on it. It can position itself as a more optional hardcore machine. And there's not really that much need in that case to really make it a different user experience than the previous machine. Anyway, you kind of, in some ways, might even want to have it as similar as possible. Series X did this from Xbox One, where it's the same exact UI. And PS3 to PS or PS Vita or PSP to PS3, similar. So like I could see a similar thing happening with PS6. And if that is the case, they need to overhaul the PS5 quite drastically, I think, especially with the storefront. Because, dude, I don't even understand. Like, there's such a simple thing that I think would go a long way, which is just like have upcoming games be its own thing. I hate looking at like most recent or whatever, and it's a bunch of shit that's not available yet because it's just like tens and tens of pages of stuff that like is for pre-order or something. Like that's not most recent, brother. That's not what that means.
Yeah, agreed.
At all.
Agreed.
Or new games, and it's like this is out next year. Pre-order it now. It's like this is not a new game. This isn't a game yet. So like, there's little things like that. Obviously, they're doing a good job with getting some of the shovelware out, and I commend them for that. That's good news in a string of negative games industry news. But like, I don't know. I really don't. I don't think it's a guarantee that the next UI or the next storefront is going to be much better or much different.
We'll see.
In fact, I think there's precedent that the opposite might actually be true.
Yeah, I mean, there is an idea. I mean, with PSP and PS3, they were trying to make like a PlayStation OS almost. And there is this idea, I guess, that like you would want to make things consistent and unify them. But part of getting a new console too is like the new feeling. They have to balance that. So we were saying about the controller as well, is like you don't really need a new controller. And it could be a way to kind of save money by not, you can sell dual senses still, but obviously you would have to, but people have them. So maybe you do that.
Yeah.
This other question, I think this next question, in my opinion, is for me. So obviously people are aghast because they're physical gamers, wherever. That doesn't affect me at all. This affects me. And I think this is a major component of what I think needs to change. Hashim Barakat wrote in and said, "Good day, Sacred Gents. With an all digital gaming space seemingly inevitable, do you think we should get more guarantees on our ownership of our digital purchases? We are paying the same price for a physical copy and sometimes even more by buying an expensive version and the DLC. I feel like it should be fair to upgrade the license to a full ownership of our digital purchases and maybe a cheaper price since they will stop manufacturing physical copies. Thank you for the amazing content and I wish you all a great week." I'm not entirely sure much can be done about the things that we've already bought. But I feel so strongly about what I'm about to say that I actually think that like there might like the government might even need to get involved at some point. And it would probably be the EU more than like Congress or whatever. But there needs to be this idea of digital licensing needs to change. I understand that I understand what it is, but it is a weaselly way out of truly selling a good that takes advantage of long Bible length EULAs and consumer misunderstanding going back more than 20 years, going all the way back to really iTunes, about like what you own and like what you don't and what you have access to and what the difference is between owning a physical good and a license. And this is the fundamental pivot point of owning a physical game versus, people always say that to me. It's like, you don't really own the game. You like, I'm like, I know, dude. I know. My assumption is that we'll always have access to them. And really, and we're going to talk about the PlayStation movie thing later, which I think is a kind of a different story, if I'm being honest with you. But like, we really have had almost none of games get delisted, but like you have access to them. And there hasn't been a lot of like chicanery, with rare exception, behind the scenes of like them being like, no, we're just getting rid of this game entirely and you can't play it anymore. This really happens more in the multiplayer and games as a service space, where the games are just inoperable. I was trying to think about like, what could they do? Because the licensing thing basically gives them a way out if like, and this is what I always say about like, if you lose access to your PlayStation games, Sony's going out of business. Like there's just no way that they would let that happen, you know? Yet, as we're going to learn with the PS3 and Vita stuff, like they do say like they basically say there'll be a day when you can't download the games anymore. And to me, that's a bridge far too far. And I wonder like what kind of legislation might be necessary, or what kind of guardrails might be put on, wherein licensing means more than that, because we live in a different paradigm now, a digital one. And I've said this ad nauseum, but your accounts, like your digital presence, is actually extremely vital to protect. And if you're like a 10-year-old on PlayStation Network, you should conceivably have access to that account when you're 70. And what does that look like, and how do you do that? And I think it's complicated. It's what, you know, the stop killing games thing. We were talking about how complex that is, because it's like, well, you can't really do very much to keep a multiplayer game going. And they have all these solutions about like bots and all this. I wonder if like some of it is like, does Sony enter money from every sale into escrow or something, where it's like, this is the money that, like, the pennies per purchase that we set aside if Sony ever gets into existential trouble, and like this money will keep the servers live for, like, I was trying to think about like, what do you do? I don't know. But like, I think people should be guaranteed permanent access to these things. And I think this goes all the way into, I mean, of course we went into this a lot when my account got boosted. And I told you guys that I said this to Sony. They didn't acknowledge PS6 to me. I'm not saying that they did, but I said to them, I'm like, you guys are about to sell this digital handheld, and people's accounts can get stolen by calling some fucking call center, and they can just lose it. I'm like, I don't think so. There are a lot of things that need to happen if you're going to move in this direction. I don't mind you moving in this direction. It's convenient and I like it. But I should never have a true worry in my heart that I can lose access to this stuff unless I do something truly egregious. Right? And I just think that like there needs to be more pressure about this, because they're not taking it seriously enough. And I think this gets to the heart of it. Is like, yeah, you got to figure out a way to make this more than a quote unquote license. It's too slimy. And it's treating your customers like vagrant, ephemeral vagrant, ephemeral consumers of a good in a time, as opposed to treating it like they might want to revisit it at some point, like the expectation was. And I know that like there are things that disappear, and like, and I'm sick, and some of the things people bring up really annoy me. Like, I'm sick of hearing about PT, for instance. Like, I'm sick of it. Like, PT was a demo that you didn't pay for a game that never came out, and it was available for many years, like in other ways, and it's been played a bunch of times and all this. Like, enough already about fucking PT. What I'm really worried about is like the shit you buy, and it might be as easy as that escrow fund going into refunds if games disappear, or prorated refunds, or whatever you might want to look at. And there might be, you might release a prorating table about X years distant at this price, you get this much money. They got to do something. They have to.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Hashim. And yeah, what do you think about this, Dustin?
When I was thinking about this, it's interesting that like even a console like the Wii, for example, to my understanding, you can still re-download your Wii purchases. Like, Nintendo still has those servers up.
But you have to have the Wii itself.
Yeah, you have to have that Wii.
Yeah.
but because there was long before their
accounts.
account.
Yeah, I was talking about that recently in another context where I'm like, it's so crazy, man. Like,
Yeah,
I probably literally spent $500 or more, maybe even closer to $1,000 on that stupid virtual console. Dumb.
right. And same for like 3DS. The 3DS store has been long gone, but if you made purchases on your 3DS, and I believe that is account based, you can still go and re-download those. But it is a good question. It's like, should a digital good be treated the same as a physical good? Because it's like, if you think about it, like Nintendo doesn't have the right, or PlayStation, right? Like Sony can't be like, your copy of Crash Bandicoot, we need to come to your house and take that back. Sorry, you can't own that anymore. We know you sold it to us, and we know you've used it a long time, but no, it's got to go. It's got to come back. It would be like, absolutely fucking not. You can't have that back. You sold it to me. But because a digital good doesn't exist in the physical plane of our world, suddenly then that is like, oh, well, no, they totally legally can just say, no, we're taking that from you. Or we're not going to allow you to get access to that anymore. Which I guess that's the argument. It's like, well, we're going to give you a cutoff date and make sure if you want to keep these, you have to download them and have them on a hard drive or something. It's like, I don't think so.
Yeah, I understood let me say this. I've been very understanding, I think, of all of the shit that people didn't anticipate about this era. I brought up recently the Wonder Years using a cover of their intro song, the Joe Cocker cover of the Beatles song. Like they didn't have these perpetual licenses then because they didn't anticipate any of this shit. So like, instead of paying Joe Cocker's ask, they were like, no, we'll just have a cover of that song over it. And I was saying about 90210 when I went back and went through that again, back when I lived in California, like there were just episodes missing because there's just so much fucking music in it. And I'm patient with that because I'm like, yeah, that sucks, but you really couldn't have known. We've had more than enough time for you to figure it out at this point.
Yeah.
Like all of these different ways out and these different cagey little things. It's like, it's enough already. You gotta like, this is what it is, man. You gotta sort it out ASAP.
Yeah.
Colin,
yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, I was gonna say, before you read the next question, I need to dip out for a second. Holly has to use the bathroom and needs me to watch the baby.
Okay. Do you want to stop? Return. Do you want to? We'll stop the recording again?
Oh no. Oh. You can keep going.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Okay.
just come back.
Okay. All right. Chris Orb Ponderer wrote into us and said, "Hello, Colin and Chris. Did you catch that Sony is now going to be selling digital games again at retail stores? This was a small part of the noise this week, but appears in the PS blog outlining the changes to physical games in 2028. Sony stopped allowing digital license sales at retail back in 2019, and this return means retailers could sell these for cheaper than PSN, which is a small silver lining." It's funny because I didn't really pick this up but it is there. But I didn't really pick it up when when we first read it, or when I first read it yesterday. Which is that they do say that they say, following this date, so January 2028, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. And yes, this is something that was discontinued back in the PS4 era. I assume this is some sort of make good to the retailers, I guess, and that gives some sort of perception of optionality to the audience. You're getting it through the same thing, really, but like,
yeah,
because it is a weird reversal. You have to assume that's what it is, right? That maybe they don't want to burn them completely, and they can have a little, and they'll have retail presence, which is important.
I wonder what that means, though. Like, I wonder, like, is it going to be like the Rockstar thing, where it's just like it's going to be a case still?
No, I think it'll be more like when you go
just a card, like
I think it's what Nintendo does. Like when I go into Target, I always go to look at Nintendo's thing, and they just have these lines of cards. And I wonder if that game. Yeah, I wonder if right for each individual game, and I wonder if they'll do that because I think they would do that. They actually kind of backtracking. They kind of have to do that because otherwise they will have no footprint on like their space is going to go away at all these different stores, and you don't want that. So it's just an interesting thing that I get. It is a silver lining. It's just that it doesn't solve the problem. It just gives you multiple places to buy the game. And I wonder how price resistant those are too. Like I wonder if those are basically akin to, and it could be this way now, I really don't know how it works, but are those akin to like, when you go and buy, like, I'm going to buy a Barnes and Noble card for someone and you pay for it and then they scratch it off and then like the point of sale is like the money exchange. I wonder if it's like one thing lower than that, where it's like Target is basically selling this on consignment and like Sony will pay them at the point of sale. In other words, it's just Sony doing it themselves as opposed to giving them any sort of flexibility in pricing. I don't know if that's actually the case or not. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really. It seems like a Band-Aid. It's like, okay, you can get your digital copy. You can get your digital code at a retailer. That's not. I don't know. That means so little to me. I remember when I saw those cards or whatever at stores or whatever. I just remember being like, why would I? Why would I buy this? Why would I do this here? Like it's what a roundabout way of getting to the same exact. And it doesn't solve the problem of ownership as well.
No, I mean that's the big thing. That's the big thing.
I think the key issue, I think I don't know, man. I think we have to start waking up to the reality that like the motive isn't even like it's not even a profit motive. It's just like a bare minimum viability motive in a lot of cases. Or it's at least getting to that point where it's just like, this is the bare minimum, like whatever.
Yeah, I think it's about control in a way too, which I think the next inquiry gets into.
Sure.
I'm
real
sorry.
Quick though, about the codes at stores.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess maybe it relates to, but the one reason why someone would, Chris, is if they have a gift card for that store.
Yeah, I guess.
Like a kid, like they get a
Yeah.
$50 Target card, then they can buy that code via that gift card.
Yeah.
And
no, you're right. Gift cards are just insane to me also as a pros. Like you're like, I never understood the gift card thing. Like I'm going to buy money that's worth less.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, dude, we have a lot of gift cards right now for our baby stuff. And I'm like, well, I really want to buy this thing for the baby, but I have this gift card here. So it's like, I guess I'll just spend my own money and save the gift card. And there are still people too that don't want to put their credit card online in this day and age, which is like kind of like it feels weird in a way because the three of us spend so much money online and my credit card's wherever, but like my credit card's not on PlayStation Network right now.
That's true. Yeah, mine's
because
not
of recent happenings. It eventually will go back in there, but it's like I kind of understand it to some degree.
Yeah,
and it's worth reiterating too, like because we were talking a little bit about access to your games, or whatever, but it's like the security situation on PlayStation needs to be ratcheted up to an extreme degree, and I hope they know that. Like, if you're going to go all in like this, which is reasonable enough, if that's your decision, then understand there are going to be serious and far-reaching ramifications if you fuck this up.
That is the texture to the background of this conversation, I think, as well. Is like the reliability of Sony in general as a purveyor of these goods in the first place. And I like the security of the PlayStation Store is a massive issue. The UX of the PlayStation Store is a massive issue. I know you said it's a different thing talking about like the movie purchases, and I do think I agree, but it does say something about how much they respect at least a portion of your digital library. Like they would never, they're PlayStation, so like games are the center of their business, and PlayStation is the center of Sony. Really, it's like the core of Sony, and so like they're not going to be stupid with games. Like they're not going to like revoke your access to games that you've paid for. I like in pretty much 99.9% of scenarios. TV is a little bit secondary. Like, what are you doing even buying TV shows on PlayStation? It's weird. But it does say something.
Yeah.
It might not be that important, but it is something.
Well, no, I agree with you. Like what I was saying earlier is like they need to be in a position. And again, I think this comes from legislation and new kind of corporate governance of, let's not even call it governance. Let's call it the stewardship of your stuff. Like, and taking it seriously is like they should, what happened with Studio Canal and PlayStation with their movies and TV shows should simply not be possible.
Right.
Yeah. Like, and again, I'm a little more patient with old deals. Like you haven't even been able to buy TV shows and movies on PlayStation for a while now. So I'm a little more patient with that than I am with like anything moving forward. It's like you have to know better now. Like yeah, you're right. I mean, we'll talk about that later because it seemed like it was a bad story. It's a lot worse than that, as we've been talking about, than just the fucking movie thing. But all right, a few more things to get through. Abdiel wrote in and said, "Hello, gents. Sony's announcement that they'll end physical game production in 2028 reminded me of an episode a few weeks back on an audience question about external marketplaces selling PSN game keys or lack thereof. Dustin mentioned Steam offers something like that, but that was mischaracterized. Steam does let developers sell Steam keys, but only 5,000 are provided by default, which is nothing at scale. What's 5K copies for something like GTA 6? Their docs say additional keys requests are reviewed case by case and more keys aren't guaranteed. Right now, no digital game marketplace offers a service like that truly, and that makes sense to me. But given the recent news, do you think that will have to change soon? I have a really hard time understanding how it changes. This would only be forced by legislation. And again, something that would probably happen in Europe that would force them to bend around the world. I get nervous about this. I don't like this idea that like you have to sell things in multiple places. Why? Like I don't like to me, I'm like, I don't know. I think you should explore all avenues to reach your consumers, but like at the barrel of a gun? Like I don't know. And he's not saying that, by the way, but like it would have to be that way because no one is going to voluntarily join a system like that. Where like you can undercut each other on each other's, like you'll have this universal platform where all of the hardware manufacturers compete with each other on games that are on each of their platforms. Like that's insanity. You know, like it would be very pro-consumer, but as we're going to talk about, I'm not so sure pro-consumer really works for businesses all the time, as we see with a certain competitor. So you have to do things with like some sort of rationality to it. And like, I don't think the monopoly PlayStation has in selling games on their own platform, that doesn't bother me. I don't know. It just like, I just think that that's almost normal and reasonable. It's like, yeah, of course they do. They're going to have like they're going to make proprietary hardware and then give you access to 4 different storefronts. That would be the end of PlayStation. And by the way, I remember saying this when we discussed this a while ago, is like, I'm going to be pretty fucking pissed if people actually try to do this, which they might through lawsuits and all the rest, because it could ruin everything. Like it's one of those things where it's like, it's what I said about Helix and like the multiple storefronts, to be very careful. It would be no different. PlayStation would get fucking destroyed from a parasite within running on its own hardware. Like, I don't know. I don't know if you guys have any opinion on it, but I can't even compute how a digital storefront that allowed you to like buy whatever you wanted on PSN, or you buy it on PSN with modular pricing. That seems like that would only happen at the barrel of a gun and undermine PlayStation's business. And I'm not into that. That to me, I think is a bridge too far.
Yeah. I think across the board, there's a lot of, I mean, this also relates to the Steam machine, which is a whole different thing that I have not been here for in the pricing, but Valve and Sony are two very, very different companies. I know they're selling the same kind of product, but they operate and make money in different ways. Similar ways, but I as far as like the selling on multiple storefronts, this is something that maybe before I come back, I need to read up on more, because I agree with you, Colin, that it like seems crazy that Steam is able to do that and just be like, yeah, we're fine not making that money. But I mean, they are a private company that has way less overhead, and maybe that's just part of their ecosystem.
Yeah, like I really don't know how it works, because we get Steam keys when we publish games, and I think we get a lot of them, but I don't think. I mean, I know this is true for PSN and Xbox and whatever. It's like Nintendo's like, you can't sell those keys.
No,
those are for like distribution. That completely undermines. Like, it's just. Well, I want to read this real quick, because it was what I was referring to before. Will wrote in and said, Xbox has been the most pro-consumer brand in the console space for the past 7 years. They're on the brink of hardware extinction. That is all. I think there's something to that. You have to watch out for the business, or there will be no product. So you have to be careful.
Well, I mean, their business got shot in the foot specifically because they weren't pro-consumer, and they had to very very quickly pivot to the point where like nobody really trusted them. There was really, again, like, dude, that 2013 like always online DRM machine, that was not a pro-consumer idea. You know, that was not a very, that was like the fact that PlayStation won a generation and arguably like carried inertia for like a damn near a decade off of a video of two people handing a case to one another. You know what I mean? That's all it took. Bare minimum. Again, this is what I'm saying. Bare minimum. Bare minimum viability. It's just like, oh, you can share your game. Cool. That's it. We'll reward you for it. And Xbox didn't do that, and it nuked their brand. And they tried to pivot. Like, you can't go pro-consumer after you've already like shat the bed immensely, I think. Like, you kind of have to have a consistent philosophy of that, and you have to employ it. And I think that generally does well. You obviously have to look after the business side as well, but like I don't think it's necessarily fair to say like, oh, Xbox was pro-consumer and look how that turned out. It's like, no, they're in this situation because they weren't. And they only survived this long, actually, because they pivoted a little bit, I would argue.
Well, there are certainly contrary arguments happening out there as well, although the prevailing wisdom is that this is a bad idea and people are upset. We do have a write-in from Brandon Price who says, gentlemen, with Sony announcing the end of physical disc production, I have noticed yet more doom and gloom spreading throughout the industry and in gaming discussion circles. I wanted to remind everyone that the consumers have spoken. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the ratio now about 80-20 with digital media dominating? We live in a world where the majority rules. I just can't stand all this nonsense about the hobby is dying and how could they do this? This is not going to affect the overall quality of games, which is ultimately all that matters. P writes it on out. I want to just say that, like, based on the margins, and this is where I think it's dangerous to kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater. Based on like the kind of slim margins that Sony is running on right now and PlayStation's running on, I mean, you can't afford to kind of throw away 20% of your audience. You can't even afford to throw away really half of that audience or even a quarter of that audience. So I don't. The consumer has spoken with their behavior, yes, and the inevitability of where this is all going is undeniable. But they simply didn't need to do it now. They didn't need to do it like this. And I think they have more explaining to do. I do want to say one thing, because I've been very nice about all of this. But there is one argument I want to bring up that I am a little tired of hearing about. And there are other arguments, by the way, that I'm tired of hearing about too, but we've gone into these a bunch of times. Like, I'm so tired of like the game preservation shit. It's like, shut the fuck up. Please. Like, these games all, like, these machines are hacked to such a fucking degree at this point that like everything's playable, and most games are on PC. Like, I just hate when people are like, game preservation acts. I'm like, all right, that's not why we necessarily need physical games, but to each their own. This is an argument though that I hear sometimes that I'm like, I feel like we need to really talk about it. David Rector says, hey guys, I know Colin and Chris are all digital, as am I, but I think Sony is making a mistake removing discs as an option. There are plenty of people who live in rural areas that don't have great internet that still rely on physical games. I wish the world's internet infrastructure was good enough to make going all digital a non-issue, but I think Sony has jumped the gun on this one. I don't think this is true anymore. Like, you can get Starlink anywhere, and it will run on your PlayStation will run on it. You can tether a fucking 5G connection to your PlayStation through your phone. Like, I'm not saying that these things are ideal, but like I feel like it's not 2010 anymore. You know, it's not even 2015. It's not even 2020. Sony cannot make decisions about like people who are somehow buying PlayStation 6s and not connecting them to the internet. I'm sorry. Like, that whole thing just it doesn't strike me the same way anymore. Who is going to buy $1,000 console and not have an internet connection? And if you're in the middle of nowhere, there are options. By the way, there have been options for like 30 years to get internet in the middle of nowhere. Satellite. I was using satellite internet at my friend's house in like 1998. It sucked. But I feel like, I don't know. I'm just tired of this argument. Like, it's time to accept that like the internet is ubiquitous, that you have it. And if you don't have it, it's kind of by choice at this point. And I mean that in a gaming context. I don't mean that in an affordability context. I don't mean that in an access in developing or third world countries. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying like here in the United States, like it's kind of preposterous that you would buy a PlayStation and then be like, well, I don't have the internet. What? Am I crazy? Like,
I think there's an argument about very, very slow internet. That it's like, well, it takes like, I don't know, a 5 megabyte, 10 megabyte connection. There's certainly people in rural areas that still have that it's like a huge chore to, it's like, okay, well, let the game download overnight or something like that.
I just think that this is like, it's what we were saying about the military access, right? And some guy was like, I'm on a submarine, and I'm like, yeah, that sucks. And like, I think in an ideal world, like you would have access to whatever you wanted and whatever, but like we can't, like things that become more and more of an edge case. I think like we can't keep all edge cases in mind anymore. And it's just kind of, it's 2026. Yeah, I understand there are people that live in the middle of nowhere. I understand that there are people that don't have like, but it's like, there are options for you now. It's not the same as it was 10 years ago. And it's just weird for me to believe that like someone that's like a technologist that would buy a PlayStation 6 and put it on his beautiful 4K TV, he's like, but I don't have the internet. I'm like, I think you do. And I think I'm tired. I think I'm tired of hearing this conversation.
Oh man.
I'm going to hear from him on that one. Finally, just to reiterate, Poopy Face Tomato Nose wrote in. It's a question for Lillymo. Do you plan to print physical copies for your studio's future games after their cutoff date? Thanks. That will not be an option. Again, just to reiterate what I reiterated earlier, like when Sony cuts it off, it's done. There is no, it's not like the new Cuphead game is going to be on Master System, like a native Master System game, but that's not like they can just make those now. They're cartridges. It's different on these newer machines. So we're not going to have a Tengen run of games. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. No, like I was going to ask, is there like just like a point? Is there like an allotted amount of time that passes where like you can just kind of freely make something for an old machine and the manufacturer just doesn't care? Like what's the rules on that?
Well, I think,
you know what I mean? Because I know people can just make PlayStation games, like PS1.
Yeah. I think things. By the way, it's actually an interesting. I'm so glad you brought that up because it's in my notes, which I have barely read because I think we've covered almost everything. But it's like, in an ideal world, and I don't know how much money. This is a complicated thing, but it's like really Sony should just be like, you can kind of publish on whatever you want. We'll facilitate it. You want to publish your game on PS1? Your homebrew PS1 game, or you want to sell 1,000 copies? Like that would be the fucking true ideal.
That would be really cool. Yeah.
And I did note, right, like, is that there's that Video Game Plus or whatever, that Canadian retailer is selling new copies of PS3 games. Like there's some weird shit going on. So I don't know. I like that almost indicated the exact opposite, that they were maybe going backwards, and I don't know. But it reminds me, Chris, of what I was saying, like Color Dream and Tengen and like the guys that were trying to manufacture like bootleg games. And I think it doesn't even have to do with the physical manufacture of them. It has to do with like the boot sequence and like whether you are allowed to bypass it or not. That goes into the Nintendo Galoob Game Genie thing about like whether a game is being changed or not and accessed in an illegitimate way. So I think in other words, I just don't think Sony gives a shit anymore about PS1, and I don't think they. And I think Sega doesn't care about the Master System, but they probably could. I think it's probably not worth going after.
Sure,
people
yeah. You know? I just wonder what the rule, like, because surely that at a point in time it would have been illegal, but I guess it's only illegal so far as the company is willing to defend it, I guess.
Yeah, presumably. And I also think that there's like, Dustin would know more about this, but I think there's different rules about hardware and software wherein like the new N64 and like the new SNES, like the things that people are making are illegal. Is it legal? But I think that like the games are a problem. Could be a problem.
Sure.
And the homebrew stuff probably isn't a problem because they're not claiming, like, I guess if you took like some sort of homebrewed NES game that they release and just didn't put it in a Nintendo, you're not technically breaking the line. I mean, who gives a shit if you did, but
right.
You're playing it on like some bootleg NES and you're playing some bootleg NES game. So really,
right.
But I don't know. Hogan and I talked about that at some point about like the circumventing of boot sequences and like how that's kind of like the and again, the Tengen NES cartridges, they look different too. I don't know if you guys remember them. They were black.
Yeah.
There were some good Tengen games too. They did didn't they do RBI Baseball? Which was a pretty
and they did their version of Tetris.
Right? Which that was like the big one Nintendo was freaking out about.
Yeah.
All right. That's all we have for this topic. Dustin, are we saying goodbye to you now?
Yes, we are.
All right. You've had enough?
I've had enough. I want to make sure Holly's taken care of. I got to make her dinner,
Oh, what are you making?
Take care of the baby, feed the baby from my breast.
Yeah.
Not my breast, but
I would like
they're doing the bottle feeding and I enjoy it. It's really fun. It's nice feeding the baby.
What do you think of Dragon Quest?
He's into it. He doesn't like Sylvando, which is questionable.
Yeah.
Because I'm like,
I like Sylvando.
What are you trying to say?
He's eccentric. Yeah,
I gotta be honest, I hate Sylvando. And it's not because of any sexual overtones, it's because I don't like theater people. I've been around them, I've worked with them, and he reminds me of that time of working with theater people, and I'm like, I can't do it.
Yeah, I understand.
It's incredibly valid.
Fair enough. Well, it's good to see you. We'll see you when you decide to come back in the future. I mean, hopefully nothing catastrophic happens that calls you back in the meantime.
We shall see. This was fun. I'm glad I could hop in, and I will return at some point.
All right, well, hop out. Well, we've disappeared Dustin back to the Phantom Zone.
Right. He's stuck in a parallelogram.
Right. Yes, indeed. But the hits keep on coming. We have to get through these. I am less bothered by this for the most part. I'm bothered by a specific part of this, but this isn't a huge surprise. So Sid Schumann also published this at the same time. So Sid Schumann, who is the comms director at PlayStation, and he's been there forever. I've known him for a long time. For people that, you were listening earlier, it's the same show. I was saying it's just so funny that they made him put his name on both of these. Yeah. So they published the thing that we've already discussed for 2 hours, and now they published this as well, an update on PlayStation Store for PS3 and PS Vita. Quote, after nearly 2 decades of supporting the PS3 console generation, we wanted to let you know we will be closing the PlayStation Store on PS3 as well as on PS Vita. PlayStation Store on PS3 will close in select markets starting this year, followed by global closures for PS3 and PS Vita next year. That means new content purchases will no longer be possible once the PlayStation Store closes on these devices. To ease the transition, players will still be able to download previously purchased content after the closing date for the foreseeable future. Underline. I'm going to underline that for later. As the PlayStation Store continues to evolve to support modern commerce systems, including updated payment processing standards, PS3 and PS Vita are no longer able to support these updates at the level required. As a result, we will need to close PlayStation Store on these devices in the timeframes as follows. So Mexico, Honduras, and Nicaragua, PlayStation Store on PS3 will close starting August 2026, so imminently. Additional Latin American and Middle Eastern countries, PlayStation Store on PS3 will close starting late 2026. And then in all other countries, PlayStation Store on PS3 and Vita will close in July 2027. We know that this news may be disappointing to PS3 and PS Vita players who hold a special place in their hearts for this generation of gaming. PS3 and PS Vita represent an important era in our PlayStation history, so this was not an easy decision for us to make. As we continue to expand the PlayStation experience on newer devices that most of our users are playing on today, we need to focus on more of our resources on delivering the best gaming experiences on these platforms as we look forward towards the future. Look ahead towards the future, I'm sorry. I brought up, and I put a link in our document as well, that it's been 5 years since they tried to do this. And it was in April of 2021, as people might recall, that Sony announced that they were going to shut the PS3 and Vita stores. And for those that are excited about the potential that Sony will reverse course on the disc thing, which I think is possible, but unlikely, just based on the semantics we discussed, this was the last time that people complained about something so loudly that they reverse course. I didn't think we would get a reprieve of what is essentially 6 years. And it's kind of hard for me to be too upset about that.
Yeah.
At the point that this was done, by the way, and we know this from the Insomniac hack, which happened the next year, there were still a couple of million people a month playing on PS3. That number has got to be down to hundreds of thousands. And so from the perspective of if you're using these devices actively, you have not even been able to publish games on them. PS3 hasn't gotten new games, I think, since 2015. And Vita hasn't gotten new games since 2022. So you've kind of had your opportunity. That's not what sucks. What sucks is the sentence that that there's an indefinite nature, or what they say, the foreseeable future. You'll be able to download the games. And this is no bueno to me at all. Clark Petrie wrote in and said, Colin, please discuss the whiplash from last week's Sacred and Summon Sign comments about the PS3 and Vita stores remaining open into the news this week. Did you bring this calamity upon us? It is possible. for those that didn't listen to Summon Sign last week, I was on it with Brad and I talked about the PS3 and Vita stores still being up. So I brought the Eye of Sauron upon it and I do apologize about that. What are your thoughts, man? I mean, I guess there's multiple tethers. One is like the stores going away. And then two is they will simply not commit to making these things available forever. And part of me understands the technical ramifications, but I'm surprised that, Chris, that they just haven't figured this out yet. Like,
yeah,
abandon the hardware. Like, that's reasonable enough, but like not the games, you know?
Yeah. This is like I agree largely. Like it's fine. The storefront closing and not being able to download new stuff. It's like that's okay. It's hard for me to be mad at like a 5-year heads up. You know what I mean? That's pretty ample time to collect what you need to collect. But yeah, I don't. This whole like for the foreseeable future, you have access to the things you bought and downloaded. It's like I don't. That's not good. And I think it would be less of an issue if just a lot of this software was just brought forward in the first place, which, like, again, so much of it is just stranded on that machine. Really important stuff, too, like to the history of the brand and to the history of the machine and the ecosystem, you know, Resistance, you know, Killzone. Uncharted was there for a while and then it got brought forward, thank God. But, you know, it's too much. Is stuck there, in my opinion, and I think you gotta. I don't know, like I don't know what the cost is of maintaining that ability, but like it's gotta be cheap, given how many people are going to be using it, and I think it's probably worth keeping with. Really, like I don't see a benefit to getting rid of that. The storefront, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, like that bothers me a lot less. Like, especially because, like you said, it's a 5-year reprieve plus another year once they said it.
Yeah.
Like, so if there's something on there that you want, go get it. You've had all of this time to do so, and I have no, like, it's like whatever, man. It's sad for those that discover PS3 late, because I've made the point, Chris, many times in the past. Like, I could make the case that PS3 is my favorite PlayStation console. Like, I love the PlayStation 3. It's an awesome machine. I mean, we have like we said, Stockholm Syndrome up the wazoo with this thing, but it's got a great catalog of games, and it was such a unique and interesting console and experience, and how it roared back that generation and just ended on such a high note. It was awesome. And so I feel for people that discover them so late, but like, yeah, I think we agree. Interacting with the store in terms of being able to buy things, like I understand they don't want to deal with that shit anymore. And like, there's a lot of security issues and like your credit card and it's, you're interfacing with a fucking machine from 2006. They don't want to do it anymore. And I'm like, yeah, okay. What I'm so concerned about though is this idea that, like, I guess they've basically admitted in so many words, right? Like, we can't figure it out. Like we simply aren't going to be able to get these games over. And I think that creates a level of urgency. Austin Prentice actually wrote in about this, but he says, hello boys, with this week's news that the PlayStation is closing the PS3 and Vita stores and signaling the PS6 will be all digital, it makes me shudder at all the games that are at risk of being left behind on old platforms, especially Sony's own games. If only they had a studio built specifically to port and or remake old games for new hardware. Alas, I guess there's no point in feeling blue over it. Just thought I'd point that out. And he says blue and point. Looking forward to the discussion this weekend. Best wishes to the Furman family. It goes beyond that, man. Like, they need to have an external team much smaller than, or at least cheaper than Blue Boy. Maybe they would be as big, churning a lot of this stuff out. Like, for this is where I was making fun of preservation earlier. It's like, this is a preservation issue, although it really isn't, because these games have been pirated a million times and they're on, like, you can just emulate them. But,
well, well, the PS3 though is like particularly a preservation issue, I think, because the cell architecture makes it so impossible to emulate relative to other software. There is actually, I think, a really good case to be made that, like, there's a real imperative for PS3 to be brought forward. You know what I mean? Like, I think, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, yeah, no, you continue.
Well, I was gonna say, like, certainly, I think you could be right. I think certainly, like, they must have invested a bunch of time and certainly some money into trying to figure it out. And I wonder if they just are like especially because maybe they're planning on, maybe Sucker Punch did tip their hand about doing more Infamous, like, remasters and stuff, and maybe they just have a plan to get some of the biggest stuff off of there and celebrate it in some sense. But like, there are things that are going to inevitably be left behind that will not be playable outside of those illegal outlets. And at that point, that's what I always say about piracy. It's like, I really don't support it for things that you can easily play or buy. But like, if they're going to do that to it, then it's like, well, it really will be your only option at that point. And that's kind of their problem, not yours. Yeah. I do agree with him though that it is a sad state that even if they act now, like there will be games that will just be like folklore or Haze, like these games that are not necessarily great, but like or Layer, like all of these are never getting ported, and so they're literally just die, and that is something to be sad about. Although those games are physical games, and I guess you could just always buy them.
Yeah,
so, and I assume they'll say that. This would be so much more dramatic, Chris, if it was PS4 or beyond, because that's when you're really heavily invested digitally. But I was invested digitally in PS3. I had a shit ton of PS3 games digitally. I bought PS3 games all the time.
Yeah, I had a bunch of Xbox 360 games that I don't have anymore.
And they shut their shit down recently too, right? Like, or they announced that they were going to.
I could be wrong. I feel like it happened a while ago.
Yeah. I don't think that's unreasonable.
But also, because I bought and downloaded Lost Planet 2 kind of recently from the Xbox 360 store, so maybe it's available.
It's just available as a mirror or whatever now. Well, that's what they really did. That's like the one feature on Xbox that I'm jealous of, is just like the interoperability between the consoles that doesn't exist on PlayStation side, because they just didn't have the foresight to do that. And they realized with PS4 that they had to get out of that. So they made the decision they had to make. It just so happened, like no decision they were going to make was going to make the PS3 easy to deal with. So, so they did what they had to do, but it's just all these years later, and it's like, really? Like, you don't want to question the engineering talent. It's just like, wow, this really is, I guess, insurmountable. Actually, didn't we talk about how Digital Foundry did a thing with a PS3 emulator recently where it's like surprisingly bad?
Yeah, it's that generation in general is not the best. Like, cause I've tried, only recently did I really get into trying to do emulation again, because it's just like, all right, you know what, it's getting ridiculous. Like, a lot of these games aren't coming forward. I own the physical copies of these games, so like, honestly, fuck it. And I tried to emulate Marvel Ultimate Alliance and Mercenaries 2, I think, on Zinnia, which is like some Xbox 360 one. And even those are kind of borked and fucked up. Like, the lighting on Mercenaries is broken, and I don't know how to fix it. And Marvel crashes like 5 seconds into the game. So I'm like, it's tricky, but I don't know. Preservation is important. I think there's a lot of games on that old machine that are worth being remembered, I think, but I don't know. I just don't know what you do.
Yeah, I obviously they have no solution.
Yeah, which is crazy, but
and to be fair to them, not that I'm like deep into the home brewing world or anything, I'm not, but
no,
there's been no like major push from outside being like, we figured it out, like we did it. Here's how you do it. Like nothing, no like white hat kind of like.
Yeah, you have to assume, like, if you did figure it out, you'd go immediately to Sony, right?
Yeah, I would think.
See, like, how much can I get for this solution?
Right, and I just think it's not figure outable, as it were, in that easy of a way. It's too complicated, and
yeah,
I think that's what Digital Foundry was saying, was that like you need so much horsepower to circumvent all this shit that like it basically like you almost need like a PS6 level console to deal with it, which is funny when you think about it. Skull King wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Men, what I am most upset about is that Sony suggests that someday you won't be able to download PS3 games you own anymore. They said foreseeable future. They can't actually expect me to never need to download PS3 games again, and that would mean they expect me to have everything downloaded and to never need to download stuff ever again. How would that not be illegal? I'm already looking for a lawyer for this, and if they announce no more PS3 game downloading, I will be taking legal action if I need to. But what's your opinion on this?" My opinion is that I think what Hogue would tell you, I don't want to speak for him too much, but I guess I will here, is there is no doubt that in the language that of PS3's EULA, that they can do whatever they want. Now, it doesn't make it right. And this is why I was saying earlier, Chris, is there's got to almost be legislation around this shit, like where you just can't do this. And I don't know if you can almost grandfather old things in as much as you can make a preparation for the future at this point.
Right.
But that's the fucked up reality is that, and I don't think Sony wants to be punitive towards their, cause I really don't think any company wants to be punitive towards their audience and towards their consumer base. Like that doesn't make any sense. It's what we were saying earlier about like the specious kind of reporting around Bungie and like Sony taking revenge on Bungie. It's like, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's insane.
That would be the most insane. They've done enough damage. I don't think they need to now take revenge on the damage they've already wrought. It's the same thing here where it's like Sony doesn't want to do this. It's like, I think that they can make the argument that these are more vectors in the PlayStation Network. I don't know what their thing is, but like you almost want the long arm of the law to say like, you can't do this to people. At least not going forward. Yeah, when I bought Super Rub-a-Dub or whatever in 2006, should I have expected that in 2026 I'd be able to play it? Well, we weren't really thinking about that, I don't think.
Yeah.
But now that we have hindsight and now that we've seen the evolution of everything, and as I noted earlier, it really starts with Apple and iTunes, this entire idea of owning this digital good, right? Yeah, right. And like this idea that like, well, do you own it? And how much control do you have? And what can you do with it? It all begins with them. And I think it's it's funny. PlayStation Network is only a few years. It's like 5 years after that. It's not that long after the iPod is introduced. No. And actually, I think, 2001. So, and 2006 for the PSN. So as we understand it now, so it's all nascent. It's in the ether. Like it's all, no one really knows what they're doing. Someone's got to do something about this. And I don't know if something can be done for PS3 because you're saying you can sue them. As the old saying goes, you can sue anyone for anything.
Yeah.
I just don't know if they're just going to, you probably might not even get to court. They might just be like, this is what you signed. We have, unfortunately you didn't read it or didn't understand it. No one does. I don't read it.
Yeah. Which is insane also. Like I feel like the EULA in general is so like, I don't know, man. What's that joke about like how a EULA stands for every user loses access?
Right. Exactly. And I understand too, Chris, like this is what people argue. It's like the whole, they want you on cloud. They want you using like external infrastructure to access everything. And like, offload local computing. That's where this seems like it's all going.
Probably.
And one thing I'm sure they'll do is obviously they'll have all these games in the back end and they'll have your records and all the rest. And maybe they just reintroduce it sometime in the future. And maybe they charge you to access those things in the future. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past them at this point. Let's see. Anything else to say? I'm going to skip this next one, but I do want to end with this inquiry. It would have been interesting to hear Dustin talk about this as well, because we could have ended the last one with this too, but I thought we would get all of this in first.
Sure.
SL wrote in and said, hello, SS crew. Not since the announcement of the Xbox One have I seen a console manufacturer piss away their brand equity with such violence and velocity. Under different circumstances, the announcement that Sony is ceasing production of game discs might not have been received so poorly. If this were a normal generation where consoles were steadily reducing in price, Sony was releasing exclusive first-party titles at the same cadence as the late PS3 and PS4, and video game prices weren't steadily escalating, and Sony hadn't just voided the digital purchases of hundreds of films, PlayStation gamers likely would have reacted with I don't like it, but I'm getting enough value that I will accept it. Those are not our circumstances. And I'm not confident Sony understands just how quickly a brand can go from trusted to hated. Sony is at this time demanding higher prices on hardware while offering fewer first-party games per year while demonstrating openly just how flimsy digital ownership is within their ecosystem. And that's without considering how much of a shit show PSN security has proven to be. I'm not sure Sony understands just how bad the perfect storm of PR nightmares they're creating is. Do you think they understand? Or do you think they feel they're so untouchable they can get away with anything? This is a very 20-year-old coded question of the same exact things that people were asking, reasonably so, about PlayStation nearly 2 decades ago for different reasons. And I will say, SL, that I don't blame Sony for all of the things you're blaming them for, specifically the hardware stuff. There's no fucking universe that they want to be charging you $900 for a PS5 Pro. And there's no universe where they had any prognostication from their analysts and their strategists that it was going to cost that much. This is the reality of tech right now. And I forgive them for that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, because they talk about, the idea of subsidizing hardware. But so I want to throw that away. Like I don't think that the hardware thing sucks, but everyone's victimized by it. No one is immune to it.
It's unfortunate timing.
Right.
It's bad decisions. It is. These are not good decisions. But
right,
it's all.
Right.
It is not helped by the fact that the overall timing of all of this and the realities of the economy, tech, big tech, and where it's going. It is a perfect storm. You know.
To me, I wonder, Chris, like, I don't even wonder, like, I've said this, I articulated this already, like in recent episodes where I'm like, I think Sony's kind of got a problem.
Mm-hmm. Easily.
You don't want to overestimate it. You don't want to even overestimate the effect of this on their business. Like what's going on right now. Certainly the PS3 and Vita thing has almost no one cares about that. Like we care, but like no one gives a flying fuck about that. Sure. They definitely care a lot more about the disc thing, but you can even say like, well, they're going to withstand that. It's negligible ultimately. And they understand that that's what's going to happen. But I think like death by 1,000 cuts is a pretty real thing. And I think the one thing that I will say about Sony and just their approach to marketing and speaking is they do come off like they feel like they're above it. And I think if they don't start lubricating the lines of communication and they don't start acting like an entity that gives a shit about their customers in a meaningful way, they might come up for a rude awakening next generation. Because as you were saying, everything is conspiring towards these insane hardware prices that are turning people off, again, through no fault of their own. They want to make this thing as cheap as they can. We all know that and understand that. It's the product by which everyone plays the game. They would give it away for free if they could. You know, but they're constrained within the financial reality. In other words, they're not trying to make money on their hardware. And they know they're not going to. But like they just seem like they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I think that they're encouraged by that, by what I've noted for quarter after quarter after quarter, which is like they're just making a lot of money. And they've calculated so far that it doesn't matter. And I think at some point it will. Because if you abandon your hardcore and there's no one there to buttress your ecosystem, and make no mistake, your ecosystem is buttressed by people that buy a few games a year and all of that. But there are heavy users that are the tastemakers that open up the channels towards finding a lot of games, and they cover the games, and they're the influencers around the games and all the rest. Like, I don't know, man. I just think they are so insulated at this point that it almost becomes like you don't even know. Like, all right, so imagine if they were like, we're going to talk. Who's going to do it?
Yeah.
Well, like there's not even really a logical person anymore that like speaks. Yes, sir. You have Cerny, who we'll hear from no doubt in the next 6 months, probably, or 8 months. You have Nishino, who would be interesting to hear from. And we'll talk about him in a little bit. He gave an interview to Famitsu recently. You have Herman Hulst, who has no credibility, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can't.
And shouldn't be talking about anything. And there's really like the Gio Corsis and the Adam Boyses and the Shuhei Yoshidas and the Jack Trentons and the Shaun Laydens and even the Andrew Houses, and like I'm not even entirely sure I know what Nishino sounds like when he talks.
Right.
Like I can hear in my mind's ear all of those people speaking.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm not even really sure I know what Nishino sounds like. I even know what Herman Hulst sounds like. You know, but they do. I hope they understand, for their sake, what.
Yeah.
Let's not overestimate the splash damage from these different decisions. PlayStation will continue. They're going to be profitable. They'll make money. But what does the mid to long term say? And what do you lose by leaning more into explanation? Right, I said that earlier about the physical game stuff, right, Chris? If this is the reality, then just explain it to us like we're adults.
Right.
And say like, this is becoming unsustainable. Here are the numbers. Wouldn't that be God forbid. Here are a few examples of recent
Right.
games from third and first party. And
yeah, you got to make the case,
right.
when you make decisions like this, and again, it's the strategy of not talking. Facts, I don't know. Facts are the way they are often because of the tapestry of reality that surrounds them. It was a good idea to not talk at a certain point, but variables change.
Mm-hmm.
Things change, realities change. Economies change, standing changes, desire changes, hunger changes, appetite changes, demand changes. All of these things changes. All of these things change, and the same strategy simply cannot work for all of them. There is no one size fits all strategy for anything that exists. So if your strategy still to this day is we're not talking, when the reality of everything that surrounds that strategy is completely different to what it was, you're bringing you're bringing cleats to the NBA, brother. Like, this is not, you're in the wrong outfit, dude. You got to start talking, because now, like, you're the last guy. Really?
Yeah.
Like, in this space anyway. In this space. There's Nintendo and they're doing their own thing. I get it. But like, Xbox is off doing fucking they're off having a manic breakdown. PC is kind of, they're there and they're doing their thing, but even they're kind of, they're they've got the bad press too for the Steam machine through no fault of their own, I would imagine. But you're the last guy in this space. And you can't be like a creepy silent guy, like just like not explaining himself as he makes all these like moves that are obviously not good facing the consumer. I don't think most people really earnestly gave a shit that the Xbox One was always online. In their heart of hearts, I bet if they didn't know that, they would have bought the machine and they just simply wouldn't have been aware of it. And they would have gone on as if nothing was going on, right? Or nothing was wrong. But everybody knew that it was always online, and everybody knew that a lot of people knew that it was a problem, and that spreads. That's a wildfire.
Mm.
And even people who don't care, I don't use physical games really. I think it's bad that they're doing this. And there's undoubtedly going to be, and I think there's going to be a lot of, and I understand we've moved forward from that and into a different space, but like, dude, like, I think you're going to have a lot of people who also don't necessarily care, but are making decisions on what they hear. And that's not what you want in a time when your next machine is not really that enticing to people. Like, people, there's no appetite, there's no hunger, there's no yearning for this next machine. This is a bad confluence of ingredients, in my opinion. And again, you're right. We shouldn't overestimate the splash damage of it. It's not nuclear or anything, but it's far from fucking ideal, dude. And that's all.
Yeah, it resets the whole war of like the commercial war going around PlayStation. It just resets it under different bounds. We don't know where it's going to go now. It's not the bottom won't fall out now. It's just to say, like, did someone just like launch a missile into like the foundation of this thing that might come back to haunt you later? And I just the one thing I feel certain about with Sony is that they like we've said it about Microsoft, is like they just won't shut the fuck up. And I think there is a notion in PR and in media where it's like, if you are explaining, you are losing. And I think that there is something about that. But Sony has to understand that they have a lot to explain now, and that might be because they're losing, and they're not losing to the old competition. Obviously, they're losing in different ways, right? And it requires some level of explanation. And I wish they understood that you can talk to us like adults, that like you can explain things to people. There are things, I read their financials. Like I go through, they do say a lot of things, but like they can just try to be more overt about what they're saying and stop nipping around the issues. Like, go and explain why hardware is more expensive. Do a really deep dive interview. Send your hardware guy in a fucking Digital Foundry and explain it. And so, like, guys, in an ideal world, like, you can even be honest and say, like, we thought hey guys, I'll be honest with you. Like when we were kind of gaming this out before PS5 even launched, we thought the console was going to be $300 by this point. And by the way, the $300 would have been no profit for us. We were just willing to sell it at that cost. That we're selling it at this cost goes to show you how out of control things have become, out of our hands, and that we're doing the very best we can do to deliver the goods. You can do things like that. You can do things like that. They're afraid, I think, that that maybe the people, they don't have, maybe they do and we don't see them anymore, but they've kind of dispatched their talented speakers. The people that can go, glad hand and massage things. And
yeah.
And I will also say that I feel Sony just needs to, they need to be, it comes off as holier than thou in a way sometimes. And there's something very prestigious about that when brands do that. People like that. Apple does it a little bit, but Apple talks a lot too. They have these big events and reveals, and then they manage those expectations. And I just think that what worked for a while is good, but it has to change. And maybe they know that, and maybe it'll all change around PS6, and maybe they just don't want to talk yet. And maybe we'll see much more around this next year, but it just feels like, they don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation in the mid to long term. And the major thing, of course, is that, and we bring this up all the time, right, Chris? Sony's incredibly dependent on PlayStation. It's like what's going on with Xbox and Microsoft is not that serious comparable to Microsoft. They can spin it out. I mean, Microsoft makes probably $1 in $10 or whatever from Xbox. Sony makes like $1 in $2 from PlayStation. So they gotta, this is the golden goose, dude. There's nothing left. Your movies are good, music's good, but like there's really nothing left. You got to be careful. I will say this though, and this isn't not something that's come up very often, but like the stock market liked the announcement, which is interesting.
Of course.
But it is worth noting. It is worth noting, like this year, Sony's down almost 20 points.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm sorry, not 20 points, 20% down to 20 points. So they're not where they used to be. I mean, Sony, at one time, let me see if I can find it here, Max. Yeah. Sony's trading at $20 now. It was trading at $28 just last summer. And even in the summer of 22, it was trading at this point. So they're down in the short term, but up in the longer term. But I don't know. It's a precarious thing. And I don't necessarily worry about them because I do think they have a level of inertia. But I think that they've just benefited from becoming the default.
The thing that saves them is the fact that they are the default, and a lot of people have already invested a lot in them. Like Xbox had a lot of inertia going into Xbox One, but like they just kind of, it was the start of a new generation. So this is different, right? Like this is like the mid to late point of a generation that already exists. And by the time the next generation exists, there's not going to be real competition in the way that there would have been. Just because people have established their digital libraries. It's funny, you could almost imagine, like, I wonder, like if Xbox hadn't already done away with physical games for the most part. It's funny to imagine like the layup this would have been for them. They could have they could have put out that video kind of if they were in like a completely, if their situation wasn't so fucked and they were still doing physical games. It's just like, damn, dude, that would have been an interesting reversal, full circle moment. It's like, well, we're still doing discs here.
Yeah, and I mean Helix is not gonna have a disc drive, I imagine, but they are technically still doing discs. Like they haven't announced the end of their disc manufacture for Xbox Series, or even Xbox One, I think, still gets disc games. It's just that they're more seldom, and that there's really, because of Game Pass, as we know, that there's really no appetite for that stuff over there.
I mean, I could be right. I feel like some first parties skips discs or something like that. Like I'm not super sure. I feel like I remember hearing something about like how they don't really do it.
Yeah, the thing is that it could be an interesting opening for them, but it's what I was saying earlier about big companies versus small companies. Like they don't want to make these fucking things.
No, yeah, for sure, yeah.
And that's why I even think Nintendo having some sort of advantage here. It's like they're like, yeah, we have an advantage, and we're going to continue with physical games because that's what our modern hardware allows. But like, we don't want to be doing this also. So if you got them in an honest moment, I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it is a lot, and we'll see how this all goes moving forward. But let's get through the rest of this news here. The hits do keep on coming. I promised earlier that we would talk about hardware subsidies, and this comes from Video Game Chronicle that writes, Sony says it doesn't plan to sell hardware at significant losses, but is monitoring the market with PS6 in mind. And they write, quote, during a Q&A session held at a recent meeting based around the company's game and network services division, one attendee asked Sony executives to provide an update on their current thinking regarding hardware pricing and profitability, specifically referring to the next generation platform. The attendee asked the execs whether it was, quote, reasonable to assume that your pricing will continue to prioritize profitability of the hardware as it does today, end quote. The official answer given by Sony's transcript from the Q&A noted that it considers its hardware to be one of the most important parts of the gaming experience and that it wants to make sure users recognize the value offered by its hardware. But it also stated that the company doesn't plan to sell hardware at a loss as a matter of principle, but that it's currently monitoring the market situation. Quote, and this is from, I think this is Nishino specifically saying this, quote, first, we regard hardware as the base for providing the gaming experiences, and by offering products such as PlayStation Portal Remote Player, we aim to provide experiences tailored to users' playstyles beyond the living room, which has traditionally been considered the primary usage environment. As for pricing, it is not realistic for us to absorb all component cost increases, and we have already implemented some price increases outside Japan. At present, however, sales are proceeding as planned, and we do not believe this has led to a decline in customer demand. Asterisk there, because I disagree. As a principle, we do not intend to sell hardware at significant losses. At the same time, we are carefully monitoring the market and continuing to evaluate our approach. We believe it is important for us to make every effort to ensure that customers fully understand the value we provide in relationship to pricing, end quote. This is important, Chris, because there's recent rumors, I think, from that guy Kepler saying that the BOM, as they say in that space, for the PlayStation 6 right now is about 900. If they don't want to subsidize the cost of everything, then you can imagine that you'll have a $899 PS6. I still feel like there's a psychological barrier to $1,000, and I think at that point they probably would start subsidizing. And I also wonder if they already signed the contracts, like with Micron. They recently announced that they signed a deal with 16 companies, but didn't list who the companies were to lock in prices for 5 years. And I wonder if Sony's one of those companies. What do you think of this? I mean, this isn't a huge surprise. This is part of the honesty that I'm talking about. You just don't bury this in a Q&A published on Sony.com's investor relations website. And you don't say it in such a mechanical way.
Yeah, they're very robotic. And it doesn't really do them any favors. I mean, again, like I largely agree. I don't know if I have much to say about it, really. Like I'm not surprised by it. This is ultimately going to be like, we'll see what comes of this when the time comes, really. Like, I don't know if there's really much value in even speculating. And also the same thing too, where it's just like, that's what they're saying now, you know? The reality is that like everything is changing so quickly and so sporadically, and nothing feels predictable now. You know, like it doesn't feel like there's like they're monitoring market situations, but like how much monitoring can you really do to this completely schizophrenic world state? So like we'll see what happens, but I'm not surprised to hear this.
The reason I said, by the way, that so he says Nishino had said that there seems to be no effect on demand for the increased pricing. Like that just seems to be not played out at all, and in the data, because GamesIndustry.biz reports PlayStation hardware, and this happened right after we published last week, so this is a little bit of old news, but we should add it to the record. PlayStation hardware sales fall to their lowest May total since 2000. So based on unit sales, not cumulative money, which would be a really bad sign since the consoles are so expensive, but based on unit sales, there's been a 58% year-on-year drop in the United States for PlayStation 5, and that its total in May, for May 2026, was the lowest number of PlayStation units sold in a May in the United States since 2000, which was the last year of PS1, when everyone was waiting for PS2. So not a huge surprise there. PS2 would only be a few months away from that point, you know, that fall. This is catastrophic because it doesn't show that there's a low demand for the console itself. It goes to show that there's just the price tolerance that we've been talking about is starting to be breached in some way. And I was thinking about this. I'm like, dude, this includes May 2007, May 2008. These are pretty bad months for PlayStation. And that they're selling. So that suggests they're selling 100,000 units a month or something in the United States, like some really bad number. So I don't know what he's talking about when he says that. Although I guess they didn't have that data at the time because this Q&A apparently was in early June and was just published. But
oh yeah, fair.
But I still think that's kind of like, what do you mean?
I feel like you should know that intrinsic. Like I don't like that. That doesn't even seem like you really need. You could kind of stick your finger up to the wind and feel that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I don't even know if you even really need the numbers to know that. Like, yeah, obviously, yeah, duh. The price of the machine is insanely high. Most people already have it who are interested in it. So yeah, it's not doing well. And $900 is kind of nuts.
Yeah, that's for the Pro, to be fair. $650 for the regular PS5. But still crazy price.
Best investment ever, dude. Hilarious.
At launch. Yeah.
Yeah, I think about it now where it's just like man, what a good idea this whole time.
It's funny, man. Like I don't know. I just feel like that this situation is rough for everybody, but like there is a ridiculousness about charging so much for these machines. Again, I know it's not their fault, but it's just like you can't blame anyone for not wanting to spend this much money on a piece of hardware at this point. And I guess Grand Theft Auto or Wolverine and these other games are going to be guns to people's heads, but
yeah,
it's just, and this is why I was saying earlier, it's like, it would be cool if they were just honest and say like, this has gotten so out of control. Like we didn't anticipate this and we're sorry, but it's out of our hands. As far as software sales, since we should just get into that here, since we're talking about Circana, May's best-selling game in the United States was 007 First Light. Not a huge surprise there. Forza Horizon 6 was number 2, and that will kind of stay up there. PlayStation release comes later this year, of course. Legacy of the Dark Knight was number 3, the new Lego Batman game, and Subnautica 2 at 4. And as I understand, Unknown Worlds has gotten their bonuses.
Oh, cool.
Which is cool after being, after suing and getting fired and all that kind of shit that went on. You can listen to Sacred Symbols Plus if you want more about that. We've covered that quite a bit there. Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, stays at number 5. MLB The Show 26 at 6. Crimson Desert, number 7. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book at number 8. Call of Duty Black Ops 7, number 9. And Mario Kart World at 10. Now, I will be clear what I said a month or two ago when Circana started doing this. I think Circana data in some way is, well, it might be more reliable, but it is less exact than ever because now they're including projections. For those that refuse to sell their digital sales, they just kind of make it up based, I'm sure, on some sort of algorithm that makes sense. But it's worth noting that Nintendo games are showing up in a much bigger way now because of that. And that's good because I'd rather have some level of accuracy, but it's not exact.
Right.
Year to date, Resident Evil Requiem remains the best-selling game in the United States for the year. Crimson Desert, number 2. MLB The Show 26, Sony's own, number 3. 007 First Light is already the 4th best-selling game of 2026. Forza Horizon 6 is already the 5th best-selling game of the year. And the Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is already number 7. Tomodachi Life is number 8, believe it or not. Pretty incredible stuff. So those are the sales numbers. We'll have June sales soon enough, I assume. They haven't been selling... Matt Piscatella from Circana hasn't been breaking down the console sales recently, which is a little annoying. They used to release those.
I noticed that the thread was like kind of bare.
Yeah, it has a lot of like interesting data, but not anything I really want to go into here. All right. Next up is, let's see.
Oh yeah.
So this comes from I was promising earlier. Sorry, I'm trying to keep footnotes here for Lockmore. WCCF Tech translated an interview that Hideaki Nishino, the CEO of PlayStation, gave an interview with Famitsu. It's in Japanese, obviously, so they translated it. And I think one of the major things, there was a few things in there that he talked about because he talked about PC ports as well. We'll talk about that shortly. But the major thing he talked about here that I thought was interesting is this idea of live service games. Now, Sony's approach to live service outside of Helldivers And of course, MLB's annualized kind of success. They really haven't found any meaningful success in this space. And we've found some of their approaches a little peculiar. Obviously, we were talking about Midnight Murder Club last week and how they kind of just abandoned that game, which was kind of a cool idea. Meanwhile, they just seem to not be able to quit fair game / break-in. So here, WCCF Tech writes that Nishino was asked if PlayStation will continue to pursue live service games, and he says this, quote, "With live service games, it's important to continuously provide something. The genre itself is relatively new, and I think many people are trying various things. So we also want to continue to take on challenges with that context." I don't think that this is a bad thing. I don't know. I know a lot of people disagree, but I just don't know that they can stop investing in these things. And I know this before everything went off with all this other news that we've talked about, this was really making the rounds in a pretty fiery way around the internet, because people were pretty upset about it. And like I said, he also spoke about PC games and where they're going to put their various games. And he reaffirms that, their live service games will come to PC. I think we already know that, but that they really want to kind of maximize the single player stuff for PS5. So I think that was probably the reason they sent him out to Famitsu. But as usual, Sony kind of says things in a mealy-mouthed and weird way instead of just being more straightforward. But I don't mind that strategy. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I mind the strategy. It's just like this is so much of Sony lately, and their messaging has been so poorly timed. Because for them to be like, all right, like we're gonna double down on live service, and I think we all knew this. If we know the industry, we know that they're not gonna stop. To hear something like that literally 24 hours after you shut Destiny down, it's like that's not the best look for people. Because they're gonna look at you and you're like, what? Like, I do think so. The reality is, unfortunately, and to be fair, they've done this to themselves. Sony's name attached to a live service game now is it's a bit of a toxic association now. It's almost like I don't know, it'd be like, hey, you win a free dinner with Benjamin Netanyahu. It's like, I don't know if that's even if you feel either way about it, it's like, this is not how I want to spend my night. Like, this is uncomfortable. Yeah. So like I think they just kind of, unfortunately, with Concord, and not even just Concord, but just like and not even just Concord as the game and the disappointment it is, but just like the budget behind it and like the passion behind it and Herman Hulst's like championing of it, and then like how it ended up and like how quickly it died and all of these things. That's a stain. And it might seem unfair or whatever, and it probably literally is, because like not every team working on a live service game is the Concord team, and but if you're familiar with just how people act and how people receive information and how people behave, like it's just like it's gonna be a stain on their reputation forever. And and now I think the Destiny thing is kind of on top of them too, where it's like, okay, you've put out Concord and you've shut down Destiny, arguably the only live service game that you have that had any capability of really blowing back up. Or like, not to say that Destiny wasn't financially struggling, but like there was a way, I think, to keep doing Destiny in a way that was cost effective. I don't know how that would have looked or like what it would have been like, but people were happy with that last update, and that was not even really a full expansion at all. Like it was just like quality of life changes and like some things here and there. And I think that game had like 100K on Steam. I think Destiny 2 was like 100K on Steam concurrently. And Steam, by the way, is Destiny's least played base. Like Steam for Marathon and Destiny are like inverted in that way, where Destiny, most players are on console. So like that's a pretty healthy space, or like a healthy number of players. Like, and I got to be real with you, man. Like, if you're hoping to get dying Destiny numbers out of Breakout or Break-In, whatever, I don't know what to tell you, really, because I don't think that's in the cards.
Oh, man,
I would be astounded if I'm wrong. Like, holy shit! Like, God bless. Like amazing for them, because that would be like a massive subversion of expectations. But like,
definitely,
I don't see Fair Games or whatever the fuck it's called, doing what they needed to do. And so with that on the horizon, it's just like, to hear this, it's like, yeah, we're committing to live service. We've gutted Destiny. We've fucked up with Concord, and now we're committing to fucking up in the immediate future. Like, and maybe a lot of that is unfair. Maybe a lot of that is assumptions, and a lot of that is like, it's how it comes across, and not necessarily how it is. But how things come across is often more important. Like, perception is kind of reality in these spaces, and bad perception can influence reality in a way that's not to be trifled with or underestimated. So I don't know.
We'll see what happens, man. I'm rooting for them in that space. I know it bothers a lot of people, but I just feel like I understand what a lot of people just seem to refuse to understand, which is that's what it is. By the way, if you read the interview, they consider Tokon one of these games. So I think their definition is both loose and quite vivid in that it's just games that have some level of interactivity, storefront expansion, stuff like that. So it doesn't have to be the games we necessarily envision, but I just
true.
They I don't know how many times I can say the same thing over and over again. They see the numbers. They know.
In fairness, though, like Tokon is a Marvel IP. You know what I mean? Like it's almost separate.
Sure.
Because it's Marvel. Yeah. We'll see.
We will indeed. We brought this up earlier, and it's just something to add to the record that the French film outlet or film publisher, Studio Canal, is stripping its game off of the PlayStation Network. Sony writes on PlayStation.com that, quote, from September 1st, 2026, due to our content licensing agreements, you will no longer be able to access your previously purchased content from Studio Canal, and it will be removed from your video library, end quote. So as you recall, you for many years, you were able to buy TV shows and movies from PlayStation Store. That's not been functionality in some years now, but that stuff's still available in your back catalog, except for the stuff that they've started taking down, and it includes these 500 and something films. There's nothing too big here. I mean, there are some big things, like I saw Terminator on the list and some other stuff, but a lot of this is foreign language. I was reading a little bit about Studio Canal. I don't know anything about these guys. They're French, and they don't even have, outside of Europe and outside of the French speaking world, they have no native distribution. They use others to distribute. And I wonder if that has something to do with this. But this again just goes into not knowing the rules when you really should have known the rules. I think that this is worth being upset about in a way, but I will say that I imagine this doesn't affect very many people. At the same time, sure. Very few people were buying any of this stuff on. That's why they stopped selling this stuff after a while. It's like, this is not even worth having this. But for those that wanted to go back and watch this stuff in the future, it obviously sucks. And you obviously bought it under different pretenses.
Yeah. It's funny. It's like, I don't know, man. Cause I'm looking, I just remembered that like the movies and TV app on Windows is the same movies and TV app that connects to your Xbox Live account, even from back in like 2005 or whatever. So I have like a season of the Andy Milonakis show, just really random. One season of X-Play, the Video Game Awards 2008.
That's awesome.
That I bought for like back then that I still have access to, the 2007 Video Game Awards. Like, it's, I don't know. It's weird. Like,
it's too bad.
It sucks. I don't know how difficult it is for Sony to do that, but I guess it's weird. And I guess they're different machines, and they're different companies, and they're different everything, I guess, from inside and out is different, but like it's weird to see, I guess, in both ways, where it's weird to see Xbox do things so easily that Sony can't figure out, and I guess vice versa, right? Like with just like delivering first party titles that are good, like as far as like PlayStation is concerned, and Xbox is like kind of like floundering and like constantly mismanaging. And then meanwhile on the side of back compatibility and like honoring your digital purchases, it seems like they're really good about it. It's odd.
Yeah, I think this sucks. Like, I don't want to give Sony too much credit. Like, I imagine they just don't want to pay.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's and they might be right where they're like, whatever, man. It's obviously we're not doing anything technically illegal. It's in the EULA when you bought this stuff. And this affects almost nobody. But
yeah,
nonetheless, sure. It's not taken into account with everything else that's going on. It's just a sign of things to come, I think. Or a sign of the times, let's say.
Yeah, agree.
All right. Next up is Shaun Layden giving an interview recently on a podcast. Video Games Chronicle went in and transcribed it, which I appreciate. KB wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, Shaun Layden's recent comments about being surprised that Sony reversed course on publishing games on PC made the rounds this week. His point was that PC releases were a way to expose PlayStation IP to an audience that wouldn't have considered buying the hardware. I know you've gone into detail about why you think Sony should have been more aggressive in that space, but I think his analysis is coming at this from the wrong angle. While the chances of PC players moving over to PlayStation are extremely low, there may actually be a higher chance of PlayStation players moving over to Steam once they realize they can get those games there too. My question is this: do you think the PC strategy may have been underestimated the risk of PlayStation players migrating to Steam, rather than overestimated the chance of PC players buying a PlayStation?" Well, this gets into what Shaun was saying, obviously, KB, and I'll read that out for people that are not familiar, but he gave an interview with a podcast called PSI, and he says, they basically talked a little bit about, I guess I never really thought about this. So like Shaun Layden was the one who decided to do this with the PC game. So obviously this is like one of his pet projects. And he says, quote, "First of all, the games don't go on PC for like a year or whatever it is. It's not day and date. And if they think that a game coming out 18 months after its launch on another platform somehow stopped a sale from happening 18 months ago in a hardware business, I would like to see how they can prove that thesis. You can feel that is true, but I don't happen to feel that's true. If someone's waiting 18 months for something to come on PC, we didn't lose a sale to them. They weren't going to buy the hardware anyway." He goes on to later say, quote, "There's been a lot of misunderstanding about my decision to put games on PC. I think exclusivity is very important to a platform business. That's how you differentiate. If you want Zelda, you go to Nintendo. If you need Mario, that's where you go. That's where you find it. And at the PlayStation business, we did exclusivity through PS1, PS2, PS3, and that was just the standard of the day. We had Japanese companies who would be exclusive to the PlayStation platform through our relationships with them, and so that became the standard way you sold the platform. Moving into PC or multi-platform releases is really about two things. The PC thing, in my mind anyway at the time, was not to make money, frankly. It was how to get my intellectual property in front of people who wouldn't normally see it. How do I get the world of Horizon to be seen by people who aren't in the PlayStation world? Not necessarily because they're going to buy a PlayStation. I wasn't that crazy. I didn't think that was going to happen. But as we take our intellectual property across other media, whether it's in the films or it's television or in comic books or in merchandise, you need to have as many eyeballs that are aware of this character, of this story," end quote. I thought this was interesting, Chris, because he says something here, I think kind of low key, that punctures a hole in a lot of people's thoughts as to why they were doing this, which was, well, maybe if they buy Horizon, they'll buy a sequel, they'll buy the PlayStation. And he's basically saying like that was never what he thought was going to happen. And that it hasn't happened. I think he kind of ignores something though important, which is that and it's what we had noted when when they started pulling back, which was this works if he says they're not really in it to make money, but to spread the IP. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I think if you were making 2x, 3x, 4x what you were making on PC, you probably would have kept them there. So I think I think money did dictate it, and I think you just weren't. It's the saying he said: juice not worth the squeeze. It wasn't worth the squeeze. $300 million cumulative money, most of it Helldivers, means that it's simply not worth it. But I think if you're making $1.5 billion off of those sales, might have been worth it.
Yeah, I guess I can understand it, but like I think, especially in the if you're looking at it from a transmedia perspective, like I can understand it. But I also think the reality has just kind of shifted, where it's just like where you're operating under the assumption that this is a machine that people are hungry to, you know what I mean? Like you're operating under the assumption that there's an appetite for the machine. And right now there's kind of no appetite for the machine, and a lot of people are looking more skeptically at it. And it's not to say that everybody's going to become a PC gamer. That's obviously not true, but like, you know, I think there's more curiosity now than there usually is because of price. And once you breach a certain price, once you breach like $999 and you're into the thousands, you're kind of in the territory of like, well, I'm already kind of spending a lot of money. You know, like I mean, why not get a PC at this point? You know, like it's a different thing, and I think they need to make the PS6 as appealing as possible, and the way to do that is exclusives. And I think that's I really do believe that that's at the heart of the reason why they've pulled back. I do think the money is a part of it, but I do think just like they need to make a case for this next machine in a way that they probably haven't had to in a while, and in a way that they didn't anticipate having to. And yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thought experiment, or like an interesting, you know, initial desire, where it's just like, all right, we want to spread our IP around so we can do transmedia stuff. But like, how much transmedia stuff is PlayStation really like? We had Twisted Metal, but there wasn't even it wasn't even a Twisted Metal game.
Right. Well, there was supposed to be. It got canceled. But we never even we weren't even supposed to know that, which is so funny. That's the thing. I do. Sony. Everyone's always like, Sony canceled all these games, and I'm like, they did, but they didn't really announce any of them. They announced The Last of Us, you know.
Right.
But to be fair, they didn't get that far along. You're right. Like, yeah, there's Uncharted. Obviously, The Last of Us has benefited a lot in game form from HBO. Until Dawn wasn't supposed to be very good. And what's funny about Horizon going first, and he chose Horizon to go first, was they have nothing ready for Horizon still in transmedia. So a little strange from that perspective. And I feel like that's going to be a really difficult thing to do cheaply. But we'll see, man. The audience knows how I feel about this. I think Sony should have remained more aggressive, but we'll see how this works out for them. I know that the mainline core PlayStation fan is thrilled they're not releasing their games on PC anymore. I was never that precious about it.
Yeah. I
also think the Switch experiment didn't necessarily work very well because I just don't think they did very much with it. They offloaded all that shit to Bandai Namco, and then they went to like B and C tier stuff. So you'll never really know how it all would have worked out. That's the thing. That's the thing that bothers the fuck out of me, is like, I would have just been curious how it would have worked. Even releasing a game on PC, like single player day and date, just to see. Let's not get carried away and promise too many of them, but like, just like what would have one have done? And what they might have realized is the data would have been very front loaded, like it was with the PC releases to begin with, where I think they got lulled into a false sense of security. Which is why I don't believe him when he's like, well, I mean, I believe him, but it's like, well, it wasn't really about the money. And I'm like, well, it must have been about the money, you know?
It's got to be part of it. Money's always part of it with a corporate. Like, what are we talking about?
Of course, but I would have loved to. The one thing I would have loved to ask him, if I had, I should reach out to Shaun Layden. He'd probably do the show. He unfollowed me on Twitter a few years ago when I was critical of him about working for Tencent. So I feel like maybe he doesn't like me anymore, but so I don't want to like push myself on him. But what I would have asked him was after he answered some of the stuff, I was like, what do you make of the novelty factor? You and I have always discussed that. Like, how do you like, did you see that too? Like that did you bake in the novelty factor? Because I do believe that's why games like Zero Dawn and Days Gone did so well. And they might have just read that and been like, this is the baseline, boys. You know, it's all uphill from here. And that wasn't the case.
Right.
All right. Few more quick items, Chris, and then we can get into what we're playing and we can wrap things up with the inquiries from the audience. We talked about Marvel Tokon earlier, and we know the game is coming very shortly to PlayStation 5, but they've announced 3 new characters, and they did so at EVO. The characters they join Ghost Rider as the Samurai Outrider. So we've known about Ghost Rider since the game was announced, but the 3 new characters are Blade, Loki, and Deadpool. And Deadpool is voiced by Nolan North, interestingly enough. Didn't he do the voice in the PS3 game?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
You don't see him very much anymore. They also reiterate that the open beta for the game on both PS5 and PC will run from July 24th through 26th, and Blade will be playable there as well. Game launches August? So we're getting pretty close now to Blade or to Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. I'm not into it, but I know this is a major game for PlayStation, and I feel like maybe a little juice with this game. I mean, it's a fighting game. It's going to be constrained. Even the biggest fighting games like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat sell in the single millions. It takes them years to reach 5, 6, 7 million copies. So you got to be patient. Right. But I think Arc System Works, this is a great relationship for Sony to have. And I hope it's the beginning of a fruitful relationship that I've very unpopularly said I hope spans into other things with Sony outside of Marvel. I would love to see them make an art like a Guilty Gear style or Blaze Blue style game with PlayStation characters. I think that'd be fucking insane and so cool. Maybe this is the beginning of that, or maybe no one cares. I still feel, Chris, you and I disagree on this a little bit. I think
a little bit.
I still feel like there's something to that. That would be cool to do again.
Yeah.
PlayStation All-Star sold 1 million copies. I'm not saying that's a huge success, but that's pretty good for a fighting game.
I don't know. Like I would like to think that. I just don't know. There's something in the way of it for me. And I think it's just the the IP is so specific. And I think if it was in the rich tapestry of PlayStation IP, I think yes. I think, like in the every generation, like IP that was like associated really heavily, I think you'd have something. But like if we're just operating on just like modern first party, and things that they currently own, I don't know. I feel like a lot of your iconic characters are, ironically, like characters that you no longer own. Like I think Crash and Spyro and like seeing those, it's crazy to me that those characters weren't in Smash already.
Yeah, like it is interesting, and obviously I was annoyed as fuck back in the day that PlayStation they just couldn't figure it out with Activision. It's like,
yeah,
and I know they were frustrated behind the scenes because it's like, of course we've tried. Like they're not in like, oh yeah, Crash Bandicoot. It wasn't like they would say that kind of shit behind the scenes. Like, of course,
right.
It just didn't work out. But yeah, I don't know. That's a little pet project of mine, maybe for the future to talk more about. But we'll keep an eye out for more Marvel Tokon stuff. I'll be very intrigued to see how it does when it comes out, both critically and commercially. I'll have to rely on other people because it's certainly not going to be me. All right. This was interesting. I don't know if you saw this. I believe that this broke this morning. Sorry, I'm trying to keep footnotes again. Onimusha got moved up. Onimusha Way of the Sword, or Onimusha Way of the Sword. People make fun of me how I say it. Was going to come out September 24th. It is now going to come out September 4th. Huh. So they moved it up about 3 weeks. And I think it's kind of, it's poisonous either way. I mean, now they're like in like around Bloodwalker or Dawnwalker rather, Blood of the Dawnwalker and some other stuff. I can't wait for this game, dude. I'm really, really excited for this game.
Yeah.
And excited to see it. By the way, this is the second time this year Capcom's pushed a game up. They did it with Pragmata as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Confidence. They're like, we're done, boys. We can get this thing out there. I mean, when you look at it, that's 2 months away. I mean, I assume the game's going to go gold soon.
Yeah, fairly imminently, I would imagine.
So there's that for Onimusha, Way of the Sword, which I think all three of us are going to play on the show when the time comes. And then we have new PlayStation Plus Essential games. Jamie wrote in and said, hey boys, lots of other news this week, so I'll touch on the PS Plus Essential games this month. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, For the King 2, and Crosscode are all cross-gen titles. No doubt a nice addition to the millions of PS4 users' libraries. Is this another effort to show value to get people to move off of PS4, or just a happy coincidence all titles are cross-gen? Thanks, I'll hang around and listen. It is probably a coincidence, but it could be a nice little gesture. I mean, remember, it was just last year where they said that they were going to kind of stop even really including PS4 games as much as they used to.
Yeah.
I think this just happens to be the games that they've selected or gotten access to. So the big one is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, which will be available on both PS4 and PS5. This game came out in 2023. Obviously, Modern Warfare 4 is the next Call of Duty game that comes out this fall. So they're trying to get you ready and prepared to play that. So I'll check that. I won't check that out probably, but I'll add it to my list. For the King 2, I had to look this up. This is a game that came out a couple of years ago. It is a strategy role-playing game. There was a PS4 game called For the King that came out in 2019 or 2018 as well. So there's that. And then there's this game Crosscode, which is a role-playing game that didn't come out to PS4, I believe, until 2020 maybe, but I think it came out in the late teens. And the thing about Crosscode is I believe I bought it. I'd have to look, but I remember being told that it was very puzzle centric, and that kind of turned me off from it because I thought it looked really great. It's a very 16-bit styled JRPG styled game. So nice little selections there. I think this is a pretty good month. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nothing for me really. Like I from what I know, I mean, For the King 2 and Crosscode are just not my kind of game. And Modern Warfare 3, from what I remember, is I think that's the campaign that had like, I think that's the game where like the campaign was built on like the bones of the
oh right, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was like a huge tutorial for the extraction. I could be that sounds correct though in my memory. So this is kind of a weak month for me personally, but I mean, it's good. It's going to be good for somebody, you know.
The final thing, this would have been good to have Dustin on the show for, but he's obviously not here. Variety reports Persona live action TV adaptation in the works at Netflix. They write, quote, Netflix is developing a live action series based on the Persona video game franchise. Variety has learned from sources. Christopher Monfett is attached to write the adaptation, in addition to serving as executive producer and showrunner. Sean Levy, Dan Levine, and Robert Atwood of 21 Laughs will also executive produce. Let's see. Is there any other information here? Yeah, Persona has proven to be a wildly popular RPG franchise with the plot. While the plot varies from game to game, they typically focus on Japanese high school students who must go through normal daily routines and build and maintain friendships while also dealing with supernatural threats. Netflix declined to comment for Variety's story. We have really, I would just not even read about this because I was thinking maybe I would even bring this up to Dustin, but he's not here. Just wanted to add that to the record. I have nothing to say about it. I hope that they don't use Japanese kids so everyone gets really offended.
Probably. I know this Sean Levy guy is, I don't know. I know he's a big name at Netflix. I don't know if he's really made anything of consequence though. Like he's in charge of, I guess, like Free Guy, and I guess Deadpool and Wolverine he was a part of. But most recently he was attached to, I think, Stranger Things. Oh, and that last season of Stranger Things that everybody hated. So
I loved that thing with Stranger. Remember with the like everyone had this theory that there was gonna be like a secret episode.
Yeah, which would have been dope as fuck.
Yeah, it would have been awesome.
It would have been so cool, but because it's so cool, you just kind of knew that it wasn't going to happen.
Right.
You know, it's like, that's too good to have a fake out ending. Be so boss.
All right. That's all we have for the news, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into what we're playing. And we can linger here as long as we'd like.
Yeah.
I'll go first. I platinumed Luna Abyss. That's my 213th platinum. I really, really liked that game. I highly recommend it if you're into shooters, first-person shooters. I think it's a really, really interesting. Again, it's like I said, id or Doom, id-like game meeting Returnal, meeting Metroid Prime, meeting Freedom Wars. And I think people would really, really enjoy it. So take a look. No one really played it, so it'll probably be new to you. And the game I'm otherwise hanging out with is Grand Theft Auto 5. Soulful Bison wrote in and said, Colin, I apologize for accidentally sending you an invite to my GTA heist last night. Will you forgive me for clouding your gamer focus? More importantly, how does GTA 5 hold up in a post-Red Dead Redemption 2 world? Has your opinion on the game changed in any major way? I'll celebrate the birth of this great nation and listen. So I played Grand Theft Auto 5 when it came to PS3, but I probably played it for like 15 or 20 hours and I just wasn't really into it and I stopped playing it. And of course, you have to remember, like, PS4 was about to come out and we were kind of focused on other things. And before you knew it, you were just kind of gone. And the PS3, they released it natively later. I had the PS3, I had it on disc, and you couldn't put it in the PS4.
Right.
So kind of conspired against me at that point. So I've been spending a lot of time with it. I've probably played it for 15 hours, maybe. It's so funny, man. Like, first of all, I think the one thing I'll say is that it holds up a lot better than you'd think from a cultural point of view. I think the major thing that they got into the game that was lacking in, let's say, 4 and certainly in the trilogy on PS2 was like you would be using beepers or like flip phones and stuff like that. And they got the smartphone into this game. It was probably the equivalent to like an Apple 4 or iPhone 4 or something like that. But it's like that changes the whole game and makes it feel very grounded and modern. One thing I will say, Chris, about this game, and this is not something I appreciated it at the time. I had been to LA many times at the point that it came out, but I wasn't very familiar with it. But I had lived in Santa Monica for almost 3 years. As you know, that's where we met. And the version of LA in this game is pretty impressive. Yeah. Where I was like, I know where I am right now. Like, what now it's all truncated and it's not quite right. But I was telling Micah, like, when I was like in Venice and Marina del Rey and then going into Santa Monica and going to the pier and then going up into Malibu, I'm like, this is exactly right. Like, this is to the point where I'm like, this is kind of creepy because it's a not quite right space, but like there's so many things about it where like specific buildings, these staircases, and I'm like, this is all exactly the way it is. And I didn't realize it. And then I went to like Hollywood or what do they call it, Vinewood or whatever in this, and I'm like, this is like, right. This hotel is here and this thing is here. I'm like, it's just kind of cool. Again, it's a much smaller version. LA is such a sprawl, obviously. And so is this game. It's a huge sprawl comparable to the previous ones. But I was like, wow, this really captures Los Angeles. Like, I know that better than ever now, having lived there. And I don't think I appreciate it to the point, but it makes a lot of sense because you and I have reflected on Liberty City, specifically in GTA 4, capturing New York so well. And it's like, well, we know New York well. That's why we understood that. And that might be lost on other people. So why wouldn't they get this? And then I don't know Miami at all. I've been there, but I don't know it. It's like, I can't wait to see what people have to say about GTA 6 from that regard and how true to form it's going to be. The other thing I'll say about this game, and this is not a huge surprise, it's really well written. And the voice performances are exceptional. I actually feel a little bit bad saying this because I met him and he's a really nice guy and I even did like a skit with him, but Danny Tamborelli is probably the worst of the performers.
Who is that?
He plays the son, like the redheaded kid from Pete and Pete. He's probably like because like some of the performances, like there's the character Lester who's like the handicapped guy or whatever, and it's like he's like, I'm like, damn, some of these performances are just,
they're all really well done. And
I was laughing specifically about like a group of white guys writing all of this Franklin dialogue and shit.
Right.
And just a flagrant use of the N-word and all this kind of stuff. It's just really, really funny, but it makes me excited. This game is old. I mean, Mike and I, I've been playing it. Mike and I have been talking. She's a really big fan of the game. And I was talking to her. I'm like, this is the PS5 version of the game that came out in 2022, but this is a PS3 game. Like, under the hood and what it is, it's a PS3 game. It's a late PS3 game. It was an expensive and long in development PS3 game, although it only took them 5 years to make it. I mean, it's so funny when you look.
I know. It's
and that was considered like an extraordinary wait. Even though we waited 4 years between San Andreas and 4, it was like, 5 years. Like, everyone was so annoyed. The other, there's so much to say about it, but one other thing is that it is so much more than the campaign. And I know this intuitively, but I never experienced it because when I played the game, it was right when it came out and GTA Online didn't even exist in those weeks. So when I'm fascinated that when you turn the game on, there's like these 3 verticals, like these blades almost. And you have to right R1 twice to get to the campaign. And it like doesn't even want you to play the campaign. Which is not a huge surprise. It's like GTA Online, shark cards, heists, like all of these different GTA Plus, all of these different options. And I'm like, damn, dude, this like you can. And then I look at my friends list and I'm like, Jesus, I have a friends list of 2,000 people. I'm like, 13 people are playing this right now. And like Soulful Bison said, I'm like, I have a whole in-game friends list of people playing the game, people sending me requests to go do things with them and stuff. And I'm like, damn, this game. Again, you understood what it was, but being in it, it's like, Jesus Christ, like this really is a lifestyle for people. And the next game is gonna. My expectations for the next game are even higher now when I see the way this game functions. Where I'm like, this was pretty cool in 2013. I'll be very interested to see what a couple $1 billion and a few thousand of you can do with this new version of the game. The one disappointment, of course, is hearing GTA 6, and this is not a surprise, is going to probably run at 30 frames, even on PS5 Pro, which is... And I was hoping for 40 on PS5 Pro. I'm still kind of hoping for that, but it's going to be pretty stinky from that. Because I am playing it at a very clean, hopefully it's a PS3 game, a very clean 60 frames. And I had to keep reminding myself, and I was saying that to Micah too, Chris, is like, I have to remind myself it didn't look like this, and it didn't play like this. Like over and over again. It didn't look like this, didn't play like this, didn't look like this, didn't play like this. But it is pretty fun. And I'm using the FPS controls because the native controls on Grand Theft Auto are fucking nonsense. That's one thing that I'll be very interested to see what they do as well. The Rockstar button combinations are always fucking weird.
It's insane.
But yeah, shout out to the game. It's a really great game, and it doesn't feel dated or antiquated in very many ways at all. I mean, the biggest antiquation of it is not even the graphical look. It's really the characters and the models. Yeah. The world actually looks fine. The lighting looks good. The cars drive awesome. I mean, it's a fun game, and it's just funny. It's just a funny fucking game, and it's just silly and over the top and stupid. So yeah, I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm really hooked into it. And I was talking to Micah about this too, is like, because she used to play GTA Online a lot. I was like, well, maybe I'll jump online at some point. I don't know what to expect. I don't even know what's going on online, but we'll find out, I guess, at some point.
Yeah, I don't remember. Like, I played a fair bit of it. I never finished it. I actually jumped into it again kind of recently just to get my bearings, and before I decided to jump into San Andreas. Because that's the one I have no real experience with outside of like borrowing it. or like playing it at cousins' houses. But I played GTA Online for a little bit at the beginning, and I remember I kind of swore it off because I tried to steal this other guy's car, but I couldn't because he had insurance.
Oh.
And I remember being like, what is this? I can't steal another player's car in Grand Theft Auto. Felt ridiculous to me.
That's interesting.
It really bothered me. I don't know if it works that way anymore because it's definitely a very different game now. But because that was in like literally maybe like the first week or two of it. But Grand Theft Auto 5 is great. I still like. I think 4 just resonates with me the most, just because it's, again, New York City, and I think that story is like really good and really interesting. I love the story of like immigrants in that space. It's just like I feel like it works, and that theme music is great. But I'm kind of running through Grand Theft Auto San Andreas right now, because it's always been this game that like I've had tangential experience with. Like I played it. I would play it at my cousin's house or my cousin's apartment in the Bronx. And I was like kind of fascinated by it, but I only really fucked around with like cheat codes and stuff. So like I never really played the story. I didn't really know who any of these characters were. So I'm going through it right now for the first time, and it is not like Grand Theft Auto 5 in the sense that it is quite dated. Mm-hmm. It is monstrously confusing as far as like the controls go. It's like, dude, it's fun. And you might remember this, actually. Do you remember in Spider-Man PS4, like base Spider-Man PS4, how like whenever Spider-Man was indoors, it felt like he was just, it felt insane the way he was like moving around because he was calibrated for like outside.
Right. I remember us talking about that at the time.
San Andreas feels that way kind of all the time. Like the way that you can just increase speed with CJ at any moment and then just turn on a dime is like, it's completely like there's no weight to it, which like arguably like you could make a case that like it might control a little bit better. But starting with 4, 5 and you know, I guess starting with 4 and Red Dead, like the weight behind the character, I don't know, like I remember when I was a kid kind of being annoyed by it, like that in GTA 4 and GTA 5, like you had so much weight and you couldn't move as precisely or as like as quickly. But like now I kind of miss it because at least in 4 and 5 at least I knew where I would end up. But like in San Andreas, you're like it's insane. And like
awesome.
there's a lot of driving missions where like I'm in a driving mission right now where I have to chase a guy. I picked up somebody from prison he just got out of prison and he's on his way to kill somebody who very clearly just molested the hell out of him in prison. And that's like the entire he's like on it's like a bicycle chase or like a motorcycle chase, and you're like chasing him through these like really windy paths with like these really precise and imprecise controls. It's not a fantastic play experience, but similarly to 5 and I guess like every Rockstar game since, there is an element of like the world that is like really even in this like neutered kind of like dated PS2 environment. I am just impressed by like the map of it. Like these neighborhoods feel real, even though they're clearly like 4 polygon boxes with like really low grade textures on them. And the characters, even though they're giving their dialogue through like mics and they're peaking. It's so funny, like the quality, like the overall quality is so funny, but
it's
like
funny.
they all feel real, and they're all like really enjoyable characters to spend time around. It's like, damn, this is cool. Like I didn't know it was cool in the way that it is when I was a kid. I just thought it was like, you can get CJ in a jetpack and fly around and just shoot people. It's like, all right, that's fun. But like what's here like written is fun. A little strict. You're kind of weak early on and you can't take a lot of punishment, and like they hadn't figured out third person shooting quite yet. Arguably nobody had until probably like Gears. Maybe Resident Evil 4 you could make an argument. But like yeah, you like aim with R1 and it doesn't always lock onto people, but sometimes it does, and it's like it's the play experience is a little rough. But it's a good game. Like I really enjoy it. I'm getting my ass kicked constantly. I got an achievement or a trophy completely by accident where like I wanted to swim to the bottom of the ocean just to see like what was down there and see how far I could get, and I drowned. And I think the trophy's called like the tragedy of the Santa Maria, and you open it and it just says drown. And it made me laugh. It was just like, that is so blunt. But yeah, I'm on a Grand Theft Auto kick.
Cool. Yeah, me too.
Lately, and I'm excited to move on to 5, which I dabbled in a little bit before I started San Andreas, just to get a feel and get motivated. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. I still haven't fucked around with 3 or Vice City. I think I played a little bit of Vice City, like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, this is rough, man.
Yeah, Vice City is arguably my favorite, but it's just the setting and the music. 4 is probably, as we've said, probably my favorite. But yeah, they are rough games. What's funny is that the one that's available now, like the controls are much better. Like in the trilogy version as opposed to the PS2 port versions.
Yeah, I might if I'm feeling up to it after 5, because I do want to go from San Andreas to 5. And then maybe I'll go back to Vice City in that collection or something, because I do want to get these games off my list. Like they've been like these big tentpole games, like these huge games that have just been kind of like, I've only really experienced 4 in its entirety. But yeah, I'm enjoying my time with it.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be ambitious with this July and into August if I can, and just try to get through some stuff as well. But I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. I know that after this, I'll probably I got to probably do like Alan Wake or something, Alan Wake 2, and we're kind of running out of time. Onimusha moving kind of fucks me up too, because I wanted to play Onimusha 1 and 2 again as well. And actually, Onimusha 4 is out soon, so it's like, geez, man.
How far into Alan Wake 2 did you get?
Pretty far, like 30% through, I think, but I just don't really remember, so I'll just restart it again. I think that's what the PSN says, though, when I look.
Yeah, I hope you get to it.
I definitely will. There's no way I'm playing Control Resonant without doing that and replaying Control 1 as well, more importantly, in some way. All right, so that's what we're playing. We'll have more to say next week, of course, as we always do. Let's end the show, Chris, as we always do, with inquiries from the audience. 12 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. You submit your inquiries on the threads. They'll go live each week. And then I go through them and I select what I want to use. And most of you won't get used each week because that's just the nature of it. But I try to be as equitable as possible. And as I said, this thread was incredibly out of control this week. So I did the best I could. Josiah Elmer wrote in and said, "Hello, gents. I write to you with sorrow in my heart. With more console price increases, discontinuing physical discs, and anticipating more layoffs, it has been a grim few weeks for the video game space. I don't want to sound like an apocalypticist. I never even heard that word, but I can't imagine that, but it says it's a word. But I can't imagine that these decisions won't have a permanent negative effect on the industry. When will enough be enough? When will consumers vote with their wallet? For me personally, I feel like taking a break from one of my favorite hobbies as this new wave has bummed me out." I will say this, Chris, I don't know what you think about this, but people are onboarding too much of this stuff, I think. Like, we're observers, and we're obviously complicit in all of it as consumers as well. Like, our behaviors dictate things, and we're obviously our responses will dictate the future. But I wouldn't let this like spill into your real world. That was kind of what happened with my PSN account thing, where it's like that spilled into my real life, where like it made me feel like shit. And I understand that, but I try to ward people off of those things. And I'll also say this idea that like we're in a crash, I think, is a little misguided. I wish I had more time to do things because I would write a video about this, but like the conditions that crashed the industry in 1983 simply don't exist anymore. And so video games are I think on the precipice of $200 billion in annual revenue. It's not going anywhere. The thing that people have to remember as we wade through this space and whatever is, the only thing that will change is that more money will come in, and then there will be different winners and different losers as time goes on, and the volume of those winners and losers might change. But this idea that like when gaming crashed, it was because people thought gaming wasn't permanent. It was looked at as a fad. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, bad games and all the rest, but they were like, yeah, all right, that's video games, everyone. And then everyone was ready to move on. And there were certain people that were like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, we barely scratched the surface, but they're a permanent silo of entertainment now. And they're not going anywhere. And people are not going to stop playing them.
I think people mislabel. Like, I think what people mean when they say a crash is not necessarily what the crash refers to. I think what they think they're saying is that like the games industry is going to go through a massive period of upheaval and rapid change, and a lot is going to go wrong. And I think that's absolutely true. But like, that's not what a crash is. I just think people just don't really know what the games industry crash of the 80s is. I think they just kind of hear about it and just assume things about it. What I think will happen, and I mean, this can either bum you out or you can feel completely neutral about it, is I just think American AAA game dev is kind of going away. That's kind of my, like, I really do feel like it's going to be like American games are going to be indie games, I think, or like really small teams. And I think a lot of the money is going to move overseas to emerging markets like India, China for sure. I think maybe like places like Eastern Europe will stick around for a while, I think. But like the AAA, like West Coast machine, I think that's got an expiration date.
Yeah, I think you're right. And yeah, I'm especially worried about California-based AAA devs, and I assume it's funny because you were saying like things might go wrong. It's like, actually I think things have already gone wrong, and now we are in the ramification the ramification state. And it's just that I think a lot of the arbiters of these different decisions haven't come to grips with it yet. You can see a lot of this with the way people talk about Phil Spencer. Like when Phil Spencer was still at Xbox, he was the savior of Xbox. He was the only reason Xbox still exists. Now that he's out, it's like, oh, this guy fucked everything up, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, what is true? Both those things can't possibly be true. And I think it's because we're in this tumultuous period of not really knowing. But I just don't want people to onboard too much of this stuff, because it's like, yeah, it seems negative, but don't let it ruin, regardless of where you play, don't let it ruin your experiences. The games are still the games. And I still stand by that we are in a perpetual golden era. There are so many games, dude. When I see games every day on my social media feed, I'm like, what the fuck is this? And there's just, and I don't even think about playing them usually, because it's like, I don't have any time. So just focus on the games. I think the people that are going to be happiest moving forward are just going to be the PC people, because it just kind of is what it is, right? Like, there's none of these fights over. When's the last time you bought a physical PC game? I think the last time I bought a physical PC game was literally in like 1999 or something. So
it must have, for me, it must have been like no later than 2001. So yeah, I think it might have been, no, it's Command & Conquer Red Alert, I think. I remember was the last PC game that I got. But so whatever year that is. But I think, I think PC is going to flourish. I mean, and like you said, like we have so many good games now. Like it's not even. And by the way, like every year is better, because like more games from the past are being brought forward to modern hardware too. So like those Toy Story games are coming. Who the fuck ever thought that would be like? I didn't think a Bug's Life, the Bug's Life licensed video game is coming. Like, we're just getting all of the stuff that we used to have and having it run better, and the stuff that is coming out. I do want to, warn against cynicism in the sense that like the industry might be in a rough place, and there's a lot wrong with it, and there's a lot bad going on, but like the software itself is really good. And even some of the stuff that's coming out of just like the really small indie space, like that Mecha Chameleon game is exploding, like 10 million copies in like a day or not a day, but like in a really short amount of time. It's like one dude or something made it, and it's there's cool stuff happening all the time. Yeah, it's like it's a roulette wheel now, really, with lacking guardrails and predictability, with really bad odds. And I think that's the major change. Nick Fury, Agent of Ice, wrote in and said, "Dear travelers, how do you feel about the news that Exodus will no longer feature a full character creator as initially intended? My favorite kind of games are those with the potential for meaningfully different choices across different playthroughs. I've beaten the Mass Effect trilogy with every permutation of class and choice, and I'm halfway to doing the same for Baldur's Gate 3. Being able to create visually distinct player characters makes these subsequent playthroughs feel fresh. It's much easier to project personality differences, onto characters when their appearances reflect those distinctions. In Baldur's Gate 3, it made sense for my muscle-bound half-orc barbarian, God, you're a nerd, to choose different dialogue options and make different moral decisions than my posh elven paladin. Finally, a robust character creator can curtail criticism from players on both sides of the aesthetic divide. Traditional gamers can create conventionally attractive characters, while those who advocate for realistic depictions can create characters as plain looking or outright ugly as they'd like. There's no need to pander to one group to the potential exclusion of the other." I did see this, and I was a little confused by it, because it does seem like the kind of game that
is kind of based around that sort of thing. I mean, it obviously is a spiritual Mass Effect game, and so making your own shepherd, male or female shep, femme shep, or a male shepherd. Now, I will say, Nick Fury, Agent of Ice, that I always went towards, even if your game has a character creator, unless you truly don't market it in a certain way, there's going to be a default for the protagonist. Like, not only is there a default Commander Shepard for male or female, but like they're literally on the box art. And then they give you, and frankly, when I think of Mass Effect, I think of male Commander Shepard with his shaved head. I mean, that was my character. I do like the idea of having both worlds. But I think you're right. Like, getting rid of the character creator is peculiar. I wonder if it's just a technical thing. Maybe they're just running out of time and money and they just don't want to do it. Maybe they're afraid of the various ways their QA team has bastardized it, which I'm sure is a fun process and makes horrible things. I don't know. But I don't want to beat a dead horse, because I know you and I've talked about this before, Chris, but I don't really give a shit about creating a character personally. So it's not what I'm really in for typically. And I gotta be even more honest with you and tell you is that when I do make a character, I make them as grotesque as I possibly can. I don't think I've ever tried to make like a truly cool character. I'm always trying to like jack it up. So maybe not for me.
Yeah, my Oblivion character is fucking hideous. I'm kind of with you. Like, I like a character creator and when it's robust and there, but if it's not there, I don't really care about it. Like, my Commander Shepard, I think maybe the first time I played it was different, but like every single time I played Mass Effect since then, it's been default Commander Shepard, because it's not really the part of the game I care about. I care about the gameplay and the decisions and like the narrative that's in front of me. So like, I mean, it's a bit of a bummer, but like, I can't say it's going to affect me too much. I'm not that interested, but generally speaking, I err on the side of like, if you're going to put a character creator in, it's like definitely, I would prefer to have it than to not, I guess. Yeah,
I mean, if it's cool for people that enjoy it, because I know people just lose a lot of time to it and they really like to make a character. But to me, and I know it's like the Wastelander in Fallout 3 or whatever, where it's like it's not really a specific character per se, but in something like Mass Effect, it's like, well, Commander Shepard's a person. I kind of just want I'm not Commander Shepard. Like, I guess I just never went in and be like, this is me. Like, when I play a first person shooter, I'm like, this is my perspective. I'm like, I mean, no, not really. I mean, I'm not Doom guy. I'm just playing a first person shooter. And so maybe it's just a way of you look at your fiction, as opposed to being, I will say it's like, it comes off to me, and not in a bad way, just like the character creator thing is very feminine to me. It reminds me of like what people say about like the different ways that men and women generally like read books or absorb fiction, and how an average man and an average woman might perceive a certain situation, put themselves in it, or observe it from the outside. It comes off as a very similar thing to me. But to each their own. Nick Fury, Agent of Ice, I called you a bitch.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just fun things to tool around with. I look at them as just, I always mess with them as far as like, it's fun to see like what the game will let you do and what the game will let you get away with. But I did tend to make ugly fucking. Saints Row was great for that.
Yeah, it was. I do remember
Saints Row, you could make the most disgusting, absurd creatures ever. Like, that might be my favorite character creator, I think. Saints Row, because it's just like there's clearly no rules. They didn't give a shit if it broke animations or anything.
Matthew Boone wrote into us, Chris, and said, "Hey guys, I'm a little late to this one, but I had a question about game sales numbers. Why are companies so reluctant to share them? I assume part of it is because they're competing with each other, but if you're deep enough in the industry, can't people get a pretty good idea of the numbers anyway? It made me think of Colin mentioning that he was asked not to talk so much about sales numbers. Why is that such a big deal? If everyone found out your game sold, say, 50,000 copies, what's the downside? What does a company actually lose by making those numbers public? I wish we sold 50,000 copies." It's funny you ask this, Matthew, because I think that it's a reasonable question. And yet I think if you're deeply connected to the industry these days, it's fairly obvious, right? Like, look at the way people bastardize Steam numbers and concurrent numbers and try to read things into them, and like where something is on a leaderboard and where something is on most downloaded or most pre-ordered. And part of it is like, well, now you're giving specific data that pegs things, which is kind of not a sexual way. Pegs. So like your game X is number 14 on Circana, and then you discover it sold 50,000 copies. So then it's like, all right, 50,000 copies. Everything above this sold more. Everything below this sold less. It's not scientific because that's not global, but you're right in that. And this is what I always say about Alinea, and there are others, where it's like people pay a lot of money for access to these numbers, and people that think that they're really like devastatingly wrong are crazy, because people pay a lot of money for these numbers, and it's all algorithmic. And then they go in and they correct things. It's what VG Charts has done for many years, where they like make up numbers and then they'll go in when there's a specific number and peg it to what it actually was and then go from that number. So I think private and public companies alike don't want to give out too much data. And I've always, if it was up to me, I would tell you how much our games sold, but like I've been told not, like that people think I talk too much. Because one of the arguments I made was that I really loved how open, and I think they've done the same thing with Mina, but they haven't done it granularly yet, is like Yacht Club Games is like one of the most transparent companies about how many copies their games sell. They do like these deep blog posts about like console splits and where people are buying the games and all the rest. They even do these for the games that they publish. They did this for Cyber Shadow. They did this for Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. Or not Treasure Trove, the Shovel Knight Dig game, and so on and so forth. So I understand it's a little peculiar, and some companies are very comfortable doing it. But I also think that I think numbers are misrepresented and mischaracterized. We always talk about Final Fantasy 16 and 3 million copies in like a week, and it's like 3 million copies. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It took Street Fighter 6 like 3 years to sell that many copies. You know?
Yeah.
But again, then you have these arguments. So I think they just look at it as being like, we'll either sneak it in like a financial statement. That's what Sega does. That's what Nintendo does. Or we'll like tangentially talk about something. That's what Sony does. Sony has the long list of sales numbers, but you have to look at the dates. Because they'll have like, it'll be like Bloodborne. And then it'll be like last updated, July 2015. And then it'll have like a number. But they do that kind of shit. So that's the reason, Matthew, I think. All right. Josh Kisscall wrote in and said, C-Man, Push Square reported that Doom the Dark Ages is dropping an incredible sounding DLC, new missions, weapons, and something they're calling Endgame. Not only is this an incredible as Dark Ages was great, but it sounds like something a lot of single player games could do to keep players engaged for longer. Do you think meatier and more frequent Endgame DLC for single player games could generate much needed revenue, or do you think it's usually wiser to move on to the next thing as soon as possible? Thanks, and see you at the Freedom 250 fair. I don't think you will. I don't think you'll see anyone there. So this is an interesting question, Josh, because I think that it seems to me, I don't know if you observe this, Chris, and I don't know the math behind it. Per capita is probably true, but there are so many more games wherein single player expansions and support seems to be lagging heavily. And I think that there are two reasons for this. Either you do like map pack style thing like Power Wash Simulator does. You have like full-fledged expansions like Cyberpunk's. But the era of like really hitting a game with DLC is kind of done unless it's a multiplayer game or a game as a service. And I really think a lot of that stems from the fact that like during that era, people were excited to sell you things, of course, but they were also excited to compel you to never sell your game. And
right.
Events have conspired. We've talked about some of them already on the show, where it's like, you're not selling your digital copy of anything. And if they don't have to worry about that, then they really like, I am not entirely convinced that expansions make much sense and DLC makes much sense from a financial perspective. Cause it's like, it's a way to boot the game back up to get people to Borderlands 3 or Borderlands 4, for instance, has a shit ton of expansions that are coming and have already come. There are certain types of games that I think can absorb it, but generally speaking, I just don't know that this is cool, but I'm kind of over the Dark Ages. It's too late for me. There's no reason for me to return to it. I don't really see the financial benefit of it. They'll probably sell a bunch of copies of the game at a cheaper price than they were originally. And so that's kind of free money in quotes. And I know that Doom the Dark Ages didn't do very well. So I think that's mostly because it was in Game Pass. But I agree with you, Josh. I think Doom the Dark, I'm much more hot on Doom the Dark Ages than Chris is. Like, I thought that game was dope. But yeah, I'm not, I don't know. I'm not interested in it. And I think a lot of the raison d'etre, as I've been saying recently, is for this kind of stuff doesn't really exist anymore. I think people are excited to move on. There's too much competition. There's way too much competition to be like, you want to go back and play Doom? You platinumed it. You want to go back and play it again? I'm like, not really. I mean, like, It's a lot of other things for me to do right now. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before, but like, I mean, I'm generally not a DLC person. I like to, like, if I'm done with the single player game, I like to just be done with it. And I also like, selfishly, when I'm done with it, knowing that I could come back to it and it's the same game that I left. You know, there's some DLCs that kind of fuck the game entirely. Like, there's one for Deus Ex. Oh my god, what was the first one of the reboot? Mankind Divided was the sequel, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Look,
so it's Human Revolution. Deus Ex Human Revolution had a DLC that like it inserted itself into the middle of the story and just it was clearly designed for people to play after they beat the game, but it's in the middle of the story and just completely fucked my experience of that game. And so that's a bummer because I would read reviews of like Human Revolution being like, oh, this is great, and then I would hear about like the definitive edition with the DLC like thrown in there, and it was like, this is rough. And so like I have a complicated relationship with DLC. I think Doom the Dark Ages, that DLC looks good. I might actually play it. I like Doom the Dark Ages as well. It's just not my favorite. I just think Eternal is so good. And it hits exactly what I want out of like a game like that. It's like really difficult and challenging and it like makes you play it a certain way. Doom Dark Ages is more kind of go with the flow, which I also like. So I might play the Dark Ages DLC, but that's an exception that I really kind of only would make for a game like Doom. Or like Cyberpunk or something where it's just like it's exceptional.
Mm-hmm.
So like, all right, I'll give it a go and see what's going on. But I generally agree with you that like the financial imperative to do it kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, because you'd imagine that DLC has a ceiling of however much the game sold.
Yes,
you know, like you're never going to get more than your customer base. So I always thought standalone DLC made more sense.
Like I like standalone DLC more. I want to play it more than regular DLC.
Yeah, I'm more inclined. Like Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. Like when that came out, I was all over it. Because it was, first of all, it was what an insane.
Yeah, it was a cool idea. It was really
insane premise. And things like that. Like I'm more inclined for that kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's wiser to move on.
Zach wrote in. Said, hello, my sacred slitters. Colin, you've been saying recently that it would be impossible for Sony to delay the PS6, but I am failing to understand why. You keep saying that the consoles have to get made, and I totally get that they have to manufacture them to keep their place in line and all the rest, but why would it be impossible for them to sit on the consoles for a year to delay the release? The rate that technology is improving has slowed massively, so it's not like delaying a year would put them so far behind in terms of power differential. The biggest thing they would have to worry about is the money it would cost to manufacture and house the consoles, with leaks being a secondary concern, but I still don't think it's as impossible as you say for them to kick the can down the road. Let me know what you guys think and keep on fucking that chicken. Remember, Zach, like, we don't know how big the PS6 is. We don't know how big the box is going to be, but imagine manufacturing, I don't know, many millions of them, single millions, but many millions of them, and then storing them for a year. I mean, no, it's not impossible. There are warehouses, bonded warehouses, and stuff all over the place that would do that for you. It's expensive. I want to reiterate what I reiterated last week about kind of the revelation I had from other people's thing, where I'm like, really, Sony's in a position where they should just sell it as soon as they can. And if that's fall of 2027, just do it. You'll still sell millions of them to people that are going to overpay for them, and then you lower the price later. That's your best bet, as opposed to, like, think about it. Think about it, Zach. You're asking them to hold the console and then sell it for cheaper later when they could just sell it earlier. There are people that will pay almost anything for it. I'm not saying you want to take advantage of those people, but you kind of do. I mean, if they exist and you're going to sell them, and they'd be like, yeah, we have nothing to lose and everything to gain by selling it now, and then we can drop the price even precipitously later and look genius. And maybe people complain that they paid too much for it, but that's just the nature of the market. So I mean, they could manufacture it and hold it for more than a year, but I also think you have to understand that, like, at some point the tech does become old, and it's also in danger of all sorts of problems. I mean, imagine all the issues that could happen in a warehouse. I'm sure you trust those people with air conditioning and all the rest, but you never know. You're just you're tempting fate in that regard. It's a shitty situation for Sony to be in. It's a shitty situation for all the hardware manufacturers to be in.
Yeah. I actually think I agree. Generally, I don't think it's a great idea to launch it next year, just because I feel like the appetite is not there. But that also depends on the fact that, like, that's also heavily contingent on the fact that we haven't seen the machine. We don't really know what it does. This is all hypothetical. Like when it's real and we see it and we see the sleek, whatever the form factor is going to be, and like maybe that'll change, and certainly more people will be excited to see it once it's real, and they know more about it. But yeah, I think I think it's just better to just get it over with, really.
Well, if they're going
to leave things sitting in a warehouse forever.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Getting moldy and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want that. All right, Chris, final inquiry comes from Brinsley Logic, who says, greetings, sacred symbologists. Pardon me. 2 weeks in a row, Dust 514 has come up, so I thought I'd make it a third. What a great idea it was. Although the format of the ground missions could get competitive, knowing that fury was being rained down from the heavens was far from fellow players vying for control of the skies above us really added to what was otherwise would have been a mundane effort to expand the EVE Online player base. My son and I spent many hours on this title and had some great bonding moments during it. RIP in peace, and thanks for the memories. Outside of Helldivers, what franchises do you feel could benefit from a Dust-like shared world supplemental experience? I'll hang up, take one look at EVE Online, and go back to minding my business. I mean, that's the smartest move if you're looking at EVE Online, because no one understands how it's played. Yes, we've filleted Dust 514 a lot recently, and yeah, it is. Chris and I have said, like, I love the idea of it, and there are games that it could be done in, and the it's just a matter. It's so risky. Games are so expensive now. I'm pretty sure CCP ate shit on EVE Online. I mean, I'm not on EVE Online, on Dust 514. They also made it a PS3 exclusive, which I think was probably a dubious decision, although that was the decision they made to, I think, defray some of the cost of it. But I mean, dude, like Grand Theft Auto 6 is one of those games where like there could be like millions of key components of that game. Obviously, I think the duet of two games is what he's really talking about, and there are really interesting like Ace Combat, right? Or like imagine being like on the ships, like the aircraft carriers or whatever. A lot of games like Battlefield could benefit a great deal from kind of this really having a game in the sky, really having a game on the ground. I know it's kind of going between those two things, but imagine if you had a really fleshed out game in both places and they interacted with each other. But I do wonder, Chris, it's an idea that has never really been reapproached, and I think there's a reason for that. Is that it's complex and it requires two vibrant multiplayer games, and you're asking for a lot with that.
Yeah, that's a tall order. I also just think like generally like novel ideas like that. I mean, we talked about Midnight Murder Club not too long ago, where it's just like this is a great idea, but sometimes there's not appetite for great ideas. Sometimes people just want something that they kind of understand, and that doesn't demand a lot of thought. It's a little bit easier to sink into, a little bit more of a background experience, and that's what most people kind of are into. And as good as an idea is, like you kind of can't force people to adopt it. I've long thought it would be like a really cool idea to have like an RTS kind of game where like one person on each team is like the guy in the sky, and like everybody else on the team is like FPS, and like they're directing and like they've got a guy on the mic and they're like, you know what I mean, coordinating and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
But that's a lot. I think it's a great idea. I don't think it would do well.
Yeah, it requires too much luck. I mean, you could, and that's what it would really need, right? Because we've talked about so many times the idea that good and great is not good and great enough. And so like you could say like, yeah, we have these two interchangeable games that interact with each other, and they're both great. And it's like, that's step one. Now you got to deploy them both into the wild and get people to play both of them. And that's
yeah.
And with Dust 514, that was an easier prospect than it was now. And ironically, EVE still is played by hundreds of thousands of people, so they're doing fine. It's just I think the commercial realities of it are stop it from happening. It's not unlike we say about Mass Effect, and what's so cool about Exodus and a few other games that really are really all about choice and bringing Banner Saga was another of these games, bringing choice between the games. But that doesn't happen a lot, not because it's not cool and fun, but because it's really fucking hard. And you can't. And it locks you in. You have to have like plan. You have to have foreknowledge of things you're about to do, and you have to have the guarantee that they're going to happen. And EA wasn't going to pull the plug on BioWare at that time. They might now. All right, Chris, That's all we have. It was a nice long episode. Lots to talk about. It's good to be here with you. And it was good to see Dustin a little bit as well. But just a little bit. I don't want to see him too much right now. Just a little. We'll ease back into it. What's going on with you the rest of the day?
It's a little bit later because we got a meaty episode today, so it's almost 3. I still want to. I'm still in the middle of deep cleaning, so I want to get my deep cleaning done. But I guess I got to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. I really don't know.
You got time. Figure it out.
Yeah, I probably got to go grocery shopping too. It's a whole errands. All this.
Yeah, but yeah, it's good though. It's good to do it.
But tonight I'm probably gonna put together the document for the Destiny Bungie sacred episode that we're gonna do.
Cool. Yeah, I'll get that thread up now when we're done here.
But outside of that, my day's pretty. I'm gonna be indoors, I think.
Yeah, me too. It's 98 degrees out right now. It says so.
That is crazy. It's like I think what's the temperature right now? In good old Burbank. 76.
Yeah, I wish that would be beautiful. Perfect. I'm afraid to look outside and see what condition my plants are in right now. They're gonna need my help tonight. Yeah, for me, I'm gonna go work out and I'm waiting for the sun to go down. I'll go float in the fucking hot tub or the pool, but it's a hot tub.
It's ostensibly a hot tub.
And have a beer and just kind of bake for a little while and then back to Grand Theft Auto tonight. And have you been watching the World Cup at all?
No. I know what's going on with it. Like I know Mexico won or something. Like
all 3 host teams have moved on to the round of 16, which is cool. So
yeah, I have no I just don't I can't care.
Yeah,
I saw they did a like that. I cared at all about the NBA.
That was a lot.
The Knicks one, like that was a miracle on all the people in the audience who are sports people. That's a miracle on your part that I cared at all.
Yeah, that captured a lot of people. It did.
Yeah,
it did. Yeah. That would otherwise not care.
Let's not push it with soccer though.
Right. Fair enough. It's a little too foreign for our tastes. All right, Chris, it was good to see you as always. Thank you for your time. Be well. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. We appreciate you. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access and LastStandMedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.